Chapter 1, Rebirth as a Cicada. Well, where is this? Qin-Ming felt his head dizzy. Qin-Ming is a third-year student. He was holding the fruit phone and Lin Yuer's video that his father had bought for him. Lin Yuer is the class flower and the school flower of Qin-Ming's junior high school. Qin-Ming likes to look at Lin Yuer's small cherry lips. Every time he sees it, Qin-Ming can't help thinking when he can kiss him. There is also the white and smooth face of melon seeds, the black and beautiful willow eyebrows, the long hair like a waterfall, and the slender body. Qin-Ming felt that he liked every part of Lin Yuer's body. What Qin-Ming couldn't stand the most was Lin Yuer's eyes that were as agile as autumn water, which seemed to be able to speak. Qin-Ming glanced at it and felt his heart melted. Just now, Qin-Ming couldn't help but send a video invitation to Lin Yuer. Qin-Ming didn't expect Lin Yuer to agree. Qin-Ming saw the face he dreamed of, and when Lin Yuer's soft voice came from the phone from time to time, his heart seemed to be drunk. Qin-Ming boldly expressed his affection for Lin Yuer and asked her if she could be his girlfriend. Qin-Ming saw that Lin Yuer shyly nodded in agreement with the look in his expectant eyes. Qin-Ming was very excited when he saw it. He couldn't help holding the phone tightly. At this moment, he felt a strong current from the phone. "I'm not convinced by Zhao Rishan." Qin-Ming felt a strong dizziness, couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and then fainted. Opening his eyes again, Qin-Ming saw a completely unfamiliar environment, and Qin-Ming couldn't help but feel a little confused. Qin-Ming couldn't help looking around. At this time, he found that his vision had changed. He realized that he had ignorant eyes, and the scenery on the left and right and above appeared in his eyes. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Then, Qin-Ming realized that he had become smaller, and seemed to be lying on a verdant willow tree at this moment. There were people passing by on the street, but Qin-Ming found that those people were wearing ancient clothes. He didn't learn well in history, and he didn't know which dynasty they belonged to. Is it filming? Qin-Ming was a little puzzled, but he and Ben didn't see where there was a camera. Noisy screams came from the streets from time to time, and Qin-Ming only felt confused. Qin-Ming was a little frightened, he didn't know what happened. At this time, Qin-Ming found that an insect on the tree crawled towards him. The insect had two pairs of thin wings, a mouth part on the front of the head, a pair of compound eyes and three single eyes on the head. This insect seemed to just now he was allowed to suck the sap. At this moment, he saw Qin-Ming and crawled towards him. Qin-Ming knew that this insect was a cicada, and it was also called zhizi. He had learned it in the biology book and had seen it true. The cicada looked at Qin-Ming while crawling towards Qin-Ming. Qin-Ming looked at the cicada and was suddenly stunned. Qin-Ming saw a reflection in the eyes of the cicada that crawled over, and it was another cicada. But the cicada crawled towards him. "I have become a cicada." So, Qin-Ming understood it at once. No wonder his absolute perspective was a bit strange. It turned out that he was a cicada, so there was nothing strange. Am I traversing? What's wrong with it? It must become a cicada. Qin-Ming felt a little sad. At this time, Qin-Ming saw the cicada crawling up to his side, and then straightened his abdomen towards him. Qin-Ming saw the scene at this moment, and then understood what the cicada was going to do. This is a female cicada all the time, and at this moment, she has crawled over to beg him. Qin-Ming quickly crawled away in fright, but he knew clearly that the male cicada would soon die after mating. Although he has become a cicada, he doesn't want to die early. Qin-Ming crawled aside and slowly accepted his identity as a cicada. Qin-Ming recalled slowly, feeling that some habits about cicadas naturally emerged in his mind, and he slowly understood. This is probably the memory of the cicada before being crossed by him. Qin-Ming stayed for a while, and suddenly felt a little hungry. Naturally, he used a straw to pierce the bark of the big willow tree he was on, and then, with a strong inhalation, a fragrant willow sap was inhaled into his mouth. Before Qin-Ming had time to taste it, Suddenly a voice rang in his ear. Congratulations to the host for absorbing energy, and the swallowing system is officially launched. Chapter 2, System Start. Devouring the system? What the hell is that? Qin Ming was startled by the sound that suddenly appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but think of it silently in his heart. The phagocytic system is a part of the function of the system, and it is activated because it reaches the activation condition. The system is now exclusive to the owner, Qin Ming, and is divided into two parts. Currently, only the devouring system is activated, and the other part needs to meet the corresponding conditions before it can be activated. Qin Ming didn't expect that, he just thought there was a response. However, he also understands that he was selected by the system, not something hell. What's the use of the swallow system? Qin Ming asked silently in his heart. The phagocytic system can help the host evolve more powerfully, and it can also query the host's own attributes. The electronic voice replied. Then who are you? Qin Ming asked curiously. I am the system with its own voice system, providing novice consulting services, said the electronic voice. Oh. Qin Ming understood, this voice is equivalent to a fixed small program, just to help. Fortunately, otherwise the secrets in my heart will be known to others. Does the host query its own attributes? The system asked. Inquiry. Qin Ming said quickly after hearing the system's voice. The query results are as follows. The host absorbs energy this time, and the energy points required for the next upgrade. The current attributes of the host are as follows. Species, Entomody cicada. Power, ordinary human beings left and right. Agility, ordinary human beings left and right. Physique, ordinary human being around. Lifespan, days plus days, average human beings are years. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. As the system told, a light curtain appeared in front of Qin Ming's eyes, showing all these attributes. Qin Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that he would actually get the benefits of the legendary traversal, devouring the system. However, it's really too late for a dog. When others pass through it, they are scorpions and snakes. No matter how bad they are also animals, and they turned into insects. Looking at all of your own attributes, what power can do with only this little power? The physique is even more limited, that is to say, being slapped by someone is likely to die. So agility is not bad, maybe because he has wings and can fly. These Qin Ming didn't care about him. What Qin Ming cares most now is that his lifespan is only days, which means that he will die in a week. But what's the matter after adding it? Is it related to the sap that I just absorbed? Qin Ming had some doubts in his mind. Qin Ming thought, and quickly took another breath. Sure enough, he found that the energy he had absorbed had changed, and his lifespan had also changed to days plus days. Qin Ming calculated it, the sky was about 14 minutes or more, which means that after taking these 2 mouthfuls just now, his life increased by half an hour. That's great, it seems that as long as you work hard to eat a few more bites, you won't die, Qin Ming thought excitedly. I suck, I suck, I suck. Qin Ming was motivated and desperately sucked willow sap. During this period, several female cicadas saw his sassy and heroic posture and came to harass him, but they were all driven away by him. Finally, Qin Ming felt full, his stomach was bulging, and he couldn't breathe. Qin Ming stopped, he saw that his energy had changed. The lifespan has also become days plus days. Energy is not the same as lifespan. It seems that it should have been absorbed just now. 4 minutes have passed, so the lifespan is deducted by days. However, Qin Ming was very satisfied. It was half a day's lifespan to eat a full meal. Wait a while, he will absorb it again when he is hungry, and his lifespan will increase by 1 day. Although the basic attributes of his lifespan are weaker, the life expectancy of others is reduced by 1 day, and he has increased by 1 day instead. If this goes on, wouldn't I be immortal? Qin Ming thought of it beautifully. At this time, Qin Ming was idle, and couldn't help thinking of Lin Ke, such a beautiful woman, who had agreed to him, but unfortunately, after crossing by himself, he would not know which pig would be swayed by him in the future. Qin Ming was a little sad. No way. Since I can cross over, then I will definitely be able to go back. Now that I have a devouring system, I will definitely become stronger in the future. I must find a way to go back to her. Qin Ming secretly made up his mind. At this time, another mother cicada saw Qin Ming staying there quietly, crawling over to court. Really annoying. Qin Ming angrily drove away the female cicadas. Seeing Qin Ming's actions, the female cicadas didn't understand why the male cicada didn't fulfill the duty of reproducing offspring. They don't know, this male cicada's small body contains a person's soul. Finally, after Qin Ming chased away a few mother cicadas who kept harassing him again, no cicadas were ignorant to bother him. Then, Qin Ming peed on the tree, and he felt that he was hungry again. Thus, Qin Ming began desperately to absorb the fresh juice of the willow tree. Qin Ming counted, and after he took another 4 mouthfuls of willow sap, he heard the electronic sound of the system ring again. The energy absorbed by the host has met the upgrade requirements. This upgrade will take 3 seconds. Does the host upgrade? Chapter 3, First Evolution. Yes, Qin Ming listened to the system's voice and thought of it silently in his heart. Of course, things that everyone knows can only become more fierce after the upgrade. Qin Ming is not stupid, so he agreed to the system's request without hesitation. 3 seconds was just a few blinks, and it passed quickly. After a burst of golden light flashed, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade this time, the energy points required for the next upgrade, and I hope the host will continue to work hard. At this time, Qin Ming looked mighty and majestic, and he was a whole circle larger than other cicadas. Qin Ming felt that the pair of wings on his back became stronger and stronger. Qin Ming called up the system silently and took a look at his upgraded attributes. Species, Insecticide cicada, evolved. Power, ordinary human beings left and right. Agility, 4, ordinary human being around. Physique, ordinary human being around. Lifespan, 1 year and 0 days plus days. In this world, the average lifespan of ordinary mortals is years. After seeing the attributes, Qin Ming was surprised. After the upgrade, his lifespan suddenly increased by 1 year, and the extra day was increased by the sap of the willow tree he absorbed. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Don't worry about lifespan for now. What surprised Qin Ming even more was that his 2 attributes, strength and physique, had actually changed. You must know that his initial attributes were a few tenths and a half, which was almost 100 times higher. This devouring system is simply too powerful. Qin Ming is an insect now. The power of an insect is reached. What is the concept? You must know that the power of an ordinary person is the power of an insect is almost half of that of an ordinary person. If a person can lift a 100 kg heavy object, that bug can probably also lift a 40 or 50 kg heavy object, but only how much his own weight is, Qin Ming estimates, at most a dozen gram weight. In this way, he can lift thousands of times heavier than his own body. He is a super strong man. Speaking of physique, his physique changed from 3 to 3, almost half that of an adult. It proves that his body is really too strong, from a state of death at the touch of a touch to Xiaoqiang, who has always been difficult to kill. Qin Ming felt the power coming from his sturdy body, and he was full of confidence in continuing to live in this unknown world. Although agility has not improved much, it has also doubled. Qin Ming was going to try. He shook his wings slightly, swished, and flew from the willow tree where he was originally staying to a stronger, leafy willow tree a few hundred meters away. On. But Qin Ming discovered that it only took a few short seconds. The people walking on the street didn't even react, and he had already flown over. Qin Ming felt that compared to before he evolved, he is now so awesome, he should no longer be considered a cicada, and cicadas simply cannot have his strength. I want to eat, continue to eat, I want to become stronger. Qin Ming felt the benefits of the swallowing system, and couldn't help but get excited. Qin Ming pierced the bark again and began to absorb the willow sap, but after taking a few mouthfuls, Qin Ming suddenly realized that something was wrong. Before upgrading, every time he absorbs a mouthful of willow sap, some energy will be credited, but this time he has absorbed several mouthfuls of willow sap before discovering the energy that he has received. After absorbing it like this, when will we be able to accumulate enough points for the next evolution? System, what's going on? Why do I absorb less energy? Qin Ming stopped, called the system, and asked. Host, because you have evolved and upgraded, the current food energy is naturally reduced. Please find new energy providing food by yourself to ensure the need for evolution. The electronic voice of the system continued. Qin Ming heard the sound of the system and understood. It turned out that this is the same as he used to play online games to fight monsters and upgrades. The same monster has experience when the level is low. The higher the level, the less experience. Even at the end, the high level. Fighting low-level monsters is completely inexperienced. This swallow is the same. He has evolved, and if the food level of the swallowed thing stays at the original level, it will not meet his feeding needs at all. This is like a little ant, and it can only be done with a fixed point. Feed, but if the ant grows to the size of an elephant, his appetite will naturally increase, and it must match its size. It seems that I need to add something new to my recipe. Qin Ming thought of it silently. Chapter 4, New Food. However, the main food of cicadas is tree sap. What am I going to eat? Qin Ming was a little confused at this moment. Otherwise, try other sap besides willow sap. Qin Ming thought. Qin Ming was an activist, and he did what he said, and soon he flew towards a tall and verdant pine tree. Qin Ming straightened the straw and pierced it towards the bark of the pine tree, and Qin Ming took a strong breath in his mouth. A strong scent of pine tree oil poured into Qin Ming's mouth, and Qin Ming's 5 eyes were a little stunned. The taste of the pine tree sap is really awful, and it is as sticky as glue and there is a smell of raw oil. Compared with this pine tree sap, the willow sap he had drunk before tasted like heavenly syrup. Ah, bah, bah, bah. Qin Ming kept spitting out and regretted at the same time. It's not enough to taste it lightly, why do you have to work so hard? Qin Ming still absorbed a little bit of this pine sap, and then he found out that the unpleasant pine sap and willow sap had basically the same effect, and did not increase him much energy and lifespan. So, Qin Ming gave up the pine tree, and he flew to the poplar, mulberry, elm and other trees to try separately. But Qin Ming came to the same conclusion, no matter what kind of sap he absorbed, the energy he gained was so lost, it couldn't be more. I'm a cicada, and I will run out of energy to suck the sap. Isn't this playing me? Do I have to change to meat? Is it the first cicada to eat meat in history? However, the guy I eat mainly relies on this straw. Although after evolution, this straw has become extremely sharp and can easily pierce the extremely hard bark. You can use the straw to eat meat. Qin Ming looked helplessly at his straw that could easily pierce the bark of various trees. I haven't thought of a good way for the time being, but Qin Ming wants to eat after all. After all, he still has some effect in absorbing the sap. No matter how small the mosquito's legs are, it is meaty. So Qin Ming tried to find a way while sucking the sap. However, Qin Ming discovered that as he evolved, the sap was not full at this moment. Before evolving, he took more than 50 puffs and was full. But after evolving, he has taken hundreds of mouthfuls, and he still feels hungry. If this continues, no new food will be found. Wouldn't I have to eat every day, and there is no time to do other things? Qin-Ming's heart was a little mad. No matter how much food he had no choice but to eat, Qin-Ming tried desperately to suck it. Sucking and sucking, Qin-Ming slowly came to the top of the tree. On weekdays, according to the nature of cicadas, he would not come up, because this is a paradise for birds. And birds are one of the natural enemies of cicadas. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But at this time, Qin-Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. A bird's nest appeared in the picture of his left eye. The most important thing is that 3 white round bird eggs lay impressively in the bird's nest. There is liquid in this bird's egg, I should be able to absorb it. Qin-Ming thought with excitement. Qin-Ming looked at it, and the birds in the nest may have gone out to forage, and they were not in the nest at the moment. Qin-Ming quickly crawled into the bird's nest, poked the bird's egg vigorously with the straw, and poked the bird's egg with a small hole. Qin-Ming tried to take a sip. Well, this taste is wonderful. Qin-Ming felt some slippery liquid pouring into his mouth, with a hint of coolness. I should be eating bird egg white at the moment. This bird's egg does not have a trace of peculiar smell. It tastes really good. Qin-Ming thought happily in his heart. Then, it was the bird's egg yolk. Although Qin-Ming felt that the egg yolk was a bit sticky, it tasted very good. This is something that is naturally green and pollution-free and cannot be wasted. Soon, Qin-Ming absorbed nothing left of the entire bird egg. What surprised Qin-Ming was that when he had absorbed the bird eggs, the electronic sound of the system rang again. Although it was still that kind of mechanical sound, Qin-Ming thought it was so sweet. Congratulations to the host for discovering new food. The host has successfully swallowed a bird egg and obtained energy points. The total energy points remaining at the moment will require energy points for the next upgrade. The attributes of the host at the moment are as follows. Species, Insecticide cicada, evolved. Power, ordinary human beings left and right. Agility, 4, ordinary human being around. Physique, ordinary human being around. Lifespan, 1 year and 0 days plus days. In this world, the average lifespan of ordinary mortals is years. Finally successfully found a new food. In this case, as long as 200 bird eggs are absorbed, it can be upgraded again, which is not a lot. Qin-Ming silently forgot it, it was better than constantly absorbing willow sap. Then, Qin-Ming took the opportunity to quickly assimilate the remaining 2 bird eggs, for fear that the night would have a lot of dreams, and something would happen again. This bird egg is indeed very good. After Qin-Ming absorbed the 3 bird eggs, he felt full, and his stomach was no longer empty. Qin-Ming was happy in his heart and continued to look for new bird nests on the tree. However, I have to say that Qin-Ming is really lucky to meet these 3 bird eggs. After that, Qin-Ming searched for every big tree. After looking for it all morning, he only saw nests of bird droppings, and never saw bird eggs again. It's midsummer, and it's not the time for birds to lay eggs. It's strange that Qin-Ming can find so many eggs. Neodon, Neodon. Qin-Ming muttered disappointedly, hungry. He had planned an upgrade plan, but it fell through. Chuck, cluck. At this time, a roar of noisy chicken came into Qin-Ming's ears. Qin-Ming heard that this was the cry made by the hen after laying eggs, to tell everyone that it had laid eggs again and that it had done meritorious service. Hen, lay eggs. Yes, aren't eggs also eggs? There are duck eggs, goose eggs. Qin-Ming suddenly realized it. He had been thinking about bird eggs before, and he had forgotten such common truths. There are so many households in this town, don't you worry about not finding eggs? Confused, Qin-Ming scolded himself secretly, fluttering his wings and flew towards the person who heard the rooster cry. Chapter 5, the white cicada who stole the egg. Qin Ming flew to the top of the wall of this house and landed on it quietly, observing carefully. This family's high-walled courtyard, black gates, and 4 large blue-tiled houses are located in the courtyard. In ancient times, it should have been regarded as a wealthy family. Then, Qin Ming saw a black reed chicken running around in the yard. As he ran, he kept screaming, chuckling. It seemed that this was the hen laying eggs, Qin Ming thought. In a corner not far away, Qin Ming saw a chicken stand made of wooden boards. A few golden oval-shaped chicken coops made of straw are placed on the chicken rack, and 2 red eggs are lying quietly in the chicken coop. The owner of the yard did not immediately get out of the house to take out the eggs in the chicken coop, so he is probably not in a hurry. Qin Ming shook his wings and flew into the chicken coop with a swish. Qin Ming felt that one of the 2 eggs was slightly warm, and it should have just been laid by the reed chicken. And the other one is a little cold, I don't know if it has been left for a few days. Qin Ming has heard that some people like to put an extra egg in the henhouse as a guide, so that the chicken will lay the eggs in the henhouse, so that the eggs will not be laid everywhere, and the eggs will be plainly damaged. Qin Ming didn't think so much anymore, he lifted the straw and pierced it at the hot egg at once. Qin Ming's familiar taste of eggs poured into his mouth. This is a fresh idiot without pollution. Qin Ming's food is delicious. After an egg was laid, Qin Ming felt full. After all, this egg is huge, and one can match the kind of bird eggs he has eaten. After devouring, Qin Ming called out the system to check his current attributes. Host Qin Ming successfully swallowed an egg and obtained energy points. The total energy points remaining at the moment, the energy points are needed for the next upgrade. The attributes of the host at the moment are as follows. Species, Insecticide cicada, evolved. Power, ordinary human beings left and right. Agility, 4, ordinary human being around. Physique, ordinary human being around. Lifespan, 1 year and 0 days plus 4 days, in this world, the average lifespan of ordinary mortals is years. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After seeing the attributes, Qin Ming was overjoyed. This egg really topped a bird's egg, giving him increased energy and heavenly life. It seemed that as long as he held it and swallowed the egg several times, he would be closer to the goal of evolution. Although Qin Ming felt full, but he looked at the lead egg in front of him and didn't want to give up easily. Therefore, Qin Ming secretly made up his mind that it is better to die than to starve to death, so he simply sucked the egg. He had been hungry all morning just now, and he was really scared. Qin Ming inserted the straw into the egg and absorbed the lead egg smoothly. Then Qin Ming was surprised to find that he had eaten 1 more egg, and he didn't even feel the slightest support. Energy and life increased smoothly again and Hishan. This discovery surprised Qin Ming. He thought he would be at a loss when he encounters large amounts of food in the future. It seems that the devouring system is really awesome. It doesn't matter whether he is full or not, he will directly change the food. Become energy. Qin Ming looked at it again, and there were no eggs in the other chicken coops, so as soon as he fluttered his wings, he flew out of the chicken coop and onto the wall. Qin Ming looked at the neighbor's house on the wall, and checked whether his family raised chickens. Not to mention, they did. Not only that, this family also raised a few ducks. Qin Ming was so happy when he saw it, he was about to fly over as soon as he fluttered his wings. At this moment, he found that someone had come out of the house where he stole the eggs, and that person seemed to go straight to the chicken coop. Qin Ming ignored the person, swished, and flew to the chicken coop. As expected, he found another egg. It was an egg. Qin Ming didn't dislike it. He absorbed the egg beautifully. Up. Then, Qin Ming's 5 eyes swept away. He unexpectedly found that a duck was lying on the ground in a grass nest, and several green duck eggs were pressed under the duck's body. The duck seems to be brooding, that is, hatching ducklings. Qin Ming didn't care so much. He fluttered his wings, came behind the duck, took a duck egg, and sucked it up. When Qin Ming absorbed the duck eggs, he heard a woman yelling from next door, "Who goddamn drank my eggs and left the eggshells for me in the chicken coop, and he didn't even put my eggs. Yes, I really lack the virtue of my life." Qin Ming listened, sucking duck eggs, and secretly amused. This woman thought that the big family could be a little reserved, but she didn't expect that she just lost 2 eggs and yelled like a shrew. Qin Ming ignored the woman's curse and devoured the duck egg intently. "You damn chicken, someone steals eggs, you don't know how to scream. You yell to Huan when there is no one, and see if you don't stew you up and eat meat." I didn't expect the woman to stay for a while, couldn't find the object of her anger, and even took her hand to breathe her anger. Unexpectedly, in ancient times, there were such women of this kind, and Qin Ming also took it. Qin Ming always thought that in ancient times, they were all kind of ladies, all gentle, dignified and beautiful women. It seems not at all. Qin Ming thinks it's better to be a schoolgirl, Lin Ke. Although Lin Ke was born in modern times, she has more of the ancient dignified temperament than these ancient women. As Qin Ming thought, he finally absorbed the duck egg. The duck egg is bigger than the egg, and this duck egg provides Qin Ming with energy. Qin Ming immediately got motivation, he swallowed it faster, and soon, he took advantage of the duck that was hatching eggs, and swallowed the egg white and yolk of the 5 duck eggs without paying attention. Gain a little energy. If this continues, a little energy does not seem to be out of reach. Qin Ming thought. Seeing that there was nothing left to swallow, Qin Ming fluttered his wings and flew away. Qin Ming continued to find a new target, leaving a duck to face the 5 empty duck eggshells and try to incubate its eggs. Finally, Qin Ming flew over several other houses and found that there were dozens of hens in one house. A group of hens clucked non-stop throughout the yard. And Qin Ming discovered that in a chicken coop, there was a hen piled up with dozens of eggs, brooding and brooding chicks. "It's great, the rest of the energy has fallen." With joy in his heart, Qin Ming rushed to the chicken coop and flew over. Gluk! Gluk! Unexpectedly, the hen's eyes were sharp, and her hair exploded when she saw Qin Ming flying over. Calling, he flew towards Qin Ming. Stretching out its sharp beak, it is about to peck Qin Ming. Chapter 6, Devour the Hen. I wiped it, and Qin Ming was shocked when he saw the hen flying over. Qin Ming knew that chickens love to eat insects. Although he was transformed into a cicada, he was still regarded as a kind of insect. Qin Ming hurriedly fluttered his wings and flew back. With a swish, he flew up high. Then, Qin Ming saw that the hen was still there, chuckling and pecking everywhere. The hen didn't react, and he already flew away. It seems that the speed of 4 is really not covered, Qin Ming thought. Qin Ming flapped his wings and hovered in the air. He saw that the hen pecking randomly for a while, then calmed down and continued to incubate the eggs. Seeing this, Qin Ming looked at the chubby eggs, a little unbearable, and flew over again carefully. Chuck, cluck. Who knows, the hen's eyes are too sharp. As soon as Qin Ming flew to the hen house, the hen stared at him and cried. Qin Ming had heard of the old hen fighting against the eagle in order to protect the chick, so there is a game called the eagle to catch the chick. At that time, Qin Ming still admired the tenacious spirit of the old hen. However, when it was his turn to be targeted by the old hen, Qin Ming was not happy. This annoying hen. Qin Ming was a little angry. When will he be able to level up if he keeps on doing it like this? Qin Ming secretly took advantage of the hen's unpreparedness and climbed to the hen house. He planned to go around behind the hen. Surprisingly, the hen was very vigilant, so she pecked at him. Not good. Qin Ming was inattentive, and was pecked by the hen. When Qin Ming found out, he was shocked. This is not a joke, it is mortal. However, when the hen's sharp beak pecked Qin Ming's body, Qin Ming realized that the scene of being pecked apart in his imagination did not appear. He resisted the hen's attack. After all, the 3-point physique is not a joke. Qin Ming's shell is very hard now. After all, his body is not big, most of the energy of evolution has been used to evolve his shell. Therefore, Qin Ming's defense can be said to be amazing now, and it is estimated that it will not cause any serious problems to be stepped on. It's just that Qin Ming didn't notice it, he was measuring his own strength with old thinking. Seeing that he hadn't been hurt, Qin Ming relieved his heart. Qin Ming was a little angry at the hen's attack. He was unwilling to be bullied by the hen, so he stretched out his sharp straw and poked it at the hen's body. Glug! The hen let out a scream when Qin Ming pecked. Qin Ming saw that a deep blood hole was punched out of the hen's body. It turns out I was so fierce. Qin Ming was in a daze when he saw the state of the hen, and only then did he gain a preliminary understanding of his evolved strength. It was originally a small cicada that was eaten by chickens casually, but because of one evolution, it didn't even fear chickens anymore. Moreover, Qin Ming could clearly feel at this moment that he could easily defeat this hen. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. If there is no grudge against the non-gentleman, Qin Ming was very angry at the hen's peck at him just now. After all, the hen wanted his life and wanted to eat him. So Qin Ming used his sharp straw to poke the hen fiercely. Just stop! The hen screamed in pain and flew around the yard, scaring the other chickens to run around, and was no longer at peace. From time to time, blood dripped from the hen's body. At this time, the owner of the chicken probably heard the rooster and came out of the house. This was a middle-aged woman with a pale face. She could not help but her face changed when she saw the hens flying around. Why did this good chicken go crazy? Could it be the plague? It's such a noise. No, you can't keep it, if it spreads to other chickens, it will be over. When the middle-aged woman saw the chicken blood all over the floor, she was a little scared. After the white-faced middle-aged woman finished speaking, she grabbed the hen and then threw the hen against the wall. Obviously, she seemed to want to smash the hen to death and then dispose of it to prevent the disease from this chicken from spreading to other chickens. However, the hen also seemed to feel the fate she was about to face. Using the strength of the woman, she flew vigorously, and even flew over the wall and ran away. No, I have to check these chickens carefully to see if they have similar symptoms. Seeing the hen flying away, the white-faced woman didn't chase the hen anymore, but stood still and muttered to herself with some worry. Qin Ming saw that she would not plan to leave for a while, for fear of disturbing her, so he noted the location of this house. It fluttered and flew away. After all, human beings are not as sensitive as hens. Seeing Qin Ming flying away as a white cicada, the middle-aged woman didn't care at all, because the white cicada was originally a very ordinary insect. Qin Ming flew outside the wall, saw the hen chuckling and rushed into the street. Then, it ran under a row of willow trees, digging the ground with melon seeds, looking for bugs to eat. Qin Ming looked a little funny. This chicken was hurt by himself, and he still wanted to eat? Can this hen swallow it herself? Qin Ming suddenly thought. So he flew over, stretched out the straw to the hen, sucking the chicken's blood vigorously. However, during Qin Ming's absorption, the hen ran around in pain, and the system didn't give any hints. It's weird, it doesn't work. Qin Ming was a little puzzled. Not reconciled, Qin Ming pierced a lot of blood holes in the hen and continued to try. The hen was furious by Qin Ming, and kept trying to get rid of Qin Ming attached to it. It's just that it has no way at all. As the blood continued to flow out, the hen struggled weaker and weaker. I don't know how long it took, and finally yelled and fell to his death. Qin Ming looked at the hen's corpse and couldn't help but think, telling you to peck at me, how nice it is to let me eat eggs, let's kill it now. Qin Ming thought, subconsciously, and tried to suck at the hen with a straw. Qin Ming, who had not reported any hope, heard the voice of the system inquiring, New food was found, the carcass of a hen. Did the host swallow it? Yes. Qin Ming answered silently, in his heart quickly. Qin Ming found that as he finished answering, the hen turned into wisps of energy through his straw and entered his body. It turns out that this is the correct way to turn on the swallow function. Qin Ming suddenly realized. After Qin Ming finished swallowing the hen, the system's voice rang again. The host, Qin Ming, successfully swallowed a hen and obtained energy points. The total energy points remaining at the moment will require energy points for the next upgrade. The attributes of the host at the moment are as follows. Species, Insecticide cicada, evolved. Power, ordinary human beings left and right. Agility, 4, ordinary human being around. Physique, ordinary human being around. Lifespan, 1 year and 0 days plus 4 days. In this world, the average lifespan of ordinary mortals is years. This hen was able to withstand the energy of a dozen eggs. Qin Ming was a little surprised, and then he calmed down. It must be because I leapfrogged and swallowed it, so I can get more energy. Qin Ming thought. Qin Ming had finished devouring the hen, and was about to go back and devour all the eggs. Wow! At this moment, Qin Ming heard a fierce dog barking. Qin Ming glanced through his 5 eyes and saw a black-haired wild dog, baring his teeth, staring fiercely at his small body. Chapter 7, Evil Dog Fuzu. I wiped it. When did wild dogs start to be interested in insects? Could it be that my brother's appearance is too handsome? Qin Ming couldn't help but think when he saw wild dogs pounce on him. Qin Ming shook his wings and flew high in the sky with a swipe, and the wild dog jumped into the air. After all, Qin Ming killed a hen just now, so. When he saw the wild dog, he didn't panic so much. Moreover, Qin Ming also wanted to try, can he kill this wild dog that is not friendly to him? Add a new food to his recipe. After all, my speed is very fast. If I can't beat it, I will fly to the sky, so that the wild dogs can't help me. Qin Ming stared at the ferocious appearance of the wild dog and thought. Then, Qin Ming took advantage of the wild dog's unpreparedness, swooped and flew down, and used a sharp straw to poke the wild dog's back vigorously. Oh! The wild dog barked with pain. Qin Ming saw a tiny hole in the wild dog's body, and blood poured out. Qin Ming was waiting to watch a good show, only to find that the wild dog stopped after barking, and continued to bark his teeth, staring at him fiercely. After all, this wild dog is a mammal, with a large body. This little injury is really nothing to him. When Qin Ming saw it, he continued to circle around the wild dog, digging holes everywhere in the wild dog while he was not prepared. However, he found that he had pierced dozens of holes, and the wild dog seemed to have nothing to do with them. They became even crazier, blood-stained, and far from lying dead. Qin Ming was not convinced. He fell on the back of the wild dog, staring at a place and sucking blood fiercely. After breathing for a while, Qin Ming found that the wild dog was not dead yet, but he was holding it hard. He felt full after sucking this blood for a while, and his energy didn't increase at all. It seems that this phagocytic function cannot be used on living animals, only the corpses of animals can be swallowed. Qin Ming concluded inwardly. What can I do? Is it just that? Qin Ming flew into the air, looking at the wild dog who wanted to attack him, feeling a little embarrassed. Although Qin Ming's current strength is not small, he has no hands after all, only 2 small claws. Although the claws have grown a lot after the evolution, they have also become sharp and hard, but they are still too small. At most you can pick up something that disappears, but you can't lift too much. Yes. Qin Ming thought for a while, his heart brightened. Because Qin Ming was afraid of dogs biting him when he was a child, he checked the dog's weaknesses online. After all, a dog is a mammal. In addition to being afraid of a large amount of blood loss, it still has weaknesses, such as eyes and brain. Moreover, Qin Ming also found two weaknesses specifically aimed at dogs, the dog's nose and the dog's waist. The dog's waist is very fragile, and it is easy to die after being hit by gravity. The dog's nose is full of nerves. Generally, after being hit, it quickly loses its combat effectiveness. If the force is strong enough, it can be killed in one shot. Moreover, attacking the dog's nose will make him mad. Qin Ming flew quickly while the black dog was not paying attention, and then slammed into the wild dog's waist with the hard shell on his body. After Qin Ming evolved, he was not too big, but he was also much bigger than ordinary cicadas. It's half the size of a fist. However, Qin Ming tried for the first time after all. The accuracy of his head was a little worse, and he was bumped. He could not find the wild dog's waist and hit the wild dog's back. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Only in time, Qin Ming also staggered the wild dog, and he took the opportunity to quickly fly into the sky. Although it was crooked, Qin Ming was very happy. He learned a new method of how to use power. With a high-speed dive and a fierce impact, he can completely regard himself as a fist that comes and goes without a shadow, and strikes the enemy fiercely. Although this method is relatively superficial, it is the best method Qin Ming can think of at the moment. Wow! The wild dog screamed in pain when Qin Ming hit it. With his tail clamped, he was about to escape, and no longer had the ferocity he had just now. Qin Ming saw it. How could he just let it go? He quickly aimed at the wild dog's waist again, and quickly dived over. It staggered the wild dog again. Qin Ming flew up again and slammed into the wild dog again. This time, Qin Ming heard a click sound, and the wild dog's waist seemed to be broken by him. Then, what Qin Ming didn't expect was that this trick really worked. The black wild dog fell to the ground and died of breath after a whimper. The ferocious wild dog just now died like that? And Qin Ming still seems to have something to say. Qin Ming looked at the corpse of a wild dog. The corpse is so big, it must be able to provide a lot of energy. Qin Ming thought. Then, Qin Ming quickly activated the devouring system. I found a dog corpse, do you swallow it? The system's electronic voice asked. Yes. Qin Ming promised in his heart. Following Qin Ming's answer, the familiar energy poured into his body again. Qin Ming discovered that the intensity of the wild dog's influx of energy was much greater than that of the hen that had just swallowed it. After swallowing the wild dog as a whole, Qin Ming was surprised to find that the wild dog had provided him with some energy. At this moment, Qin Ming's remaining energy has reached a point, and Qin Ming needs some energy next time he evolves. In other words, as long as Qin Ming gets the energy again, he can evolve again. This energy is also the thing that swallows an egg. Qin Ming was overjoyed. He fluttered his wings and flew towards the house where the hen flew out just now. There are still a lot of eggs in that house, not too many, I just need to swallow one more. Qin Ming thought silently. Qin Ming eagerly flew to the house with a lot of chickens. He took a look and found that there was no one in the yard. God helps me too. Qin Ming was happy, and flew towards the chicken coop in the yard. Hurry up, everyone, the strange bug is here again. At this moment, Qin Ming suddenly heard a loud shout. Then, Qin Ming saw that 5 or 6 people suddenly came out from around the house. These people stared at him with an ugly expression. Among them was the white and pure middle-aged woman just now. She was yelling with her mouth open. Grab it and kill it. Several people shouted, pulling a large fishing net together and buckling it down at him. I wiped it, careless, and was found. When Qin Ming saw this, his face changed. He thought that the middle-aged woman hadn't paid attention to him at the time, but he didn't expect that the woman just deliberately ignored him so as not to attract his attention. Qin Ming still underestimated human wisdom. Moreover, Qin Ming discovered that the fishing net came down from above. The net was so large that it almost covered the entire yard. The nets were also dense. Even though he was fast, he could not rush out. Fight! Qin Ming felt tight when he saw this, and flew towards the chicken coop with a lot of eggs. It's too late to say, then it's fast. Qin Ming was surrounded by a few people and rushed towards an egg. The straw was aimed at the egg, and after a poke, Qin Ming felt the smoothness of the egg white again. Chapter 8, Evolution Iron-Winged Black Cicada. This weird worm is stealing eggs to eat? The middle-aged woman said to her family in surprise when she saw the white cicada eating eggs. Then, the middle-aged woman seemed quite regretful and said, "It's so pitiful that the old hen that can only be brooded, has been raised for 5 years, I almost fell to death, but fortunately it flew away, wait for everyone to go out. Find it?" The middle-aged woman even wanted to find the old hen back, but she didn't know that the old hen had already turned into energy and entered Qin Ming's stomach. "Okay, be careful, tighten the net and don't run away." At this time, a middle-aged man with a puffy physique and wearing a satin gown said to her after hearing the woman's words. "This family seems to be quite wealthy. They are all dressed in silk and silk. His family should belong to the big family in this village and town." Qin Ming thought about it as he stepped up to absorb the eggs. "I see, the owner, this time the strange bug must be killed, otherwise our chickens and eggs will be dangerous," the white middle-aged woman said to her husband as she tightened the net. "Father, mother, why do I think this bug is so much like I know? That is, it is much bigger than I know. After we catch it, I will blow it up and eat it. It is so big, it must taste good." A little fat man with a round body, about 12 or 3 years old, stared at the half-fist-sized white cicada, and said with saliva, "The little brother is right, this bug really looks like an enlarged G." A thin young man also carefully observed Qin Ming, and then said to his family with a serious face, "Don't worry about so much, let it be killed." Outside the fat man in satin clothes, he waved his hand and said to his family, "Yes." Patriarch spoke, and the family responded in unison, holding the net and quickly gathered towards Qin Ming. The images returned from Qin Ming's 5 eyes showed that these people were staring at him murderously, wishing to unload him. Only the little fat man's eyes had a trace of desire. Qin Ming knew that the little fat man was want to eat him. Qin Ming felt anxious, and finally absorbed the last bit of egg. This egg provided him with energy. The beautiful voice of the system rang again. The host's current energy is a point, and the energy required to upgrade is a point. Meet the upgrade conditions. This upgrade takes 5 seconds, and it cannot be interrupted on the way. If the interrupted energy returns to 0, it needs to be reaccumulated. Does the host upgrade now? Yes. Qin Ming said decisively as he saw several people getting closer. A burst of golden light shined on Qin Ming. Fortunately, 5 seconds is not too long. I hope that the time comes too anxious, otherwise it will be miserable. Qin Ming stopped motionless, praying silently in his heart. Father, mother, look, that big cicada is shining. It won't be a monster, right? The little fat man stared at Qin Ming all the time, and quickly shouted when he saw Qin Ming's abnormality. Several adults were about to catch Qin Ming. At this moment, after hearing what little fatty said, they couldn't help but froze for a while, and then stopped. Qin Ming couldn't help but appreciate this gluttonous little fat man. If it weren't for him, his evolution might have failed. In just a few blinks, Qin Ming's upgrade was completed. At this time, his body shape had more than doubled, and an adult fist was the size of his body, and his whole body looked dark and covered with a thick shell. It doesn't look like a cicada anymore, but more like a cricket. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. At this time, the voice of the system rang again. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of the host. After this upgrade, the host attributes are as follows. Species, Entomedy iron-winged black cicada, secondary evolution. Power, ordinary human beings left and right. Agility, ordinary human beings left and right. Physique, ordinary human being around. Lifespan, 11 years and 3 months, in this world, the average lifespan of ordinary mortals is years. The host has remaining energy points, and energy points are needed for the next evolution. Qin Ming was very excited when he saw the improvement of his attributes. His lifespan increased by more than 10 years, and his strength and physique turned out to be 7 times that of ordinary humans, and his agility had also increased a lot. Qin Ming could feel that his body is full of power at the moment. It's just that in his species, how did the cicada that used to be a cicada turned into an iron-winged black cicada? What is going on here? Qin Ming had some doubts. Iron-winged black cicadas evolved from ordinary white cicadas. The wings of this cicada are as sharp and tough as steel. For specific conditions, the host should explore and try on his own. In addition, if the host's wings and body are damaged, they can be repaired with a certain amount of energy. It is recommended that the host reserve some energy for backup during the week. The electronic sound of the system explained to Qin Ming. It's getting bigger. Just as Qin Ming was talking to the system in his heart, the little fat man pointed to the evolved Qin Ming and shouted in surprise. In the eyes of the family, the white cicada, which was just half a fist, suddenly became a black cicada the size of a fist. Moreover, the cicada's wings have changed from the original transparent color to a bit dark, and there is a dark stream of light on it. What should I do if I'm in charge? The middle-aged woman saw a trace of worry in her eyes, and she asked when she looked at the fat man. The whole family turned their eyes to the fat man, waiting for his decision. No matter how big it is, it's just a bug. Let's go on it together and kill it. Although there was some doubt in his heart, the fat guy still ordered his family. It's great. It's getting bigger, and I can eat a few more bites. The little fat man jumped up happily when he heard what the fat guy said. The eldest son outside the fat member was holding a wooden stick, and several others dragged the net and kept fast approaching Qin Ming. Seeing to be surrounded by him, Qin Ming didn't think too much, he shook his wings and stroked vigorously. He only heard a stab, and he made a big cut in the fishing net that had trapped Qin Ming. Seeing this, Qin Ming flew out immediately. After listening to the systematic explanation, Qin Ming knew that his wings had become sharp and hard like iron. He naturally thought that he could use the wings as a knife. If it broke open easily, he was trapped just now, almost harming him. The fishing nets on which he lost his life. It's gone. The little fat man said with some annoyance as he watched Qin Ming fly out of the fishing net. The little fat man didn't notice that all his family members became pale. The family knew the strength of the fishing net, but it was easily broken by Qin Ming. They themselves could think of the terrifyingness of Qin Ming's wings. Qin Ming stopped in mid-air, staring coldly at the family that almost killed him. Qin Ming intends to teach the family a lesson. Although Qin Ming knows that his sharp wings can easily cut the family's throat, he is a human soul after all, and he still has some unbearableness to kill them like this. Qin Ming flapped his wings lightly, swished into a black fist, and hit the fat man's belly. The fat guy was so painful that he yelled, "Ah!" clutching his stomach, and he bent over and couldn't straighten himself. This is Qin Ming's control of power. He felt that only 1/7 of his power was used. If Qin Ming tried his best to attack, the fat person would definitely be killed by him. After all, he had 7 people's strength, but his body was only the size of a fist, and his speed was fast. Then, Qin Ming did the same again, knocking all the people standing in the yard into the ground. Listening to them groaning constantly on the ground, Qin Ming came out of the ill feeling in his heart. Then, in front of the family, Qin Ming swallowed all his eggs and hens. Then he flew into the air, turned around 2 times braggingly, fluttered his wings, and flew away. Chapter 9, Wanton Devouring. Qin Ming flapped his wings and flew away from the house. Then, he found a thick willow tree and flew to the top of the tree. When he swallowed those eggs and hens just now, Qin Ming only cared about the refreshing feeling of revenge, and he hadn't had time to check the harvest he had swallowed just now. Qin Ming said silently to inquire about the remaining energy. Host Qin Ming, your current energy is points, the energy points required for the next upgrade. At this moment, Qin Ming realized that he had swallowed dozens of hens and dozens of eggs just now, and he had only increased a few points of energy. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a little bitter. He had just found new food. He didn't expect to find new food so soon. Soon, Qin Ming stopped worrying about this. He had just completed another evolution, but he still didn't know his current strength. So, Qin Ming fluttered his wings and flew, slowly testing his body. The first is strength and physique. Qin Ming found that his progress this time was amazing. He flew at high speed to hit a small tree with a small mouth and broke the tree, although after the collision, he felt a little bit dizzy, but it's okay. Then, Qin Ming experimented with the iron wings he had just evolved. He found that this pair of wings was like two sharp knives, and especially when he told to fly, the wings cut the air and made a buzzing sound. Qin Ming tried to use his wings to cut down the tree. He quickly flew towards a weeping willow. He immediately cut the weeping willow in half. After flying again, the weeping willow was cut off. Qin Ming felt that this was like Xiao Li's flying knife, which could cut the objects he wanted to deal with back and forth, without any illusions. The last thing Qin Ming tested was his speed. He flew high into the sky and flew fast, and found that it was really fast. He flew from the east to the west of this small town and did not go there for a few minutes. The feeling of flying freely is so cool. Qin Ming flew back and forth many times over the town before stopping. During the period, a bird wanted to make trouble, but was killed by Qin Ming, and even provided a little energy for it. About him. In the following days, Qin Ming relied on his astonishing speed and swallowed wantonly in the small town. Every night, Qin Ming eats a goose at his home and a few chickens at his west. You swallow a dog at your house, and then go to his house to swallow a pig. As long as the animals in the town were raised by the people, they became frequent visitors to Qin Ming's recipes. Such a day of wanton eating is really pleasant. This is the most comfortable life Qin Ming has had since he became a cicada. His strength has greatly increased, and there is almost nothing that can threaten him. In this way, Qin Ming watched his energy day by day, steadily increasing. Qin Ming set a small goal for himself to devour a little bit of energy every day. He was also afraid that he would eat too much, causing the people in the town to rebound, and he had to put a long line to catch up. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Qin Ming calculated it, even at his speed, he would be able to level up again in less than 20 days. Qin Ming was a little worried. With the systematic algorithm, after he upgraded again, the energy he needed for the next upgrade should be enough. Qin Ming was very afraid that after the upgrade, there would be no way to get enough energy. When the time came, he didn't know what to do. Therefore, Qin Ming has some control over the speed of devouring energy. On this day, Qin Ming was very happy. He swallowed a scalper. This scalper gave him a lot of energy, as much as 10 points. Qin Ming finished work early, and his energy suddenly reached more than 60 points. It seems that more horses, cattle, and sheep will be devoured in the future. These animals can provide more energy. Qin Ming thought happily. In these days, there are still some vignettes. One day, Qin Ming used his wings to slash too fiercely. The wings hit the skull of a pig. One of his wings was broken, which greatly affected his body balance and flight speed. Fortunately, Qin Ming used some energy in time to repair the wings successfully. This also reminded Qin Ming that he must reserve some spare energy to upgrade, and there is no energy left at all. In this way, Qin Ming became more and more familiar with his new body, and he was also used to the days of becoming a cicada. However, Qin Ming still longed to go back this time, longing to see the person who made him dream. On this day, Qin Ming suddenly discovered that there was a family in the town with many cows and horses. After Qin Ming swallowed another one, he immediately decided to patronize it frequently. Qin Ming didn't know that this family kept the livestock in a unified way for the town. In ancient times, large livestock were the main labor and could not be slaughtered arbitrarily. He had already attracted the attention of the town, and even panic. The next day, Qin Ming was hungry, he hovered in the sky, and as usual, he flew slowly into the town. Qin Ming felt that the town seemed a little different on weekdays, but he didn't think too much. Qin Ming is confident. With his current strength, dozens or even hundreds of people can't deal with him. However, when Qin Ming rushed to the fence of the house where cattle and horses were kept in captivity, Qin Ming suddenly saw a white signal flare suddenly rise from the ground and burst into the air. Then, people around the town kept coming out of the dark, a large swath of darkness. I am afraid that there will be thousands or even tens of thousands of people for several days. People kept beating with gongs and drums in their hands. Some people still had torches and various tools in their hands. Qin Ming saw that they had various nets, swords, bows and arrows, hammers and axes in their hands. Kill this beast that is damaging domestic animals. Kill him. Vengeance for my cattle. Qin Ming heard their loud shouts. That's awful. Qin Ming knew that he had gone too smoothly in these 2 days, so he was a little numb. Chapter 10, Breakthrough Energy Overflowing. As soon as Qin Ming was about to take off, he found that the surrounding arrows were shooting at him densely. Qin Ming dodged a little, but the arrows were too dense, and a few shots still hit him. However, Qin Ming's shell was very hard, and he did not suffer any harm. Afterwards, a fishing net woven with thick rope was draped from above, covering the entire cowshed. Qin Ming greeted him, waved his wings vigorously, and cut his fishing net. However, before Qin Ming had time to be happy, he found that various nets kept covering him. In order to escape the encirclement as soon as possible, Qin Ming had to flap his wings and cut continuously. Fortunately, Qin Ming's current body is strong, comparable to steel, and he is not afraid of these nets. However, when Qin Ming didn't know which net he cut to, he heard the sound of thorn tomb rubbing between steel. Then, Qin Ming saw through his 5 eyes that sparks were being rubbed between his wings and a net. Damn, such nets are made of iron. Qin Ming couldn't help but secretly said in his heart. Qin Ming tried several times, but he didn't cut the iron net. Great. Grab it. Kill him. The people around who kept throwing nets at Qin Ming cheered excitedly when they saw that Qin Ming hadn't cut the iron net. Afterwards, Qin Ming saw all those people approaching the bullpen. There was a big circle inside and out. Qin Ming knew that he was surrounded. He no longer thought of escaping at this moment, but fluttered his wings and rushed into the bullpen. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. He intends to re-implement it. The most important thing in the cowshed is the cattle and horses. He has to absorb enough energy in the cowshed to see if he can complete the evolution, and then use this to escape. Thinking about it, Qin Ming rushed towards an ox. The sharp wings easily cut the ox's throat, cut off the ox's head in a few strokes, and then began to devour the ox's energy. After Qin Ming's hard work swallowed it, but within a mere minute, a huge scalper was swallowed by him, leaving only a piece of cowhide. Then, Qin Ming concocted according to the law and began to devour the next cow. The iron net only covered the entire bullpen, because there was a bullpen blocking it, but it couldn't continue to shrink. That monster is killing cows. Outside the iron net, the crowd was shocked to see Qin Ming's fierce appearance. They never thought that a bug that looked like a fist would easily kill a bunch of cattle. What to do? Everyone think of a way, otherwise, the court will blame it if the cow is dead. Someone shouted anxiously. Qin Ming ignored them and just devoured them desperately. Before they could discuss the results, Qin Ming had already devoured 5 farming cows, with a lot of energy, and already reached the conditions for upgrading, but Qin Ming found out that this time it takes 3 minutes to upgrade. If it is interrupted, the ability will disappear and it needs to be reabsorbed, so he did not rush to upgrade. He continued to slaughter the cattle and absorb energy. Since it has not been upgraded, the energy provided by the cattle has not decreased. Qin Ming swallowed crazy again, and soon he discovered that his energy had reached more than 300 points, and he actually swallowed more than 20 farm cattle in one breath. There are hundreds of cattle here, and they can swallow them according to this posture. As long as he is devouring more than 70 heads, his energy can reach 1000 points. Qin Ming thought, his heart moved, and he swallowed even more frantically while the outsiders didn't come in to make trouble for him. The people outside watched the cattle die and were swallowed up. They were anxious, but they couldn't discuss a better way. Qin Ming swallowed wildly, and finally, as a farm cow was turned into energy by him, he found that his energy had reached a point. More energy is always good, Qin Ming sighed and continued to devour it frantically. Just when Qin Ming saw that his energy reached a point, those people finally couldn't help it. They took the initiative to remove the iron net. After all, Qin Ming's aggressiveness was there, and no one dared to rush in. Fight against it? They planned to drive the cow away, and then catch Qin Ming again, but they didn't know that it was this moment that Qin Ming was waiting for. The iron net moved away, and arrows with flames shot towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming was shot. He felt the burning pain, but this flame was his nemesis at this time. The high temperature burned a hole in his shell, and the arrow seemed to have flammable grease on it, so it was so powerful. The monster is afraid of fire, it is injured. Someone exclaimed at everyone when seeing Qin Ming's appearance. Qin Ming endured the pain and used energy to repair the wound. Then he watched flapping his wings and cut the ropes of the cows. The cows saw the fire and went crazy and ran around. He took advantage of the chaos to attach to the abdomen of a cow, and then rushed out to the bullpen. Under the cow's belly, don't let it run. Qin Ming was discovered when he got out of the bullpen. After all, there were a large number of people. Then, many attacks came towards Huinyu, but Qin Ming took advantage of the attack and went straight into the sky. At this time, many arrows with fire attacked Qin Ming's body, causing him damage. Qin Ming had to endure the pain and use his stored energy to repair. Finally, Qin Ming's Fi got higher and higher, and no one could attack him. Qin Ming forgot, he actually lost nearly 60 points of energy this time, and there was a little energy left, and he couldn't help but feel a pain. Fortunately, he finally got rid of those people. You wait, I will be back. Qin Ming circled the high altitude of the town, his 5 eyes reflected the whole view of the town, and then he flew away with anger. He is looking for a safe place to complete this upgrade. Chapter 11, 2 consecutive upgrades. Qin Ming flew in the air, watching the crowds emerging from the town, constantly searching for him, and he kept thinking about where to upgrade. The energy he has now can be upgraded twice, and there will be a lot of surplus. After all, he has a bit of energy. The next level needs some energy, and according to his algorithm, the next level needs some energy. After removing these, he still has some energy left. However, Qin Ming took a look at the system. This upgrade takes minutes, and the process cannot be interrupted, otherwise, the energy will be lost. The system, to what extent is it an interruption? Qin Ming thought for a while and asked the system silently in his heart. The host is subject to external attacks, strong interference, or irresistible huge natural external forces, such as waterfall impact, lightning strikes, volcanic eruptions, etc., which can endanger the host's own safety. Qin Ming thought of the electronic sound of the system, and silently explained. I wipe it, which means that when I upgrade, there can be no accidents. Qin Ming couldn't help but think of it after listening to the systematic explanation. Then, Qin Ming couldn't help thinking, it wouldn't work when he leveled up on the tree like this, who knows when a bird or bug will come to disturb him. The sky is not good either. After all, he must be still when he leveled up. If he were in the sky, he would fall down. It doesn't work in the water. There are many fish in the water, and he can't water either. It seemed that there was only the ground, Qin Ming thought. Then, Qin Ming flew to a place a dozen miles away from the town, and stopped seeing no crowds. He found a relatively soft land and began to dig a hole with his iron wings, and soon dug a fist-sized deep hole more than 3 meters deep. Then, Qin Ming crawled in and dug in the ground. He turned around and dug a lot of space, blocking all the surroundings, leaving only a small ventilation hole, and then stopped. Down. Qin Ming waited in the space for a while, and found that there was nothing unusual, and then said to the system, "Upgrade, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz." A burst of golden light flashed, and after 3 minutes, Qin Ming's body became even darker, looking very mighty. Then, the voice of the system rang again. "Congratulations on the successful upgrade of the host. After this upgrade, the host attributes are as follows. Species, Insecta iron-winged black cicada, 3 evolutions. Power, ordinary human beings left and right. Agility, ordinary human beings left and right. Physique, ordinary human being around. Lifespan, 121 years and 3 months, in this world, the average lifespan of ordinary mortals is years. The host has remaining energy points, and energy points are needed for the next evolution." Qin Ming saw that he had the power of 100 people, and his lifespan had reached more than 100 years, he couldn't help being a little excited. After all, in his previous life, his power of 100 people was really a super strong man. A lifespan of more than 100 years is considered a birthday, and it is not something ordinary people can achieve. I never imagined that he could easily achieve it in this different world. Before Qin Ming had time to think about it, he heard the voice of the system ring again. It is detected that the current energy of the host meets the upgrade conditions. Does the host continue to upgrade? Yes. Qin Ming couldn't wait to say. The time required for this upgrade, please confirm that the surrounding environment is safe. Do you want to continue the upgrade? The system was very user-friendly and continued to ask. Yes, let's start. Qin Ming couldn't wait to say. The reason why he spent so much effort digging a hole is for this moment. Brush, a piece of golden light lit up, and Qin Ming's black body was bathed in golden light. Time passed by little by little. Everyone looked for it carefully, and we passed the judgment that the monster fell in this place, and now we also know its weaknesses, find it, and burn it to death. Just when Qin Ming was upgrading underground, some people in the small town chased after him. They stopped at the place where Qin Ming landed and discussed it. Okay, sir, don't worry, we will definitely not let the monster go this time. Here is a pile of newly dug soil. Come take a look, everyone. Use iron nets to cover this place. Let's dig up the soil to see if the monster is hiding in the ground. It has been attacked so many times by us. It must be injured. That's why it hid. It's cunning. A group of people gradually discovered the traces left by Qin Ming and discussed with each other. At this moment, Qin Ming was bathed in the escalating golden light and completely closed his 5 senses. He had no idea about the changes in the outside world. Chapter 12, The Power of 1,000 People exalts. The crowd covered several hundred meters of Qin Ming's excavation with thick iron cages. In the middle of the cage, there are a few bold men, digging with shovel. Then, around the cage, many people pointed their bows and arrows at the cage. Everyone, keep an eye on it. As soon as the monster appears, everyone will deal with it fiercely. How can't it let it go this time? A middle-aged man with a long beard in the lead sternly said to the archers. Yes. The archers responded in unison. Beside the archer, there is kerosene, which is used to ignite the arrows. It seems that they are determined to win this time. 1 shovel, 2 shovel, as the digging men waved their arms vigorously, the soil that Qin Ming had buried was continuously dug up. My lord, at the end, there is no trace of the soil underneath that has been dug, and there seems to be a detour next to it, leading to another place. The man digging for a while sweating, found the situation, and said to him. The middle-aged man with beard said. This beast is cunning. Keep digging for me, I don't believe how far it can go. The middle-aged man cursed after hearing the report, and then continued to order. The men then continued to dig the hole where Qin Ming had made. At this moment, in the space enclosed by Qin Ming, the golden light finally went out. Qin Ming regained consciousness, and he heard the voice of the system rang. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of the host. This upgrade is successful. After the upgrade, the host attributes are as follows. Species, Insecta iron-winged black cicada, 4 times evolution. Power, ordinary human beings left and right. Agility, ordinary human beings left and right. Physique, ordinary human being around. Lifespan, 551 years and 9 months, in this world, the average lifespan of ordinary mortals is years. Congratulations to the host for this upgrade to obtain the ability, listening. The host has remaining energy points, and energy points are needed for the next evolution. Listen to what is that? Qin Ming didn't have time to appreciate his attributes at the moment, but was rather curious about this newly acquired ability. Listening is a special ability acquired by the host Qin Ming after upgrading. He can hear small voices within 100 meters, and he can continue to evolve. Qin Ming felt very new, and he didn't expect to have an extra ability. He tried to concentrate slightly, and he felt the sound of the earth shaking from the side. Then, Qin Ming realized that he heard the sound of small insects squirming in the soil nearby, and the sound of sand being dug up. Of course, the most clear thing is that Qin Ming heard the voice of human dialogue from the earth. Dig harder. The archer is staring, don't relax. Prepare more flammable items. Since it is afraid of fire, we will burn it to death. After eating so many of our cattle, how can we not make it cheap? Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Qin Ming heard that it was the person in the small town who organized people to besie him and found his place at this moment. So close. Qin Ming couldn't help but exclaim secretly in his heart. This upgrade was almost interrupted. That's a bit of energy. If it were all gone, Qin Ming would not regret his death. It seems that the next upgrade must find a safer place. Qin Ming made up his mind. Then, Qin Ming didn't worry about going out. While listening to the conversation above, he checked how his attributes had increased this time, so he could have a way to deal with it according to his abilities. Power, this is the power of more than 1,000 people. Qin Ming felt excited when he thought about it. Good Hercules. The physique was also true. Qin Ming didn't feel too much, but he felt that his body at this moment seemed to be iron-struck from the inside to the outside, strong and full of strength. The speed has also reached 900 times that of human beings. Qin Ming doubted that if he went out this time and flew at the extreme speed, would those people see his shadow? Qin Ming understood his strength, and then he felt the surrounding soil tremble constantly. Those who dig the soil are getting closer and closer to him. Finally, Qin Ming felt that the time had come, and as soon as his wings swish, he rushed out of the ground. With the eyes of humans outside, their eyes widened in time. It just felt that the dark shadow flashed by, and didn't react at all. However, Qin Ming flew so hard that he slammed into the iron cage outside, making a hum of metal impact. Everyone reacted and saw Qin Ming, who was stopped in the air. Come out, The archer shoots it? Seeing Qin Ming, the middle-aged man with a long beard said to everyone in shock. Swish. Swish. The arrow with flames shot in response. Qin Ming dodged the past quickly. No way, his current speed is too fast, the speed of those arrows is a lot slower than him, even he has not exhausted his spare power. Qin Ming finally felt relieved when he saw this situation. He has been tossed by this group of people recently. It's just that Qin Ming felt very upset in this huge iron cage. This feeling of being restrained made him feel insecure. It seems that this iron cage should weigh at most 1,000 caddies. Qin Ming looked at the iron cage, his heart moved. Then, he flapped his wings, rushed to the top of the iron cage, and flew upwards with a strong force. Ah! The monster flew by dragging the cage. Seeing Qin Ming's behavior, the surrounding people shouted in surprise. They didn't expect that the strange bug that was blocked by the iron net not long ago could not get out of the trap, and at this moment dragged an iron cage and flew into the sky. Qin Ming knew in his heart that he has the strength of 1,000 people at this moment. Even if a person's strength is 100 caddies, he now has 100,000 caddies properly. He lifts 1,100 caddies iron cage. It couldn't be easier. Qin Ming took the iron cage and flew to an altitude of more than 100 meters, and then quickly flew away from under the iron cage. I saw that iron cage fell quickly and smashed towards the crowd. Ah, run, the cage has fallen down. Seeing the cage, those people fled frantically. After all, Qin Ming was a junior high school student before crossing. With his current ability, he can kill these people, but he can overcome the barriers in his heart. Maybe he hasn't been forced enough. He just wants to get revenge. Of course, if those people were smashed to death by the iron cage, then they would not blame him. In order to survive, those people's legs and feet will be sharp at that time, and no one will be hit. Qin Ming, who stopped in the sky to watch the excitement, was a little bit regretful. But, soon, Qin Ming flew towards those people. He grabbed a torch in one's hand and lit all the kerosene. There were several piles of fire in the open space. The tools those people brought to deal with him were destroyed by Qin Ming. Then, Qin Ming looked at the people who were scattered and fleeing to the small town, and no longer dared to deal with him, and flew over with shaking wings. Qin Ming spotted the long-bearded middle-aged man who commanded the crowd to besee him. He flapped his wings and flew, his wings pierced through the man's clothes, and a bright red blood appeared on the man's body. Run, the monster is going to kill. The long-bearded middle-aged man, disregarding his demeanor at the moment, screamed while running frantically into the town. It soon passed several men running ahead of him. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming flapped his wings and flew towards the other man who had fallen last, leaving a wound on that man like a knife cut. Ah! I'm going to die. The man looked at the wound on his body and roared in fright. He also ran towards the town desperately, speeding up several levels. At the end, Qin Mingfei saw who was running slowly, so he used his wings to cut through his clothes and had a great time playing. In this way, a group of people were driven by Qin Ming and moved quickly towards the town. Chapter 13, One Cicada Suppresses One Town. Qin Mingxiang drove the crowd back to the small town with great enthusiasm. On the way, Qin Ming didn't take care of the middle-aged man with long beard. When he arrived in the small town, the long-bearded middle-aged man had been ragged by Qin Ming's wings. At the gate of the town, many people gathered there. The bearded middle-aged man saw the crowd, as if he had seen a savior, and shouted in a panic, "Come here, the monster is coming. Hurry! Hurry up and deal with it." His way. He was tortured by Qin Ming. There were multiple wounds on his body, and he kept bleeding, and he was also terrified, for fear that Qin Ming accidentally injured his life with sharp wings. When Qin Ming heard that the long-bearded middle-aged man even dared to ask people to deal with him, his 5 eyes were all fixed on the long-bearded middle-aged man, and an attention flashed in his mind. Then, Qin Ming snickered in his heart, flew over the long-bearded middle-aged body again, stretched out his wings and cut off towards the middle-aged. Ah, it's going to kill me. The middle-aged Longbeard was so scared that his face paled, he kept shouting. However, he saw Qin Ming's dark body quickly passing by his side and flying into the town all the time. Huh, am I okay? After Qin Ming flew by, the middle-aged Changxiu muttered to himself. Then, the middle-aged Longbeard saw that the women, young and old, all around him looked at him with strange eyes. What are you all looking at me doing? The middle-aged Longbeard asked with some puzzlement when he saw the reaction of everyone. At this time, a gust of wind blew by, and he felt a little chilly all over his body. The middle-aged Longbeard looked down, and his clothes were even more tattered, not as good as a beggar. At this time, the middle-aged man was surprised to find that the hole in his body formed a word, but when he looked closely, it was a killing word. By doing this, Qin Ming was warning the long-bearded middle-aged man that he could easily get rid of him and let him retreat. Play the gongs, beat the drums, summon the people in the town, and kill it for me. This long-bearded middle-aged man has always been a very powerful person in the town, and he values face. He has never been threatened and insulted before, and his anger has turned his fear aside. People around him naturally listened to him, beating gongs and drums, and people kept coming from all over the town. Shoot him, the archer will shoot him. The middle-aged Longbeard saw more and more people gather, and he was full of confidence, and said to the crowd. As his voice fell, thousands of arrows flew towards Qin Ming, who was staying above the small town. Qin Ming fluttered his wings and dodged. He was so fast this time, he had already flown away before the arrow hit him. No, it's too fast. Can't shoot him. A lot of bows and arrows were shot empty. Those people exclaimed. However, Qin Ming was very upset, he hated the way those people shot him. Qin Ming wanted to yell at them very much. If you do this, don't blame me for being impolite. However, Qin Ming knew that he was in the shape of a cicada and couldn't make a sound at all. Seeing those people's arrows still shooting at him unyieldingly, Qin Ming was angry. Qin Ming swiftly flapped his wings and flew towards a house. Because Qin Ming's body was hard and his strength was even stronger, the house was pierced by Qin Ming at once. Many rockets fell into the house, and the house immediately burned up. Qin Ming was not too satisfied. He continued to run rampant, hitting households one by one, and dozens of houses were quickly destroyed, all with holes the size of his body and the size of a fist. The feeling of being full of strength is so comfortable. Qin Ming only hates his small body, otherwise, he feels that he can push to the houses with one push. Qin Ming went crazy for a while, damaged hundreds of houses, and knocked many holes in the walls of the town before he stopped. Then he stopped in the air and looked at the people who had just shot arrows at him. Seeing Qin Ming's bravery, the people below showed fear on their faces. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Keep shooting him, don't stop, I don't believe it is an iron hit. When its strength is exhausted, we will definitely be able to kill it. At this moment, the long-bearded middle-aged man saw Qin Ming stop and roared with a sullen expression. As the manager of the town, the middle-aged Longbeard really hates and fears Qin Ming's existence, and wants to kill him immediately. The middle-aged Nagashi didn't know, he made a very wrong decision, very quickly. He tasted the bitter fruit of this decision. Those armed men in the town, after listening to the words of the middle-aged Longbeard, dare not refrain from carrying it out. As a result, another wave of arrows rained towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming felt the heat of the flame on the arrow passing by his side, and he was completely angry when he saw that the people in the town were so ignorant of raising them. Qin Ming drove at full speed and swiftly shuttled across the wall of the town without stopping. A few minutes later, I only heard a boom, followed by a tremor on the ground. The city wall that had protected the town for hundreds of years collapsed completely, and was torn down by Qin Ming alive. When those people heard the loud noise, their faces paled in fright, and they didn't expect Qin Ming to be so vigorous. Of course, Qin Ming was not without loss. During the collision, the outer shell on his body was somewhat damaged, but Qin Ming used a dozen points of energy to repair it. At this moment, in order for Qin Ming to have a smooth thought in his heart, he didn't care about other things. After pushing against the city wall, he flew towards the houses in the town. Under Qin Ming's vigorous development, rows of houses in the town were torn down by him. Everyone looked stupid, and they never thought that the inconspicuous weird worm would be so vigorous. Half an hour later, Qin Ming flattened hundreds of houses, almost 1/10 of the town's houses, and then he stopped. After that, Qin Ming flew in front of the long-bearded middle-aged man, staring at him with 5 eyes. The middle-aged Changsu was so frightened that Qin Ming approached him and backed away. Puff! In the panic, the middle-aged Longbeard fell a big somersault and fell to the ground. Seeing his eyes closed tightly, he actually fainted. Seeing the long-bearded middle-aged man in embarrassment, Qin Ming finally felt comfortable. At this moment, everyone in the town looked at Qin Ming and was so frightened that he was silent. He flew slowly to a hen flying around, killed it in front of everyone, and then began to swallow it. Seeing Qin Ming's behavior, the crowd did not dare to make the slightest change, for fear that it would upset him, and start to damage the house again. Qin Ming swallowed the hen, only to find that the hen only provided him with some energy. You know, the hen could provide 2 points of energy before. Qin Ming continued. If no one swallowed the animals in the town in front of everyone, he found that the energy of all the food he had swallowed had been attenuated to about 1/20th of the original, and he had swallowed eggs again, and he no longer provided energy to him. Seeing this, Qin Ming knew that he was looking for new food to provide himself with energy. Anyway, the town was destroyed by him in this way, and Qin Ming simply didn't stop doing it, devouring the town's poultry and animals madly. Qin Ming swallowed frantically in the small town. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Then, Qin Ming finished eating the last rooster and stopped. It's not that he didn't want to swallow it, but Qin Ming discovered that he had swallowed all the animals in the town, including chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, dogs, cows, horses, and sheep. Moreover, Qin Ming discovered that his energy had only increased by less than 1,000 points, reaching 4, which was a long way from the energy point of the next upgrade. Hey, the comfortable days are over. Qin Ming sighed secretly, and flew away in a numb look in his eyes. In the past few days, the people in the town tried their best to avoid Qin Ming, and even more people moved to live outside the town for fear of annoying Qin Ming. After Qin Ming left, the seemingly silent town seemed to gain popularity. Great! That terrible monster is finally gone. Someone cheered. Hurry up and write and report to the court. Ask the court to send a capable person to collect this monster, otherwise he will come back and we will be miserable. After Qin Ming left, the town began to hustle, and the one who had already woken up. The middle-aged man with long beard pale and told people. My lord, our horses were eaten by that monster. Someone reminded. Are you stupid? Then send someone to walk along. Longbeard yelled, middle-aged. He was also terrified these 2 days. There is no demeanor of being a superior at this moment. The town was ruined in a disastrous state, and the living creatures in the town, except for some poultry eggs, basically had nothing left, and looked messy. The town resumes normal operations. I don't know how long it will take. The long-bearded middle-aged man is a little worried. At this time, Qin Ming didn't know what was going on in the town. After he left, he spread his wings and flew high in the sky. In the meantime, an unknown stupid bird wanted to provoke him, but was killed by Qin Ming and turned into a trace of energy. Hey, where to go for food in the future? I knew I would not be so impulsive. Keep some livestock and eat slowly. Qin Ming thought with regret while flying. Qin Ming flew forward aimlessly, and then Qin Ming saw a vague and towering figure in the distance. That is a big verdant mountain. Seeing the mountain, Qin Ming was overjoyed, fluttering his wings and flew towards the mountain quickly. There should be no shortage of food in the mountains. Qin Ming thought while flying. Chapter 14, Occupy the Mountain as King. Qin Ming first fluttered his wings and flew around the mountain at high altitude. He let go of his speed and flew for more than half an hour before he flew back to the starting point. This verdant mountain looks really big. Hundreds of small towns are not as big as it. There must be many animals in the mountain, but I don't know what the name is. Maybe it is a famous mountain, Qin Ming thought. Later, Qin Ming learned that this mountain is just a very ordinary mountain. The locals call it Qingshan. Many places in this boundary are undeveloped, and there are dense forests and mountains everywhere. Qin Ming just flew too fast just to observe the size of the mountain, and didn't look too clearly. At this moment, he dived, flapped his wings and flew into the mountains, flying low in the dense woods. After Qin Ming flew for a while, the gray hare jumped over in front of him and sprinted into the distance. Qin Ming saw that a gray wolf was chasing after him. No wonder the hare ran so fast. New food is here. Seeing this, Qin Ming quickly chased after him. At Qin Ming's speed, the two animals had become snails, and Qin Ming had the ability to perceive, and easily killed gray wolves and gray rabbits. Qin Ming swallowed them and found that the gray rabbit had provided him with a bit of energy, while the gray wolf had provided him with a bit of energy. This ratio made Qin Ming never imagine that if a cow is so big, he can only provide him with a little energy now, which is equivalent to 2 half hares. Do wild animals provide more energy? Qin Ming thought silently. Soon, Qin Ming stopped thinking about this, because rabbits appeared in front of him again, and Qin Ming found traces of sika deer. As Qin Ming continued to deepen, various animals appeared in Qin Ming's vision. Hey, delicious, here I come. Qin Ming muttered to himself and flew towards the animals quickly. At this moment, Qin Ming completely forgot, when he swallowed the hen for the first time, the kind of disgust in his heart. Soon, all kinds of animals in the mountains were transformed into energy and absorbed by Qin Ming. During this period, Qin Ming swallowed a few snakes, a few wolves, a dozen deer, rabbits, leopards, and other small beasts. Qin Ming is not afraid of those who come. In his opinion, these are all living energy. Point, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Finally, Qin Ming saw a spacious cave. Qin Ming got into it and saw the black fur black bear lying on the ground snoring. Qin Ming cut the bear's throat easily, but only then did the bear react, lifted the bear's paw, and patted his neck fiercely. As everyone knows, this accelerates its death even more. Qin Ming waved his wings and went up to make it up again. A big head of the bear was cut off by Qin Ming. In fact, Qin Ming could penetrate the bear's heart instantly, but he felt that that would make him feel uncomfortable, so he chose to cut his throat. After killing the big bear, Qin Ming swallowed it. The bear provided Qin Ming with 20 points of energy, but it was a master in the mountains. Qin Ming only felt refreshed when he saw the increased energy. Then, Qin Ming didn't devour it anymore. He occupied the cave and stopped in the cave to rest. After experiencing a lot of things today, Qin Ming's heart needs to be quiet. After all, he is a junior high school student, and his recent experiences are like dreams. Qin Ming was hunted down twice by people in the small town. He didn't know if he was hunted down again next time, would he be cruel to kill? He thought about it for himself, and there seemed to be no answer. However, if he encounters a situation that truly threatens his life, he should not be soft. Qin Ming stayed in the cave, because this cave used to be a bear's cave, and no other animals would come to bother him at that time. Qin Ming was also expecting animals to come and give him meals, but he waited for nothing all night. In the following days, Qin Ming took this cave as the center and swallowed it everywhere. It's not peaceful to make a big mountain. Gradually, the vicinity of Qin Ming's cave became a forbidden area. Other animals knew that somewhere in the mountain there was a big stomach king who swallowed animals, and he needed a lot of animals every day to satisfy his appetite. Qin Mingzi was very happy in the mountains, devouring the wolf, insect, tiger, leopard, bear, snake and other animals that had scared him before. Since Qin Ming swallowed the tiger in the mountain, Qin Ming remembered that he also occupied the tiger's cave by the way. As the saying goes, there is no room for two tigers in a mountain. After Qin Ming killed this tiger, he never saw other tigers. When other animals in the mountain saw Qin Ming appear, they just ran away. He seemed to be the new king of the mountain. Qin Ming was happy and free, went out hunting every day, and then took turns living between his two caves, depending on his mood. Sometimes I live in a tiger den for a long time, sometimes I live in a bear den. On this day, after Qin Ming lived in the bear den for a week, he flew back to the tiger's den. As soon as he entered, Qin Ming realized that something was wrong. He saw white hair falling in the dry grass in his cave. Qin Ming activated his perception and found an animal hiding behind a rock in the cave. There seemed to be dried blood on one of its feet, which seemed to be injured. Qin Ming flew over with a swish, intending to devour the food delivered to the door. When Qin Ming flew to the animal, he stopped, he hesitated. Because Qin Ming saw that it was a little fox with white fur all over. At this moment, the little white fox stood up and looked at Qin Ming, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. Chapter 15, White Fox Jur. Qin Ming saw the white fox in front of him holding his front paws and beckoning him, his eyes full of pleading. It is begging me for mercy, it is so smart. Qin Ming was shocked when he saw the little white fox's behavior. Qin Ming wanted to swallow the uninvited guest who dared to break into his cave, but at this moment he saw the clever eyes of Xiao Beihu, and his heart suddenly softened. Forget it, just let it go once, it's so small, maybe it won't have an energy point. Qin Ming persuaded himself silently in his heart, and then he flew back to the haystack he usually stayed in. Although Qin Ming is a cicadan now, Qin Ming still likes the feeling of sleeping in the warm and soft quilt. Therefore, on this haystack, Qin Ming spread some animal skins, including tigers and bears, all of which were brought back by Qin Ming after hunting and devouring them on weekdays. Although Qin Ming was resting, his 5 eyes were all paying attention to the little white fox's every move. Qin Ming found that the little white fox had obviously relaxed after he left. Then, Qin Ming saw that after he let it go, the little white fox lay on the ground, sticking out his tongue to lick the wound on the licker's leg. Qin Ming noticed that the wound was very long, as if it had been cut by something sharp. Maybe it was accidentally caught in a hunter's trap, Qin Ming thought. Seeing that the little white fox was not a threat to him, Qin Ming stopped paying attention to it, lying on the soft fur, resting on his own. The little white fox lay on the ground in the cave and didn't leave. It seemed that he didn't intend to leave. The two of them were fine. At night, Qin Ming was resting on the bed, only to find the little white fox limping towards him. Qin Ming's heart moved, but he pretended not to find it, and wanted to see what it wanted to do. Qin Ming is confident. If this little fox wants to disadvantage him, he can kill him dozens of times every minute. Qin Ming found that the little fox was shivering all over. It seemed to be sleeping cold on the ground. It climbed onto the piece of fur that Qin Ming was resting on, and took a careful look at Qin Ming. Seeing that he didn't seem to mind, it turned his body into a single piece. Tuan, then closed his eyes. Seeing that it was pitiful, Qin Ming stretched out his small paw and gently touched it. Qin Ming didn't dare to use force. After all, he was carrying 100,000 caddies of strength. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill this little fox. The little white fox seemed to be very vigilant too. Qin Ming opened his eyes only when he touched it. Looking at Qin Ming with smart eyes, he seemed a little lost, and then he slowly climbed down Qin Ming's furry bed. When Qin Ming saw the little fox gone, he knew it was misunderstood. Qin Ming fluttered his wings and flew up and blocked the little fox. Then in the little fox's puzzled eyes, he raised a paw and pointed to the big fur bed in the middle. Seeing Qin Ming's behavior, the little fox shook the white fox head at him. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Then it climbed onto the large bed made of fur, still lying on the side, and beckoned Qin Ming to return to his bed. Seeing that the little fox disagreed, Qin Ming fluttered to the little fox and refused to land. The wings slapped the air quickly, making a buzzing sound, and one paw was still pointing to the center of the fur. Seeing Qin Ming's insistence, the little white fox stood up and walked to the position designated by Qin Ming, then lay down and yelled at Qin Ming twice. Although Qin Ming didn't understand the language of foxes, he knew that it was the little white fox who was thanking him. Qin Ming was very happy to see this. This was the first creature he had communicated with him in this strange world, even though it was just a fox. But Qin Ming felt no longer alone. Qin Ming nodded at the little white fox with joy, and then he flew onto the fur and landed, and got down next to the white fox. In this way, in a cave where a tiger once lived, a fox the size of a white puppy lived with a cicada the size of a fist that had been covered in pitch black. Qin Ming woke up early the next morning. Then, Qin Ming discovered that he didn't know when. He climbed onto the little white fox and buried his body in the little white fox's fur. Perhaps it was too cold last night, his body acted unconsciously, and the little white fox didn't bother him. He wrapped Qin Ming in a fluffy loop with his tail and helped him keep warm. "I rub, this guy doesn't like me anymore." Qin Ming couldn't help but think of the little fox's behavior. Because he had heard that the fox is passionate, and this fox is obviously human, so taking care of him makes Qin Ming want to be crooked. Then, Qin Ming observed with 5 eyes, and he found that this little white fox is really a mother fox. So Qin Ming was slightly embarrassed. After all, he is a human soul, and he has always been liked by foxes, which makes him feel a little awkward. Qin Ming didn't know how to communicate with the little fox. As soon as he fluttered his wings and flew, he left the cave and went to the mountain for food. "I hope that after I come back, it will leave by itself," Qin Ming thought while flying on the mountain. After Qin Ming left, the little fox opened his smart eyes, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then, he seemed to enjoy the softness of the cave and closed his eyes again. Qin Ming absorbed a lot of energy and came back, and found that the fox was still in his cave, and his body was trembling. Qin Ming didn't care why it hadn't left. After checking it, he found that it should be injured, not well, and it hadn't eaten yet, and its physique was too weak and needed to be supplemented with energy. Qin Ming couldn't bear to see it, so he flew to the mountain to catch a few pheasants and threw them into the cave. Qin Ming knew that foxes like to eat chicken. Then, the little white fox saw Qin Ming caught the pheasant, gave Qin Ming a grateful look, then killed the pheasant and swallowed the chicken's blood. After that, Qin Ming felt that it seemed to have recovered a lot of strength, and then fell into drowsy. Qin Ming knew that it should be self-recovery by sleep. It seems that this little thing won't leave here for a while before it gets better. Qin Ming looked at the little white fox and thought. Qin Ming didn't think that he himself was not as big as a white fox at the moment, but he called others a small thing. If you want to get along for a long time, then give it a name. Well, I always hear that the 9-tailed fox is the most powerful. I will call you Juer. Qin Ming looked at the little white fox who fell asleep again. Thought in my mind. Then, Qin Ming went to catch a few pheasants, mutilated their wings and legs, and threw them into the cave for Juer to enjoy when he woke up. Qin Ming himself went to the mountains to devour energy. Qin Ming is slowly accumulating now, and the energy has more than 7,000 points, which shows how cruel he has devoured recently. In this way, in addition to devouring daily life, Qin Ming also had another task of caring for the little fox Juer. The little fox got better day by day under Qin Ming's care. It is very sensible and does what it can. It throws out the useless garbage in the Qinming cave, and also retrieves some flowers and plants from the outside every day to decorate the cave, adding a touch of popularity to the originally gloomy cave. Then, little fox has another job, which is to help Qin Ming warm the bed. Qin Ming realized that he was getting more and more afraid of the cold recently, and he always crawled on the little fox unconsciously at night. Later, the two of them formed an agreement. Every time before going to bed, the little fox Juer took the initiative to wrap Qin Ming in the fur of his body. It can still emit body temperature, which is much better than the cold fur. In this way, under the service of the little white fox Juer, Qin Ming happily be the king of the mountain in the mountains. Qin Ming's energy is growing in an orderly manner, moving steadily towards the next upgrade goal, 10,000 energy. Chapter 16, Summer Insects Can't Speak Ice. On this day, Qin Ming flapped his wings and flew in the mountains. He was helping Juer the white fox catch prey food. However, even though Qin Ming's whole body was wrapped in a hard shell, he still felt a chill attack. Am I sick? Qin Ming couldn't help thinking that he felt that he was too afraid of the cold these few days. Qin Ming endured his physical discomfort, grabbed a few chickens, and brought them back to the cave. Then, Qin Ming felt a little bit weak in his body, and didn't want to move lazily. But Qin Ming still flew into the mountains, because his own food hasn't been settled yet. Qin Ming flapped his wings and shuttled in the woods. At this moment, a cool breeze blew. I saw patches of red and yellow leaves falling from the trees one after another, and they looked so beautiful that they were flying all over the sky. Autumn has come. When Qin Ming looked at the falling leaves flying all over the sky, he thought of this question. It's no wonder that I always feel cold recently, and I unconsciously leaned on the little fox Juer. It turned out to be the cause of my body. Qin Ming was somewhat clear. Even though it has evolved, Qin Ming is still an insect in essence. Those mammals have to hibernate in winter, and some bugs can live to the second year, and some will be frozen to death. Just as that sentence said, Xiaochong can't talk about it. Insects in summer cannot see winter, and they cannot bear it physically. It seemed that I was looking for an opportunity to move south, Qin Ming thought. Qin Ming didn't want to have a lifespan of hundreds of years, but he was frozen to death because he hadn't passed the winter. However, during this period of time, Qin Ming and little fox Juer get along very well, feeling very warm and sweet, and a little reluctant to leave. Just wait a few days. Qin Ming made a decision in his heart. In the past few days, Qin Ming took Juer to hunt and play in the mountains for an unprecedented time. As a black cicada, Qin Ming landed on the white fox in Juer. This strange combination appeared in the mountain together, and other animals fled one after another when they saw them. Juer looked very happy. Many of these animals were its natural enemies. She was the object of her dodge on weekdays, but at this moment, they all fled in embarrassment. Juer kept screaming happily, using its fox sound to attract more animals, and then scared them to run away, playing endlessly. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Is this a fake tiger? No, is it a fox fake insect prestige? Qin Ming thought of Juer excitedly. In the past few days, Qin Ming played with Juer happily. He didn't even take the initiative to swallow it. It was just that Qin Ming swallowed it when he encountered animals that couldn't open his eyes. Finally, the day came, and Qin Ming decided to leave. Before leaving, Qin Ming went to catch pheasants all over the mountains. He caught a few hundred pheasants for a long time. Qin Ming piled them all in the cave. Then, Qin Ming looked at Juer, who was still lying lazily on the fur bed, waved his small paw at her, then turned and left. Qin Ming flew slowly. At this moment, the little fox seemed to have noticed something. It rushed out of the hole and wailed at Qin Ming. Qin Ming felt reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't take the fox away. If he took the little fox and didn't wait to walk south, he might be frozen to death on the way. So he was cruel and speeded up slightly. In fact, if Qin Ming wanted to speed up, the fox couldn't see him at all. But Qin Ming was also reluctant, so he didn't fly too fast. Then, Qin Ming noticed that the little fox wailed and dashed on the ground in the direction where he left. Qin Ming felt hot when he saw it, but he was still cruel. Just fly at this speed, maybe it has to go further, it will give up. Qin Ming thought. But who knows, Qin Ming has been flying in the mountains for half an hour, and Beihujur is still looking for it, groaning at him from time to time. Goodbye Jur, stay alive. I will remember this place and I will be back next year. Qin Ming wanted the little fox to give up chasing, so he speeded up the flight. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming found that Jur the white fox speeded up his running speed, ignoring the scratching of the branches around him, and screaming at him, wailing like blood. Fine, you die, I'll take it and go. Qin Ming couldn't help it anymore and turned and flew back. At this time, Qin Ming suddenly heard Jur screaming. Qin Ming suddenly became anxious and flew back at full speed. Then, Qin Ming found that Jur seemed to be injured, with blood on his leg, and he was running in the direction where he left. I will never leave you again. Seeing Jur's miserable appearance, Qin Ming couldn't help making up his mind. I want to see, who in this mountain dare to bully the people I am covering. Qin Ming was angry when he saw Jur injured. At this time, Qin Ming found out. The grass behind Beihujur quickly separated to the two sides, as if something was swimming in it. As that thing quickly approached, Beihujur and Qin Ming finally merged. Qin Ming lightly landed on Jur's back. Qin Ming didn't have time to check Jur's injuries, and before he could say hello to Jur, he saw a monster more than 10 meters long showing out of the grass. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a creepy feeling when he saw this thing. Chapter 17, Jur Who Will Become a Human. What caught Qin Ming's eyes was a large black and bright centipede that was more than 10 meters long. This centipede has two beards on the head and its eyes are as big as a ball. The body of more than 10 meters is divided into sections, and each section has 2 feet. With densely packed feet, Qin Ming's eyes were dizzy. I rub, how can there be such a big centipede, isn't it a fine? Qin Ming couldn't help but think of it when he looked at the big centipede. At this moment, the centipede stared at Jur of the white fox with both eyes, with a bad expression. And Beihujur also looked at the centipede, wailed, then turned around and continued to flee, seeming to be very afraid of it. When Qin Ming saw this situation, he immediately knew that the centipede was the culprit who injured Jur, the white fox who had just killed it. Qin Ming suddenly became angry. It is really unreasonable that this damn big centipede hurt such a cute Jur. Don't you just grow older, what's wrong? See if I won't cut you off. Qin Ming thought about leaving Jur's back and flew towards the centipede spirit. Unexpectedly, although the centipede has a large body, it is not slow. When Qin Ming flew toward the centipede also used its dozens of pairs of feet to swim forward quickly. Rushed towards Jur. Qin Ming slammed into the outer shell of Wuzhong, making a ding sound of metal and iron struck. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Qin Ming's unfavorable iron wings didn't even hurt this big centipede. This is also a coincidence. This centipede is also a shelled insect, and I don't know how it did it. The hardness of its shell is actually equal to that of Qin Ming's wings. However, although the outer shell of the centipede was not damaged, Qin Ming's strength of 100,000 catties was not a joke. Even though Qin Ming did not hurt the centipede, he flew several meters out of it. At the same time, Qin Ming himself was hit a little dizzy. This is something that can't be helped. Qin Ming's hardness is similar to that of centipede, so he doesn't have any advantage in this regard. In the end, although Qin Ming had great strength, with Qin Ming's body as a cicada, he couldn't successfully use his strength at all. Therefore, although he hit 1,000 enemies, he was self-defeating. 100. However, due to Qin Ming's obstruction, the centipede did not catch Zhu'er smoothly after all. At this time, Qin Ming recovered and flew to the sky slowly. Zhu'er took the opportunity to run to a short wood not far away, looked up and looked anxious. He kept shouting at Qin Ming. Just when Qin Ming was thinking of a solution, the centipede was transformed into an ugly middle-aged man. He wore the same clothes as those people Qin Ming saw in the town. "Which mountain monster you are, dare to take care of my affairs? I have been chasing this little fox demon for a while. If you know it, leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." The middle-aged man looked at Qin Ming, who was flying in the sky, and shouted at him. This centipede can turn into a human." Qin Ming looked at the ugly and hideous middle-aged man, and when he heard him spit out, he felt that his brain was not enough. "Smelly centipede, don't waste your efforts. Although Brother Cicada is conscious, he still seems to be unable to transform himself and can't talk to you. Didn't you just come at me? I've been hiding so far. You have been chasing me all the time. If that's the case, then come on, I will fight for this life, and I will have another fight with you." When Qin Ming was shocked, Qin Ming saw that the white fox that had originally stood on the low wood was also transformed. She became a young girl in a white dress with a white scarf on her face. The girl's skin was white and tender, and her voice was like an aureole. She looked at the ugly middle-aged man and said faintly. Chapter 18, Centipede. Monster. When Qin Ming saw the ugly man turned into by the centipede and the girl turned into by the white fox Zhu'er, he suddenly understood something in his heart. Centipede Jing and Beihu Zhu'er are the kind of monsters that can be transformed into humans that he once saw on TV and novels. Moreover, once they change into adults, they can still speak out. This is exactly what Qin Ming is looking forward to. He has been reborn as a cicada for so long, and he hasn't communicated with anyone yet. Whether it is laughing or cursing, in short, you have to be able to speak. After becoming an adult, many things will be convenient. I can at least hold the weapon, at least I can use all my strength. The most important thing is that after changing into an adult, you may be able to do shameful things. Qin Ming couldn't help but think of the beautiful and charming woman Zhu'er had transformed into. It turned out to be an uncivilized bug, stinky girl. I was a little jealous at first, but when you say this, I'm relieved. You too will be my uncle's snack. The centipede turned ugly young man looked at the white fox Zhu'er and the body of Qin Ming flying in the sky, and said with a grinning smile. As a centipede, you do not practice well, but you always want to gain spiritual power by devouring the flesh and blood of others. This kind of unearned method will definitely make your foundation unstable. After hearing what the ugly middle-aged said, Beihu Zhu'er was very disdainful of the centipede's method, and said to him with some disdain. So what? As a monster, you have to worry about being chased by monks and Taoists, and you have to worry about being surrounded and suppressed by heavenly soldiers and generals. How can you care about so much? When the ugly middle-aged man listened to Zhu'er's words, his face became very beautiful. Brother Cicada, I know you can understand me. We are not his opponents. Go away. Thank you for being with me these days. Zhu'er is very happy. I hope I can see you in the next life. Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming with dark eyes, and there seemed to be determination in his eyes. Then, she gritted her teeth, seeming to have made up her mind, and took off the white face towel. Qin Ming saw a beautiful face appear in front of him, and it was so beautiful that it suffocated him. The fox girl is so charming, but Qin Ming felt that Zhu'er's charming appearance showed indescribable purity, which made him feel pity. Unfortunately, before Qin Ming took another look at this face, Zhu'er put on the face towel again. Then, Zhu'er exhaled a white flame, spraying it at the ugly man transformed into a centipede. Qin Ming could feel that although the flame was white, the temperature was not low. As soon as the flame came out, the surrounding air seemed to be burnt and fluctuated. Qin Ming felt a great threat when he saw the flames. It's just that when the flame was spit out, Zhuer's face seemed a little pale, too tired. Good job. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. The centipede spirit naturally refused to show weakness. He shouted and vomited a cloud of black mist. As soon as the black fog and the white flame met, there was a sizzling burning sound. Seeing this, the black centipede laughed and said, "Little white fox, you are the nemesis of my poison, but your Taoism is too shallow. If you practice for a few hundred years, I might see you. Run away, but now you should surrender obediently." Qin Ming heard what the centipede said, and, as expected, saw the white flames that Zhuer sprayed gradually shrinking, and the poisonous mist sprayed by the centipede essence still had a big chunk. Some poisonous fog was burned by the fire, turned into liquid, and dripped onto the ground. Qin Ming saw that the vegetation on the ground was withered and killed by the poisonous poison, and even the ground was corroded out of invisible one by one holes. Die your heart. My nine-tailed clan is also King Kai's royal clan, so I never surrendered. Zhuer said to the centipede Jing with a somewhat resolute expression. Then, Qin Ming saw Zhuer lightly open Tan's mouth, and a round yellow bead flew out of her mouth and smashed towards the centipede. When the centipede Jing saw this, he did not dare to neglect, and he opened his mouth and spit out a bead that was similar to a deep yellow light, and greeted the bead that Zhuer spit out. The inner alchemy of monsters. Somehow, when Qin Ming saw these two beads, he naturally thought of their names. It is said that this inner alchemy is the most important thing for a monster. It is regarded as a life by the monster. Once the inner alchemy is lost, the monster's mana is lost. Unless a new inner alchemy can be cultivated quickly, it will not live for too long. Not good. Zhuer is in danger. Seeing this situation, Qin Ming didn't think much about it. He maximized his speed and flew towards the centipede spirit with his wings. At this moment, Qin Ming's body wanted a black lightning bolt. This was the first time he had maximized his speed since he evolved. Qin Ming seemed to feel that his wings were about to burn. After Qin Ming flew over, he saw the middle-aged leg of the centipede that had been transformed into something that had fallen from him. The ugly middle-aged suddenly let out a scream. The poisonous fog in the air dissipated, and the inner core of the centipede flew back into its mouth. He became a large centipede more than 10 meters long, but Qin Ming had just cut a leg, and he had few legs on one side at the moment. Got one. Moreover, the centipede essence vomited blood from time to time, looking at Qin Ming with bitter eyes. And Behu Zhuer also took back an inner alchemy, and some faint flames. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw that Zhuer was fine. Zhuer is such an intimate and cute little fox, Qin Ming really couldn't bear to be eaten by a centipede like this alive. Brother Cicada, it was fighting with me for Neodan just now, but it was interrupted by you and suffered a backlash. When it was injured, you should kill it as soon as possible, otherwise once it recovers, we will be miserable. White Fox Zhuer saw Qin Ming, who was a little hesitant in the air, and shouted anxiously. Qin Ming immediately understood Zhuer's reminder. Flying at full speed, Qin Ming flew toward the centipede, and soon cut off one of the centipede's feet. Qin Ming realized that after the centipede was injured, his shell seemed not as hard as before. The centipede didn't see it well, and turned around and fled quickly. It's just that Qin Ming chopped off 2 of his insteps, and his speed was far less flexible than before. Qin Ming flew quickly and cut off one of the centipede's tentacles. Suddenly, the centipede was not able to find a balance. Although the speed was not slow, it always took detours. Qin Ming shot again and cut the centipede into 2 pieces. Seeing that the centipede was not dead, he cut it into quarters. Qin Ming saw that the part with the head was still moving. There is a saying in the old saying that the 100-legged insect is dead but not stiff. Qin Ming knew that to kill it, most of it still had to cut out its inner alchemy. As a result, Qin Ming cut quickly towards the head of the centipede again. Finally, thanks to Qin Ming's efforts, the centipede completely lay on the ground and stopped moving. Qin Ming also cut out the inner alchemy, brightly looking like a small one. Light bulb. At this moment, the girl that Zhu'er transformed into seemed to be relieved when he saw the centipede smashed. Then, Zhu'er seemed to finally be unable to bear it. She spewed a bit of blood and dyed her masked white gauze red. Under Qin Ming's worried gaze, Zhu'er changed from a pretty girl with pinting to a small white fox. Chapter 19, Cure Zhu'er. Zhu'er, don't have anything to do with you. Qin Ming became anxious when he saw Zhu'er Beihu's weak state, and shouted anxiously in his heart. Qin Ming found that Zhu'er's originally bright eyes were a little dim at the moment. It seems that he is dying, and his life is not long. How to do? How to do? Qin Ming was at a loss. Qin Ming didn't want the caring little fox he knew to leave him like this. Qin Ming kept shaking his wings anxiously and flew around in front of Beihu Zhu'er. I hoped to get Zhu'er's attention and hear her loud howling. However, Qin Ming saw that Zhu'er's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and he seemed to be about to close it soon. Hold on. Zhu'er. Qin Ming silently cheered up Zhu'er in his heart. Qin Ming knew that Zhu'er must have suffered serious internal injuries while desperately fighting the centipede. If Zhu'er's injury is allowed to continue, once she closes her eyes, she may not open it again. Qin Ming couldn't help being a little anxious, wishing to take the place of Zhu'er to endure these pains. If he was injured, he could be cured as long as he consumed energy. Energy. When Qin Ming thought of this, he suddenly found a little light in his eyes. Qin Ming saw that it was the inner alchemy of the centipede that he had killed just now. Centipede's inner alchemy? Qin Ming couldn't help but stunned when he looked at the inner alchemy. Yes, there seems to be energy in the inner alchemy. Just now, isn't that centipede essence also intending to devour Zhu'er's inner alchemy? Qin Ming suddenly thought. What Qin Ming didn't know was that when Zhu'er was desperately fighting with Centipede Jing, she had exhausted her own physical energy, and because of this, she had suffered a very serious internal injury, which made her appear so vulnerable. If this inner alchemy is served to Zhu'er, Zhu'er will be able to come back to life if he has spiritual support. He's just slapped right now. Qin Ming looked at the shining golden inner alchemy, refreshed, and then he flew to the top of the inner alchemy quickly. Qin Ming looked at the inner alchemy that was almost the same size as his body, and used all four claws together. At this time, Qin Ming suddenly heard the sound of the system. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Congratulations to the host. Find new energy that can be swallowed. Is it swallowed? It turns out that this inner alchemy is also energy that can be swallowed up. Qin Ming understood the prompts of the system. In fact, Qin Ming didn't know that all monsters with inner alchemy, their mana is basically in the inner alchemy. The inner alchemy is naturally energy that can be swallowed. If it is those monsters who have surpassed the realm of inner alchemy and survived the tribulation of transformation, then their inner alchemy will be transformed into energy and spread to various parts of the body, which can be called by the monsters of transformation at any time. But now most of the monsters are phantom bodies, and they have not survived the tribulation of transformation. Don't swallow it. Qin Ming decisively rejected the system prompt. At this moment, this inner alchemy is Qin Ming's hope to save Zhu'er. How could Qin Ming just devour it? If he wants the inner alchemy, Qin Ming is confident that as he continues to evolve, he can hunt other monsters on his own. And when that happens, Zhu'er will definitely help him. Qin Ming grabbed the inner alchemy and flew to Zhu'er without hesitation. Then, Qin Ming put the inner alchemy to Zhu'er's mouth. Just as Qin Ming was a little embarrassed, thinking about how to put the inner alchemy into Zhu'er's mouth, Zhu'er seemed to feel something. She opened her mouth, and then the inner alchemy turned into a ball of light, and went in with a grunt. Zhu'er's mouth. It must be effective. Qin Ming saw it and looked at Zhu'er nervously. After a while, Qin Ming found that Zhu'er's complexion gradually improved, and her eyes gradually brightened. Qin Ming was relieved now. Taking advantage of Zhu'er's recovery, Qin Ming fluttered his wings and came to the fragmented corpse of the centipede that he had cut. Qin Ming grabbed a section of the corpse of the centipede, and the system's voice immediately rang. Congratulations to the host. A new source of energy is discovered. Is it swallowed? Yes. Qin Ming answered without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for gaining energy points. The host has energy points at the moment, and there is still a bit of distance to upgrade. Please continue to work hard. Qin Ming was surprised when he heard the system's voice. He never expected that a corpse of a centipede would provide him with some energy. Qin Ming looked at the corpses that were cut by him, his eyes started to shine. What Qin Ming didn't know was that this centipede was already a monster, and it was still a monster of good strength. Although most of the aura of the centipede essence is in the inner alchemy, there is still a part of it in the body. Although Qin Ming has evolved several times, he is still a mortal after all. It is only because he possesses a human soul that he is different. On this land, with the same physical conditions as Qin Ming at this moment, the uncivilized strange worm and beast, the whole world is unknown. Qin Ming swallowed the corpse of the centipede, tasted the sweetness, and flew over with the large corpse of the centipede. Congratulations to the host for discovering which source the new can come from. Will it be swallowed? The system's voice was reminded of exhaustion. Yes. Qin Ming replied with some excitement, looking at the large corpse in front of him. Congratulations to the host for gaining ability points. Current energy points. After Qin Ming swallowed the huge corpse, the system reminded. After testing, the host's energy has reached the upgrade conditions. This upgrade will take 10 hours. Does the host upgrade? Chapter 20, Zhu'er Rehabilitation. No. Qin Ming refused the system upgrade reminder. This evolution takes 10 hours. For such a long time, Qin Ming could not guarantee that he would not be interfered by the outside world. Moreover, Zhu'er was still injured at this time and had not healed. It was not the best time to upgrade at all. Qin Ming took a look and found that Zhu'er had closed his eyes and seemed to be using certain techniques to accelerate the absorption of spiritual power. Zhu'er was no longer lying there softly, but lying on his back, with his big furry tail curled up in front. Qin Ming knew that Zhu'er's condition was getting better. Qin Ming nodded in relief, and then he continued to devour the remains of the centipede essence. These dozens of corpses, large and small, were enough for Qin Ming to swallow for a while. After about a quarter of an hour, Qin Ming finally swallowed the entire centipede essence. At this time, Qin Ming discovered that the energy he possessed at the moment had reached 27,000 points. Qin Ming was really surprised. He calculated that this centipede spirit actually provided nearly 20,000 points of energy, not counting the inner alchemy that also possesses energy that can be swallowed. After Qin Ming swallowed, he flew back to Zhu'er. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Qin Ming hovered gently in front of Zhu'er, waiting for Zhu'er's injury to recover. Looking at Zhu'er's white and soft fur, Qin Ming thought of Zhu'er heating him in the cave. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour, with a poof, Zhu'er spouted a mouthful of black blood from his mouth, and then slowly opened his eyes. What Zhu'er sprayed was the blood that had accumulated in her body when she was injured. At this moment, all of them were discharged by her, and her injury was more than half healed. The rest only needs to rest for a period of time, and then it can be completely healed. But how did Qin Ming know that this sudden change caused Qin Ming to jump off? It was not until Qin Ming saw Zhu'er's bright and soulful eyes that he relaxed his mind. Zhu'er's injury improved, Qin Ming was very happy, and his tight heart was relieved, and then he flew happily in front of Zhu'er for several laps before stopping. Then, Qin Ming took Zhu'er and flew to the cave where they once lived. This time Qin Ming didn't dare to fly fast, he swayed slowly in front of Jur, hovering in the air from time to time. It seemed that no mosquitoes were flying fast. Jur saw Qin-Ming, and there was a bright smile in his bright eyes. Then, Jur signaled Qin-Ming to fly to her, and she ran towards the cave with Qin-Ming, and the speed of the two of them increased. Qin-Ming fell on Jur beautifully, and he interrupted his heart. When Jur completely recovers from the injury, he will level up. After the upgrade, if Jur really agrees, then he will take Jur down to find a warm place. After a while, under Jur's rapid advance, the two little guys who had been lawless in the mountains finally returned to the cave that made them feel very familiar and warm. Jur habitually crawled among the many furs, and Qin-Ming also got into Jur's arms. After that, the two of them started the same beautiful days as before, when Qin-Ming went out hunting, and Jur healed at home. Finally, on this day, when Qin-Ming grabbed two wild pheasants and returned to the cave from outside, Qin-Ming found that Jur had become the girl in white fluttering and white veil, just like a fairy. Qin-Ming was overjoyed when she saw it, and Jur finally recovered completely. Chapter 21, Jur loves her body and promises. Brother Cicada, my injury is healed. Seeing Qin-Ming, Jur said in surprise, with a sweet voice. While talking, Jur stretched out a catkin and beckoned to Qin-Ming. Qin-Ming was also very happy when he heard the words. He let go of his paws, swished, and flew to Jur's side. Two dying pheasants that had been tortured by Qin-Ming long ago fell to the ground with a thump, and then uttered a mournful cry. However, at this moment, Qin-Ming and Jur are still thinking about them. A young girl and a fist-sized, weird-looking black cicada are looking at each other. Although the picture is a bit strange, there is an indescribable harmony. Qin-Ming was suspended in the air, close to Jur. Jur looked at Qin-Ming in front of him, with a complicated expression on his beautiful face. He didn't know what he was thinking. Then, Jur stretched out his hands and carefully touched Qin-Ming's palms, and gently sat on the fur on the cave floor. Jur gently looked at Qin-Ming, who was held by it, and slowly said, Brother Cicada, I know you can understand Jur. Do you know that when Jur wore this white face towel on his face? I once made a wish that only people who like it will reveal it. Although Jur thought he was going to die that day, he opened the face towel to you, but Jur's decision is still valid. You will be my husband in the future. Up. Jur told Qin-Ming, then, freeing up a hand, she slowly took off her face towel again, revealing her pure and charming face. Huh, is this the legendary promise? From now on, such a beautiful Jur will be my wife. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Qin-Ming was a little excited when he heard Jur's words, and his body shook, almost falling out of Jur's palm. Brother Cicada, I know you must be very curious about Jur's origins. Now Jur will tell you about Jur's life experience, so that you can have a thorough understanding of Jur. Jur didn't notice Qin-Ming's abnormality. Her beautiful eyes looked straight into the distance, as if recalling something. Although Qin-Ming couldn't speak, he was also very curious about Jur's life experience, so he shook his wings slightly and nodded at Jur. Seeing Qin-Ming's behavior, Jur smiled with a beautiful face, as if 100 flowers blossomed. Jur didn't expect that Qin-Ming would respond to her, so he opened his heart and said to Qin-Ming, Brother Chan, do you know? Since those days, you took good care of Jur. Jur decided to stay with her. Thank you. Whether you are your maid or a servant, you are the best person to Jur when he grows up like this. Qin-Ming shook his head quickly after hearing what Jur said. Is Jur kidding? Just now I said that I want to marry me. How can it take a blink of an eye? It's a servant again, and it's a maid's again. If it's a maid, it should be the kind of maid who can warm the bed. Looking at Jur's beautiful face, Qin-Ming couldn't help but think. Jur looked at Qin-Ming and shook his head. He didn't know what Qin-Ming wanted to express. She only thought that Qin-Ming was actually interacting with her. So, She looked at Qin Ming and continued, that day, the centipede that killed Zhu'er Jing, at least 500 years of Taoism, and Zhu'er only has more than 20 years of mana, and because he was born into the Qingkai Fox clan, he can fight with it? But Zhu'er knew he was not his opponent at all. Zhu'er thought that he was going to die, so he lifted the face towel, intending to let Brother Chan see Zhu'er for the last time. It would not be a waste to meet us. But unexpectedly, Brother Chan killed the centipede and saved it with the inner alchemy of the centipede. Zhu'er. After listening to Zhu'er, Qin Ming knew how powerful the centipede was that day. He could kill him. Thanks to Zhu'er's containment, otherwise, under the attack of the centipede's poison, he would probably only have to escape. Up. Brother Cicada, do you know what a 500-year-old inner alchemy means? If you absorb it, relying on the nourishment of inner alchemy spiritual power, you will be able to progress smoothly to become a great demon in the future. But, for your sake Zhu'er, but willingly gave up his chance. Your kindness to Zhu'er is so important, Zhu'er will definitely never abandon you, no matter when you can transform into form, Zhu'er will always be with you. Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming with a pair of beautiful eyes, and said affectionately. When Qin Ming heard Zhu'er's confession, he was very moved. He remembered a sentence he didn't know where he had heard, I wish to have one's heart, and the white head will not be separated. P.S. I recommend a book from a big guy, the online game God Lin Zitashan Fox Demon, you can go and read it. Chapter 22, The Evolution of the Legend of the Green Hill Fox begins. Brother Chan, Zhu'er mentioned Qingkai many times just now, you must be very curious about Qingkai. Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming and asked. Qin Ming nodded again and agreed. Qin Ming was really curious about Qingkai in his heart. Zhu'er who came out of Qingkai had only 20 years of mana, and he was able to fight a 500-year-old monster. That's awesome, isn't it? Qin Ming felt better than himself, someone with a magical system. Cut, short-sighted. Just as Qin Ming's inner thoughts were tumbling, the cute voice of a little girl rang. But what was said in this cute tone was a tone of contempt. Who? Qin Ming was startled when he heard this sound, and asked nervously, almost flying off Zhu'er's hand with excitement. Hey, I didn't expect that, I still couldn't hold back it, so I exposed it. I am the real soul of the system, Master Qin Ming, you can call me a trail. Ming Meng's voice then rang. Xiaodao, what the hell is this? You are obviously a loli, okay. Why did you give this name? Qin Ming asked suspiciously. Oh, you will know in the future. Let's accompany your warm girl first. Chat with me when I have time, I am very good, in any case you must not underestimate me. Humph. Lori named Xiaodao said to Qin Ming angrily. Hey, make it clear. How good are you? However, no matter how Qin Ming asked, Loli Xiaodao refused to speak out, and seemed to be angry. The dialogue in his heart was a momentary matter. Seeing that the spirit of this mysterious system refused to pay attention to himself, Qin Ming withdrew his mind, looked at Zhu'er's beautiful face, and listened to Zhu'er's narration. Zhu'er was born in Qingkai. Qingkai is in a mysterious place, and it is also the hometown of the Fox tribe. Seeing Qin Ming nodding, Zhu'er explained to him. Then, Zhu'er showed grief and seemed to think of something, and then whispered to Qin Ming, the nine-tailed fox family is the king of Qingkai, but in recent years, the fox with 9 tails has completely changed from youth to youth. Qiu disappeared, and the elder with the most tails has a tail. Qingkai is more of a multi-tailed fox with 3 tails and above. In the fox family, the tail represents the strength of mana and the potential for future development, and even represents according to the life of each fox. It is said that Zhuwei possesses 9 lives and has boundless mana. But, I don't know why, since Zhu'er was born, he has only 1 tail, and his mana is much weaker than other foxes. Therefore, I being rejected by Qingkai, they thought that I was an ominous thing that would dilute the thin blood of Kinkaio Nine Tails, so when I became an adult, they kicked me out. Wipe, this Kinkaio Fox tribe, is there a brain hole? He drove out such a cute Jewar. Seeing Jewar's sad look, Qin-Ming couldn't help thinking angrily. Who knows, not long after I came out, I met the centipede just now. He said that there is pure spiritual power in my body. He wanted to eat me and always chased me. I was caught by her last time. For the injured, fortunately you took me in. Jewar seemed to have some fear when talking about the centipede, but soon she showed a firm gaze and said to Qin-Ming, but I am very lucky to meet Brother Cicada. Although, I was expelled by Kinkaio. Yes, but I don't resent them, they also have their own difficulties. Jewar is not only beautiful, but also very kind in heart. I will definitely protect her in the future. Qin-Ming was moved by Jewar's kindness and tolerance, and could not help secretly make up his mind. After all, there is Jewar's home. If one day, Jewar feels that he is going to die, Jewar will return there. Jewar is an ordinary white fox. I hope that Brother Cicada will not despise me. Otherwise, Jewar really has nowhere to stay. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. The disillusioned woman of Behu Jewar, holding Qin-Ming, telling her own life experience, her eyes are rippling on her beautiful face. When Qin-Ming heard Jewar's words, he kept shaking Cicada's body up and down, nodding in agreement. Qin-Ming felt that Jewar was so pitiful. Brother Cicada, this is what Jewar's life experience is. Unfortunately, you can't transform yourself, otherwise, Jewar can listen to your life experience. As a cicada demon, you must have experienced a lot of hardship. That day you flew away alone, leaving Jewar behind, to migrate? Don't leave Jewar next time, Jewar will walk with you and will never drag you down. Jewar-ken and Qin-Ming seemed to say that Qin-Ming listened, but they seemed to mutter to himself. Qin-Ming saw that Jewar had finished speaking and knew Jewar's wish, so Qin-Ming flew from Jewar's hands. Qin-Ming knew that the day he had been looking forward to had finally arrived. In Jewar's puzzled gaze, Qin-Ming came to the center of the cave, then waved his wings and digged underground. After a quarter of an hour, Qin-Ming dug a fist-sized deep hole more than 10 meters deep. Brother Cicada, what are you going to do? Seeing Qin-Ming's actions, Jewar asked suspiciously on her face full of incomprehension. After that, Jewar remembered that Qin-Ming couldn't speak, so she looked at Qin-Ming and asked, Brother Cicada, are you going to cultivate? Qin-Ming thought for a while, and the meaning was the same, so he nodded to Jewar. Therefore, what Qin-Ming couldn't express became clearer. After digging the hole, Qin-Ming grabbed a few pieces of fur and dragged it to the opening of the hole he dug. Then, Qin-Ming flew to Jewar and made a few turns, and then pointed his paw at the entrance of the hole. Are you asking me to protect the law for you? Seeing Qin-Ming's actions, Jewar couldn't help but ask softly. Qin-Ming listened and nodded repeatedly. Secretly praised Jewar for being smart. Brother Cicada, don't worry. Jewar will definitely guard you. Seeing Qin-Ming's appearance, Jewar's beautiful face became very firm, and assured Qin-Ming. Qin-Ming was naturally relieved of what Jewar said, so he flapped his wings and flew into the cave he had dug. Qin-Ming couldn't be careful, after all, 10,000 points of evolutionary energy were hard-won. If it weren't for the centipede, Qin-Ming would only swallow the animals in the mountains, and he didn't know how long it would take to swallow them. Qin-Ming's current energy is a little bit, able to withstand the failure of an upgrade, but Qin-Ming still hopes to succeed in the first time. Qin-Ming landed steadily to the bottom of the deep hole, and then Qin-Ming activated his perception skills. Qin-Ming saw that Jewar had covered a tiger's fur over the hole he had dug. Then, Jewar carefully cleaned up the surrounding traces. At this moment, looking at the top of the hole, it was like a resting place. If you don't take the fur away, no one will find the clues below. When Qin-Ming saw it, he couldn't help but secretly praise Jur for being smart. Then, under Qin Ming's perception, he saw Jur sitting on the tiger's fur. While guarding Qin Ming, Jur began to meditate, slowly absorbing the centipede essence inner pill that was swallowed by her. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and emotional. However, at this time the upgrade was important, and Qin Ming quickly withdrew his perception. Upgrade. Then, Qin Ming said to the system inwardly. This upgrade will take 10 hours. Will the host continue to upgrade? The system heard Qin Ming's order and asked again. As soon as Qin Ming heard it, it was still the cold electronic voice, not the voice of the cute loli who was clearly called Xiaodao. I guess that loli was still angry. But at this time, Qin Ming didn't have time to think too much, he said silently in his heart, yes. Following Qin Ming's order, a golden light shined on Qin Ming's body again. Chapter 23, Silver Cicada Body. Qin Ming's pure black cicada body was bathed in an upgraded golden light. Soon, Qin Ming realized something was wrong. When he upgraded before, Qin Ming would lose consciousness and knew nothing about the outside world. However, this time, Qin Ming could clearly feel that the mysterious golden light covering his body was transforming his body. Qin Ming discovered that with the penetration of golden light, his originally pitch-black and iron-like solid yike shell and wings were turning into a silvery white color bit by bit. With this slight change, there was a special touch. Power also began to surge in his little cicada's body. However, this transformation was very slow. Qin Ming observed for a while and found that it was only a wing, that he didn't know how long it would take to make the transformation, so he stopped observing it. Then, Qin Ming focused his attention on the abdominal cavity. Qin Ming was surprised to find that in his abdominal cavity, there was a small golden dot, which was slowly forming, and the small one was almost invisible. If it weren't for Qin Ming's the ability to perceive is invisible at all. Qin Ming carefully observed it for half an hour before it gradually became the size of a grain of rice. What is this? Inner Dan? Qin Ming couldn't help feeling a little surprised when he watched the magical scene in his danshan. However, the change was too slow. Qin Ming watched it for a while, but he didn't see why. Qin Ming simply stopped observing it. Anyway, no matter how it changes, he will see the results of evolution after 10 hours. At that time, all the changes will be clear at a glance. Why bother to pay attention to this? Thinking of this, Qin Ming shifted his attention to his head, with Jur sitting cross-legged. Qin Ming tried. His perception can use two different effects. If he perceives in one direction, Qin Ming can feel things that are thousands of meters away. And if Qin Ming fully perceives, he can perceive everything within 100 meters of him, centered on him. At this moment, Qin Ming is using the second usage of perception, so when Qin Ming's perception is centered on him and gradually spread out, Qin Ming clearly feels. Suddenly, a clear image came back to Qin Ming's mind. Then, Qin Ming felt that his smooth evolution had suddenly stopped. Qin Ming was taken aback. He didn't know what happened, and quickly withdrew his perception, and evolution stabilized. Seeing that it was all right, Qin Ming's perception returned to Jur, but as soon as Qin Ming came up with the thought that excited him, Qin Ming realized that there was a trend of interruption in evolution again, and Qin Ming had no choice but to withdraw his perception again. At this moment, Qin Ming's heart moved, and he understood. It turned out that emotions should not fluctuate too much during the evolution process, otherwise it would easily affect the promotion. Therefore, when he evolved before, Qin Ming's perception and everything were shielded. When he recovered, the evolution had already been completed. However, why is it that my consciousness is restored now so that I can perceive the outside world? If the insensitivity is closed, wouldn't it be a lot less disturbing? Wouldn't it be easier to evolve and succeed? Qin Ming had some doubts in his heart. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Stupid. Perception is closed. If the evolution time is too long, the host will be severely threatened by life without knowing it, which will affect the life of the host. And letting go of perception, the host can make appropriate choices based on the actual situation. This I made the decision after weighing the pros and cons. You dare to question me? Qin Ming didn't expect that when he was wondering in his heart, that cute Loli's voice suddenly rang in his heart. This Lolita, who is called Xiaodao, although answered Qin Ming's question, she also frightened Qin Ming, causing Qin Ming's mood to fluctuate violently again. The main reason is that the sound is too sudden. Qin Ming calmed down for a long time before regaining his state of mind. Qin Ming thought that the system was helping him to advance, and he had no time to care about him. Unexpectedly, the soul of this system, Lori, would suddenly put a mouth in his heart. Hey, can you speak later? Please say hello in advance. Qin Ming complained to Lori, Xiaodao, a little depressed. Because of Loli's interruption, he almost failed the promotion. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The cute little Lolita may have also sensed her influence on Qin Ming. She heard Qin Ming's inner complaints against her, and after cursing Qin Ming, she stopped speaking. Proud. Qin Ming couldn't help flashing these two words in his heart. Seeing that the soul of the system was no longer bothering him, Qin Ming kept calm and let go of perception. Qin Ming planned to exercise his state of mind and make necessary preparations for the unexpected danger. Then, Qin Ming diverged his perception and went to observe the entire cave. Qin Ming found that his mood was very peaceful and did not interfere with his promotion at all, so Qin Ming did not give up on Zhuer's body to perceive it. Who knows, Qin Ming's mood fell again after feeling the natural enchantment radiating from Zhuer. Qin Ming quickly stabilized his mood. It took a while before Qin Ming calmed down. This time, he didn't dare to try Zhuer again. Qin Ming hoped that the evolution would be completed sooner. This state of being able to feel the outside world and being unable to move again is really boring. Qin Ming was so bored that he perceives the cave where he and Zhuer are from inch to inch. After Qin Ming perceives the cave several times, Qin Ming diverges and perceives outside the cave. Qin Ming wants to know how far he can perceive. Then, Qin Ming found that he sensed the hibernation in the cave. 1 kilometer away, 2 ants were fighting over a dead insect corpse. And further away, in a small cave, 2 gray hairs were resting in the dark. Qin Ming found it interesting. He felt it all within a radius of more than 1,000 meters of the cave. Slowly, Qin Ming lost his freshness, and then he withdrew his consciousness. At this time, several hours had passed, and Qin Ming discovered that most of his body had become silvery white, and his 2 wings had become silvery. Qin Ming's appearance at the moment looked very cool and handsome, much better than when he was completely dark. It used to be an iron-winged black cicada. After this time it has evolved. What new species will it become? However, when the silver cicada and the white fox walk together, it looks more harmonious. Qin Ming felt his cool appearance, and couldn't help but think proudly. Then, Qin Ming secretly looked forward to the completion of this evolution sooner. It's just that, after all, this evolution has to be done bit by bit, and Qin Ming's will is not at all shifting. The boredom of Qin Ming and others extended his consciousness beyond the cave. At this moment, perceiving the outside of the cave, Qin Ming couldn't help but squeak in his heart. Qin Ming discovered that a person was walking straight towards the cave from the east of the cave. Chapter 24, Taoist Donglei. Qin Ming saw that the person who came was wearing a grey Taoist uniform, holding a white floating dust in his hand, a long beard, a clean face, and an immortal appearance. If he was on the earth, Qin Ming would still feel curious and kind when he saw this Taoist priest, and would find that Taoist priest to give him fortune-telling. But at this moment, Qin Ming had learned from the dead centipede that Taoist monks were not very friendly to monsters, and in the name of demons and slayers, they killed monsters to increase their reputation or get money. This Taoist priest dared to enter the mountain alone. It seemed that the visitor was not kind. Qin Ming perceives that Zhu'er is still sitting in the cave meditating ignorantly at this moment, protecting him. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a little anxious, but couldn't remind Zhu'er. At this time, the Taoist priests got closer and closer. Then, Qin Ming saw that the Taoist priest suddenly took out a compass from his pocket, looked at it carefully, and then he walked straight towards the cave where Zhu'er was. The Taoist priest who came from the east walked into the cave. When he saw that he was sitting cross-legged, he couldn't help but was taken aback. It seemed that he didn't expect that there were people in the cave. When the Taoist priest came in, Zhu'er opened his eyes, and a look of nervousness was added to his beautiful face under the white gauze, but his beautiful eyes stared at the Taoist priest closely. Due to the veil covering, the Taoist priest could not see Zhu'er's nervous face. The Taoist priest just looked at Zhu'er for a moment, and then, with a shot of the dust, he said to the chief Zhu'er who was sitting cross-legged, "The immeasurable heaven! This fellow Taoist, the poor Dao, has come to be polite." The Taoist priest didn't know the look in his eyes, and even recognized Zhu'er as a cultivator in the mountains, so he greeted Zhu'er very politely. When Qin Ming saw this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At least it seemed that the two had no intention of fighting, and Zhu'er was not in danger for the time being. The Taoist leader is polite. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. As a fox clan, Zhu'er was born intelligent. Seeing the Taoist priest saluting her, she also stood up and said crisply to the Taoist priest. The Taoist nodded slightly when he saw Zhu'er returning the gift, then he turned his head and looked around, as if he was looking for something. The Taoist looked around for a long time, but only saw the chicken feathers and the furs of various animals in the cave. He couldn't help but wrinkle his long pale eyebrows slightly. Zhu'er and Qin Ming, who was observing in the underground, were a little nervous when they saw the expression of the Taoist priest. They didn't know what the Taoist priest was looking for. The Taoist chief came here alone, what exactly is it looking for? Seeing the Taoist priest looking around, Zhu'er couldn't help asking. Dare to ask fellow Taoists, have you ever seen a fist-sized, pitch-black monster? The Taoist priest listened to Zhu'er's words and was silent for a while and continued to search, but found that he still had nothing. He couldn't help but looked at Zhu'er and asked aloud. As soon as the Taoist said this, Qin Ming, who was being promoted underground, couldn't help but feel shocked. He didn't expect that this Taoist had come to him. Zhu'er couldn't help but change his face when he heard it, but the Taoist had something in his heart and didn't notice that Zhu'er was unusual. Zhu'er pretended to be calm and looked at the Taoist priest, shaking his head gently, and said gently, "I haven't seen it. I don't know if I've been looking for that strange insect. What's the matter? Huh? That evil animal actually swallowed all the livestock and poultry in a town, and the life in the small town could not be carried out normally. The people in the town wrote to ask for help, and then my teacher sent the poor way to destroy the evil spirits. Magic." The Taoist priest heard Zhu'er's question and explained to Zhu'er angrily. Zhu'er nodded when he heard the words, but secretly said in his heart, "I never thought that Brother Cicada would have such a feat, but why can this Taoist priest find this place? No, I have to ask, it is too bad for Brother Cicada." Up. So Zhu'er pretended to be angry and said to the Taoist priest, "That strange bug is really hateful, it's just a Taoist leader. I don't know how you can be sure that the strange bug is in my cave? Did you find the wrong place?" Seeing Zhu'er's wit, Qin Ming couldn't help but chuckle secretly. He really didn't expect that Zhu'er was not pedantic at all, and he even knew the Taoist priest. Qin Ming didn't know it. There is an idiom called cunning like a fox, which refers to the intelligence of a fox. What's more, Zhu'er is the King-Kai fox among the foxes, and is more intelligent than the ordinary fox. The reason why Zhu'er didn't play tricks on Qin Ming was because Qin Ming saved Zhu'er's life, and Zhu'er had already secretly promised him. It can't be wrong. I have here a fragment of the monster shell that I obtained in that town, and if it is combined with my monster hunting disc, there will be no mistakes. As long as you can get the items on the monster stock, even if it is only one with this tiny hair, I can find monsters within 100 li with the help of my teacher's treasure hunting plate. The Taoist priest shook his head and said after hearing what Zhu'er said. Then, as if to verify what he said, the Taoist once again took out the old bronze compass that Qin Ming had seen from his arms. At this moment, I saw that Taoist priest looked at the compass, his face changed involuntarily. The Taoist pointed his finger at Zhu'er and reminded loudly, "Be careful, fellow Taoists, my compass shows that the strange bug is hidden in the ground below the place where you are standing. Hurry up and get away and let the poor Tao come to collect it." Chapter 25, Taoist Priest Fooled by Zhu'er. As soon as Qin Ming heard what the Donglei Taoist said, only then did he understand why the Taoist could reach him. At this moment, Qin Ming was a little bit regretful. He didn't expect that the Taoist priest had found him so far away from the town. If I knew this, it would be better to hide away and start evolution. Qin Ming sensed himself, and realized that at this moment, more than 95% of his whole body had turned silvery white. Qin Ming estimated that he could complete the evolution in about a minute. But who knew that at this critical moment, it was discovered by Donglei Taoist priests. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a little anxious, but he did not dare to have too violent mood swings for fear of affecting the promotion. If Zhu'er is in danger, stop the promotion. Qin Ming silently made up his mind while sensing the situation on the ground. Why should I avoid it? At this time, Qin Ming suddenly heard Zhu'er's beautiful voice. Qin Ming could hear that although Zhu'er's voice was not loud, it revealed a firm tone. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a little moved. Friends, don't miss your life in order to protect that monster. You still have a great time. Taoist Donglei looked at Zhu'er, and his voice threatened her a little severely. Then, Taoist Donglei lowered his head again and looked at his monster hunting plate, his expression turned a little strange. Donglei seemed to have encountered something incomprehensible. He muttered to himself, "It's strange, why does this monster hunting board show that the aura of the strange bug is getting weaker and weaker?" The Donglei Taoist priests did not know that it was precisely because the black shell on Qin Ming was evolving into silver, and the evolution was about to be completed soon, the aura belonging to the black shell naturally became less and less. As long as the Donglei Taoist arrives an hour and a half late, the black shell on Qin Ming's body will completely disappear. By then, he will be unable to locate Qin Ming if he has the so-called monster hunting plate. Dao Master, let me tell you the truth, the strange bug has been subdued by me. I am now refining it with treasures. After a while, the strange bug will die. After hearing what the Taoist priest said, Zhu'er said to him with an idea. However, Zhu'er was also secretly worried about Qin Ming. Zhu'er couldn't see what was happening in the cave where Qin Ming was located, but he heard the Donglei Taoist say that Qin Ming's aura was weakening, and Zhu'er was afraid that Qin Ming was practicing and become crazy. But in front of Taoist Donglei, Zhu'er did not dare to reveal the slightest. Hey, I didn't expect it to be subdued by fellow Daoists. The poor Dao came one step too late. Fellow Daoists, Da Neng, dare to ask Dao Fellow's Dharma title. Taoist Donglei looked at Zhu'er, as if he believed Zhu'er's words, and asked respectfully. Just call me King Zhu. Zhu'er thought for a while and said to Taoist Dong. Qingzhu is the meaning of Zhu'er obtaining King Kai Zhu'er, which means that she does not forget where she came from. Friends of the Qing Nine Daoists, there is an unrelenting request. After you kill the strange insect, can you give the corpse of the strange worm? The mortal must be taken back for business. After all, the mortal has already agreed to the town's stewardship. To kill the town. Judging from this breath, the poor Dao estimates that the strange bug will be completely wiped out by fellow Daoists in at least 2/4 of an hour. The Taoist priest looked at Zhu'er and said with some expectation. Smelly Taoist, you are going to talk too much. If you are acquainted, leave quickly, Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Juer's expression changed when he heard what the Taoist priest said, and he yelled at the Taoist priest, "Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz." Juer was worried about Qin Ming's comfort. Where was he still in the mood to play with Taoist priests? Then, Juer bent over to lift up the tiger fur covering the hole that Qin Ming dug out. She wanted to see if Qin Ming really had an accident. As the tiger's fur was lifted by Juer, a ray of golden light and silver light shone out from the hole. Juer saw Qin Ming's gleaming silver look bathed in golden light at the moment, and she couldn't help but look shocked. However, Juer also knew that Qin Ming's body should be undergoing some kind of magical change, but there was no danger of life, so she relaxed. Qin Ming sensed Juer's actions and couldn't help but cried out as a pity. If he can transmit the sound to Juer and ask Juer to drag on for a while, then he will successfully complete the evolution. But at this time, the Taoist priest noticed Juer's abnormal behavior. If Juer wants to deceive the Taoist priest, it might not be too smooth. Sure enough, when the Donglei Taoist saw Juer's behavior, he seemed to feel something wrong. He jumped into the air and then he saw Qin Ming shining in the cave. After comparing it with the monster hunting board, Donglei Taoist priests quickly figured out what was going on. Therefore, the Donglei Taoist looked at Juer and said angrily, "Demon girl, you dare to deceive me. You can't find death." The Donglei Taoist priest said, raising the white whisk in his hand and attacking Juer. Under Juer was the cave where Qin Ming was located. She promised to protect Qin Ming, and naturally refused to back down. As a result, Juer yelled, spit out a cloud of white flames from his mouth, and flew towards the dust from the east of the Taoist priest. Taoist Donglei was caught off guard. The dust was burned by Juer's foxfire, and it suddenly turned into a bald wooden pole, and then the wooden pole burned. Taoist Donglei saw him and yelled angrily, "Oh, you monster, dare to destroy my magic weapon. Seeing that you can breathe fire and bewitching, is it a fox? I didn't notice it for a while, and I actually followed your way." However, Juer ignored the Taoist priest Donglei's yelling. She concentrated on controlling the white fox flame to chase the Donglei Taoist priest. The Donglei Taoist priests didn't evade in time, and Juer burned more than half of his beard, and he no longer looked like a fairy tale bone. "Fairy, you actually burned my beard that I have kept for many years, the old man, and you are endlessly dying." Donglei Dao's morale was horrible, and he took out a stack of white-colored talisman from his arms. Unfortunately, Juer didn't give him time at all for him to smoothly launch those talismans, and to launch Huyan to chase the Taoist priests non-stop. Donglei Taoist priests saw Juer's fox Yan and threw the talisman over in a hurry. But the power of these talismans was so average that they couldn't break Juer's fox flame at all. The wind talisman, fire talisman, and water talisman were taken out of the arms of Donglei Taoist priests in a mess, and various visions flashed in the cave, which was really beautiful. The Donglei Taoist priest did not once again bring out a handy magic weapon. His magic weapon seemed to be the whisk, but it was a pity that he was destroyed by Juer's natal fox flame before he could use the magic weapon. Taoist Donglei was anxious by Juer. He took out a lot of talisman, and threw it at Juer. When Juer saw him, he quickly retracted Fox Yan to block him. Juer didn't dodge. She didn't want Qin Ming to be affected. The Taoist priest came to the east to have a chance to breathe. Then, Juer quickly broke the talisman and continued to control the fox flame to burn the Donglei Taoist priest. Donglei Taoist met, and hurriedly fled out of Shandong. He seemed to be really afraid of Juer. Upon seeing this, Juer took back Fox Yan. Originally, Juer was not enough to control the fox flame for such a long time and defeat the Donglei Taoist priests. However, at this moment, she swallowed the centipede essence inner pill that Qin Ming had fed her. The inner pill had sufficient spiritual power to provide Juer with supplements at any time. Therefore, Juer's control of the fox flame was no longer a problem. This is a fixed number for one drink and one peck. If Qin Ming doesn't give Zhu'er the inner pill, there will be no one to protect him when he is promoted today. Qin Ming couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief when he saw Zhu'er chasing away the Donglei Taoist. Then, Qin Ming continued to evolve with peace of mind. 20 minutes passed between the two of them. Qin Ming estimated that as long as a few more points, he would be able to complete the evolution and have a brand new body. However, at this moment, Qin Ming realized that the Donglei Taoist had actually returned. Not only that, he also brought a person with him. Chapter 26, Little Demon Qin Ming. Qin Ming saw that walking with the Donglei Taoist priest was a fat monk with a shaved head. The fat monk wears a reddish-brown prayer bead around his neck, and holds a jet-black bowl in his hand. Under the guidance of Taoist Donglei, the two men rushed toward the cave aggressively, shoulder to shoulder. Seeing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but change his color. A Taoist priest Zhu'er could cope with it, but adding another fat monk with unknown strength, Zhu'er seemed to be struggling to cope. When the two entered the cave, Zhu'er, who was meditating, was awakened. Zhu'er resolutely guarded the front of Qin Ming's cave, staring at the two uninvited guests. "Ba, the poor monk is called Fahe, you little fox demon, don't want to be presumptuous, quickly let the cave open, let the poor monk accept the strange insect. The poor monk should let you go, if not, take it with you." The fat monk looked at Zhu'er, pronounced the Buddha's name, and then shouted in full anger. "Master, don't be deceived by the appearance of this witch. Why don't you be polite with her? Let's join hands and take her first. This witch just made a scam and released a magical fire that burned my magic weapon. It also burned the beard that I had kept for so many years." The Donglei Taoist heard that the fat monk Fahe seemed to want to let go of Zhu'er and a horse, so he couldn't help but looked at Zhu'er and said bitterly, "Ba Buddha, the Taoist leader, the poor monk just received the incense money from the town steward to catch the strange bug, and he didn't want to kill more." The fat monk Fahe listened to the words of Donglei Daokang and couldn't help but pronounce the Buddha's name, shook his head and said to him, "You inadequate and conspiracy." When the Donglei Taoist heard the fat monk's words, he couldn't help but watch the fat monk say angrily, "Ba, your heart is upset." Fat monk Fahe listened to the Donglei Taoist priest and couldn't help but bow to him and said, This pedantic bald donkey." Taoist Donglei saw this monk Fahe pretending to be noble, pretending to be an eminent monk, angrily stood aside, and thought bitterly. Buddhism and Taoism have always struggled with each other. Today, Donglei Taoist priests were burned by fox demon with their beards and magical instruments. If this fat monk Fahe spreads it out, it will inevitably be another story of Buddhist and Taoism disputes. Donglei monks will also be comrades ridiculed. However, Buddhism and Taoism have a similar attitude towards monsters, or they can be taken back for their own use, or used as a guardian, or used as a mount, or they can be killed to earn money and fame from mortals. Therefore, the Donglei Taoist priests thought of joining hands with the monk Fahe to deal with Zhu'er. But who knows, the monk Fahe ignored him at all. Seeing this, the Taoist Donglei stepped aside and stopped talking. At the same time, the Donglei Taoist looked at the fat monk Fahe, and secretly said in his heart, "Making you suffer a big loss, see if you dare to look down on me. Monk, the weird worm in your mouth is the person I have entrusted for life, and wants me to leave unless you step on my corpse." At this moment, Zhu'er could not help but speak softly after hearing the monk Fahe's words. "Since you're toasting and not eating, don't blame the monk for being impolite. I am Buddha, and I will turn you into a fairy first." The monk Fahe said, took the Buddha beads from his neck and threw them towards Zhu'er. Upon seeing this, Zhu'er quickly expelled the fox flame in his mouth to face the monk's prayer beads. But at this moment, Qin Ming had no time to take care of Zhu'er and the monk's battle. Qin Ming's evolution was at the end of the final juncture, and Qin Ming estimated that it could be completed in 2 or 3 minutes. Qin Ming lowered his heart and focused on evolution. He knew that even if he interrupted the evolution, After he went out, he and Ju'er teamed up, but they couldn't beat the monk and the Taoist priest. Taoist Donglei saw the fox flame spouting from Ju'er. He sneered, silently watching the monk Fahey's Buddha beads meet the fox flame without the slightest reminder. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Why did this monk have a strong mana and look down upon the Donglei Taoist priests? He naturally had a grudge against the monk Fahey. The Donglei Taoist clearly knew the power of this fox flame, and he suffered a great loss from the fox flame. Sure enough, this fox flame does not lose as Ju'er's own magical power. As soon as the fox flame and the prayer beads met, the two prayer beads were burnt down by the fox flame. The magic beads of the prayer beads were no longer complete and lost their due effect. Ah! Naughty animal, how dare you destroy my Buddha treasure? Monk Fahey yelled angrily when he saw the Buddha beads were burned, and he no longer had the same demeanor as he was just now. Monk Fahey waved his hand, and the string of beads was separated immediately, except for the two beads that were burned by Ju'er. He took all the others back. Woo, this is the Buddha's treasure that the patriarch has enlightened. The monk Fahey looked at the remaining Buddhist beads with a distressed expression on his face. But Ju'er didn't care what Fahey said. When she saw the monk withdraw the prayer beads, Huyan immediately burned at the monk. Scattered fox flames touched the monk Fahey's robes, and the robes burned. Ah, my robe! The monk suddenly screamed again. Then, the monk furiously said, if the poor monk does not earn you into a purple gold bowl today and turn you into a pool of thick water, the poor monk swears not to give up. With that said, the monk would sacrifice the bowl in his hand, but how could Ju'er make him do what he wanted? Ju'er's fox Yan chased the monk and kept running, making it impossible for him to make a smooth decision. Dao Master, you are not here to help. Seeing this, the monk Fahey didn't care about being reserved, and shouted to the Donglei Daoist who was standing by and watching the excitement. Daoist Donglei listened to Fahey's words, but did not act rashly. He stretched his waist and looked at the monk Fahey who fled in embarrassment under the chasing of Ju'er Fox Flame, and said, Master, you can do you repeat what I said just now. At this moment, deep underground, the golden light on Qin Ming suddenly went out. The cute little Loli's voice rang. Congratulations to the host Qin Ming, this evolution is successful. The host Qin Ming's attributes are as follows, please check it yourself. Qin Ming couldn't help crying and laughing when he heard the messy reminder of this arrogant little Lolita. However, Qin Ming didn't have time to pay attention to little Lolita at this time, and he couldn't wait to start to look at his attributes. The host Qin Ming's attributes are as follows. Host race, two-winged silver cicada, demon. Mana cultivation base, years, ordinary little demon cultivation base is about years. Supernatural powers, ordinary little monsters do not have supernatural powers. Supernatural powers, perception, evolved from listening skills, you can feel everything within a radius of 5 miles, active skills. Supernatural powers, shelling, natural supernatural powers, cicada body state, no matter where you are locked, you can escape at any time, and leave a body the same as the main body, so that others cannot find it. Limit the number of times a day 3 times. Supernatural powers and great powers, after the host transforms, the 100,000 catties strength of the cicada's body is still retained, and it can be used as a supernatural power, without restrictions on use. Spells. Transformation can be transformed into adults by the host. Xiao Yuan, year, the first year of the ordinary little demon's life. Speed, the flight speed of cicada wings, the host tries on its own. Physique, the strength of the body of the cicada, the host tries on its own. Please note the host Qin Ming, the devouring system is about to be upgraded. Will the remaining energy be converted into a cultivation base? Yes. The host's current remaining energy points can be converted into annual mana cultivation base. Is it converted? Yes. Congratulations to the host's current mana cultivation base has been upgraded to the year. Dao Master, the poor monk begs you to help me accept this fox demon. At this moment, the monk Fahe finally couldn't stand it anymore. He put aside the arrogance in his heart and pleaded with Taoist Donglei. Okay, Master, I am here to help you. Taoist Donglei nodded with satisfaction, and then, squeezing a talisman in his hand, rushed towards Zhu'er. Qin Ming had already sensed the above situation, and at this moment, seeing this monk together to bully Zhu'er together, he finally couldn't help it. I saw a silver light pierce through the tiger's fur and came into the air. After that, Yingong turned into a young man and stood in front of Zhu'er. The man shouted at the monk Fahe and Taoist Donglei, "Are you impatient to live? Dare to bully my wife?" Chapter 27, Hand in Hand Against the Enemy. Are you impatient? Dare to bully my wife? Qin Ming shouted at the monk and Taoist priest. When Qin Ming came into this world, the first sentence he said was for Zhu'er to make injustices. After Qin Ming said, he looked at Zhu'er, who was fluttering in white, and smiled silly at Zhu'er. At this moment, I must be handsome, and handsome in Zhu'er's eyes, Yushu is in the breeze. Looking at Zhu'er's face hidden by the white face towel, Qin Ming thought about it with ecstasy. Qin Ming turned into his appearance on the earth, but imagined that he would become a Prince Charming. Of course it is impossible. Before the crossing, Qin Ming was an ordinary third-year student. In the eyes of the three people who were about to fight, Qin Ming was wearing a very L school uniform, with a very strange head on his head. He was about 1.75 meters tall. He was neither fat nor thin, but an ordinary person. It doesn't conform to the aesthetics of this world at all. The three people who were about to do it were all stunned when they saw Qin Ming. "Brother Cicada, is that you?" It was Zhu'er who reacted first. Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming, her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief, but she was happy. "Yes, Zhu'er, it's me. Don't be afraid, I will protect you from now on." Qin Ming saw Zhu'er talking to him and listened to Zhu'er's sweet voice, feeling that his heart was going to melt, a little airy, and he said to Zhu'er very firmly, "Yeah. Brother Cicada, let's fight side by side." Zhu'er was not so delicate. After hearing Qin Ming's words, she smiled on her beautiful face, looked at Qin Ming with her beautiful eyes, and said to Qin Ming charmingly. Taoist Donglei heard that Qin Ming was so confident and regarded them as nothing, but he quit. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Donglei yelled at Qin Ming angrily, "Where are you from, the stinky boy? If you are aware of Master Pipe's nostalgia, get out of the way, otherwise don't blame Dao Master Fulio mercilessly. Didn't you keep trying to kill me? Why? I stand in front of you now, don't you know me?" Qin Ming looked at the Taoist priest in front of him who wanted to put him to death, and couldn't help asking back. "Are you the weird bug? Have you successfully transformed?" Taoist Donglei looked at Qin Ming and said in surprise. The monk Fahe also wrinkled, but did not speak. He looked at Qin Ming and waited for Qin Ming's answer. "Yes. You are not as stupid as your grandma's house, you can still remember the main body of Xiao." Qin Ming listened to Taoist Donglei's words, looked at him with some mockery and said. Before, these two shameless people were going to jointly bully Zhu'er, and Qin Ming would naturally not be polite to them. The Taoist priest was ridiculed by Qin Ming, his face turned red to the color of pig liver, and he was obviously very angry. Then, the Taoist priest looked at the monk Fahe and said angrily, "The monk has mistaken me." It turned out that at this time, Taoist priest Donglei only remembered that Qin Ming seemed to be at a critical juncture of promotion just now. Just now, he could take advantage of Zhu'er and the monk's fight to take advantage of Qin Ming. However, because he was angry with the monk in his heart, he only watched the monk's fight with Zhu'er. He wanted to see the monk deflated, but he forgot about these things. At this time, he reacted, but it was too late. Qin Ming had already the transformation was successful. Amitabha Buddha, Taoist priest, you must not be disturbed by your own demons. It is not too late to turn around at this time. Together, we will be able to conquer these two evildoers. This fat monk Fahe, Su often chanted Buddhist scriptures. His mind was calmer. He heard Qin Ming's origins, so he sounded like Hong Zhongdalu, watching the Taoist priest come east, and persuaded him. The immeasurable heavenly venerable, it's a poor way, thank you for your advice. At this moment, the Taoist priest passed the monk's suggestion. His face showed the color of comprehension, the jealousy in his heart was gone, and he said calmly, "You two, don't chirp, just let them go. Since I have transformed, I won't let you continue to bully Zhu'er." Qin Ming looked at the two people who didn't know how old they were together, and was discussing how to deal with him and Zhu'er, and couldn't help but drink at them. Buddha Amitabha. Red dust, boundless sea of suffering, let the monk I save you, and send you to die as soon as possible. When the fat monk Fahe heard Qin Ming's words, he chose a Buddha's name and said unhurriedly, "You big fat monk, you are so shameless, you bullied my 92nd wife, but you were beaten and fled in embarrassment. You want to take the two of us, just dreaming. Now that our husband and wife work together, you are waiting to return to the world of bliss." When Qin Ming saw that the fat monk would kill him and Zhu'er said so fresh and refined, he couldn't help but said angrily. After hearing Qin Ming's words, Zhu'er's pretty face blushed under the kerchief, but there was no objection, just watching the monks and Taoist priests who kept jumping in anger, ready to take action at any time. Chapter 28, All show their magical powers. It's useless to say more, monsters look at talisman. Donglei Taoist was awakened by the monk Fahe's words, picked up the talisman and smashed towards Qin Ming. And Zhu'er also sacrificed the foxfire to fight with the monk. Qin Ming saw Fula turned into a yellow light and flew, swishing into a silver cicada on its own, and dodged. Then, Qin Ming flew to the Taoist's side and cut towards the Taoist's neck with wings far sharper than before the evolution. Donglei Taoist priest seemed to know how powerful he was, and when the light flashed in his hand, he patted a stack of talisman on his body. At this moment, Qin Ming's attack also arrived. Qin Ming only felt that his wings seemed to hit something. Qin Ming saw that there was a ripple near the neck of the Taoist priest Donglei, but no one was hurt. However, Qin Ming's tremendous power also smashed the Taoist priest who was caught off guard. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming knew that this Taoist priest had a Fula bodyguard, and it seemed that he could not kill this Taoist priest with a Fuluan body by cicada wings alone. So, Qin Ming transformed into a human form, used his supernatural powers, lifted a large stone of several hundred jin, and smashed it towards the Taoist priest. In order to survive, the Taoist priest didn't care about any demeanor at this time. A donkey rolled around and rolled aside, avoiding the stone. Moreover, while the Taoist priest was tumbling, he took the time to shoot a few talismans at Qin Ming. Qin Ming turned into a cicada again, quickly dodged, then turned into a human body, and continued to throw stones at the Taoist priest. In this way, Qin Ming and Taoist priests came to you and me, and they were at a stalemate. On the other hand, Zhu'er and the monk Fahe continued their previous situation. The monk Fahe's beads were destroyed, and there was no attacking magic weapon to take advantage of them. Zhu'er controlled the fox flame to chase them and circled Shandong continuously. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming planned to kill the Taoist priest first and then help Zhu'er. At this moment, Taoist Donglei put his hands in his arms, his face seemed to be used up. Seeing this, Qin Ming seized the opportunity and grabbed the Taoist Donglei's leg in his hand. Invincible Hot Wheels. With a roar, Qin Ming used his supernatural powers, grabbed the Taoist Donglei's leg, and beat him back and forth on the ground of the cave. Although the Taoist priest had a golden light shield from the east, Qin Ming was also thrown off by Qin Ming, dizzy, and the golden light of the shield gradually weakened. If this continues, sooner or later he will be thrown to death by Qin Ming alive. So such a picture appeared in the cave. A beautiful and flawless girl controlled the flames and chased a monk everywhere. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. A seemingly weak young man carried a Taoist priest who was much bigger than him, and fell back and forth to the ground. Qin Ming and Zhu'er completely took the upper hand in battle. "Hey, evildoer, look at my magic weapon." At this moment, the monk Fahe suddenly shouted, spilling all the Buddhist beads in his hand and attacking Qin Ming. As a human body, Qin Ming didn't dare to take it forcibly. In order to dodge, Qin Ming changed back to a silver cicada body and gave up to continue beating the Taoist priest. "Dao Master, help me withstand the fox flame, I will release the magic weapon and take them away." The monk Fahe saw that Taoist Donglei was out of danger, and couldn't help shouting at him. Taoist Donglei seemed to know that this time was different. He gritted his teeth, took out a golden talisman from his arms and threw it towards Zhu'er. Zhu'er noticed the uniqueness of this talisman, and hurriedly withdrew the fox flame to resist. "Zhu'er, be careful." Seeing that Zhu'er seemed to be in danger, Qin Ming yelled and flew to Zhu'er, trying to help Zhu'er resist Fulu. I saw this Fulu exploded with golden light, and it actually forced Zhu'er's fox flame back. Zhu'er was shaken by the golden light. Qin Ming hurriedly supported her when he saw this. "Zhu'er, how are you?" Qin Ming held Zhu'er's shoulders, his face was full of concern. "Brother Cicada, it doesn't matter to me." Seeing Qin Ming's anxious expression on his face, Zhu'er shook his head and said softly. At this moment, the monk Fahe suddenly yelled, "Naughty animal, look at my purple golden bowl. Take it." I saw that the black bowl that the monk had been holding in his hands was suddenly thrown into the air by him. The bowl turned upside down, and thousands of golden glows radiated from it. Under the light of the light, Qin Ming's body became smaller and smaller, and he was involuntarily sucked in by the bowl. Qin Ming saw that Zhu'er was the same, and was taken away by the purple gold bowl. "Beiyu, come back." Seeing Qin Ming and Zhu'er's Zijin bowls put away, the monk Fahe used a Fahu to change the bowls back to normal size and took them back. "Haha, no matter how arrogant you are, you entered my purple golden bowl, unless I allow you, you can't figure it out. After 7 or 49 days, you will naturally turn into a pool of thick water." The monk Fahe took the bowl and laughed. "Congratulations, Master, for successfully conquering these two monsters and going out to harm the people." Taoist Donglei saw that the monk conquered Qin Ming and Zhu'er, who almost killed him, and said flatly. At this moment, Zhu'er and Qin Ming were kept together in the Zijin bowl, and the two also heard words from outside. "Brother Cicada, Zhu'er is really happy to meet you in this life, but it's a pity that I will never be able to return to Kinkayu." Zhu'er took off her face towel, revealing her beautiful face, looking at Qin Ming with a pair of autumn eyes, with 3 points of joy and 3 points of sorrow. "Zhu'er, don't worry, I will kill the monk and save you." When Qin Ming saw Zhu'er's beautiful face, he was stunned. Then, he blinked at Zhu'er, and whispered quietly in his ear. Qin Ming saw that Zhu'er's ears were flushed. Zhu'er probably only thought that Qin Ming was comforting her, and ignored Qin Ming's words. Zhu'er took a deep look at Qin Ming, then closed her eyes lightly, her soft lips, shining with a faint light, facing Qin Ming, looking like Ranjun picking. Qin Ming's heart moved when he saw Zhu'er. However, Qin Ming knew that the lives of the two of them were in danger at this time, and it was definitely not the time for you and me. Shelling. Qin Ming turned into a silver cicada, looking at Zhu'er Qingqing's face, silently activated his natal supernatural powers. Chapter 29, Both Beheaded. After Qin Ming's natal supernatural powers were activated, a vivid silver cicada phantom was left in the purple golden bowl. But Qin Ming's body appeared silently in the midair of the cave. At this time, the monk Fahe and Donglei Taoist priests had not yet left the cave. Fahe was listening to Donglei's compliments with a triumphant expression on his face. They all said that their family members have no desires, and the four are empty, but looking at the triumphant expression of this monk Fahe shows that they still care about things. Good chance. Qin Ming gave a secret compliment when he saw it, and flew towards monk Fahe quietly. This monk didn't have a talisman like a Taoist priest. In addition, he was proud of himself. He was completely defenseless. He was cut by Qin Ming with wings that were sharper than a knife. Almost half of his neck was cut off by Qin Ming. It gushes out at once. What? Monk Fahe screamed while clutching the wound on his neck. Donglei Taoist priests were also confused by this sudden situation. They were stunned. Donglei didn't understand. It was okay just now. In the blink of an eye, there were indeed some capable monks injured in his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Ming didn't give the two a chance to react, and continued to wave his wings and force everything. I saw that monk Fahe had a big head cut off by Qin Ming Sheng. Ah, it's you, haven't you been taken into the Zijin Bowl? Taoist Donglei only discovered Qin Ming at this moment. Seeing Qin Ming's body, Taoist Donglei's face was very scared, and he shouted at Qin Ming. Qin Ming ignored the Taoist priest. He discovered that Fahe, whose head had been severed by him, hadn't died yet. Fahe's head was severed, but his head could still move. It flew up and flew towards his body, as if he wanted to pick it up by himself. At the same time, the fallen body actually stood up. At the same time, the head opened his eyes angrily, and even said to Qin Ming, "Whoever, you can't kill Buddha, Buddha will be beheaded, and the waiting Buddha will take the head back, and he must refining you alive. Quick!" How could Qin Ming make the monk do what he wanted? He shouted, turned into a human body, and kicked it fiercely, only to see that the head that was about to fly to the body was shot out by Qin Ming with one kick. Leaving the cave. The head came out of the cave, flying and flying, flying far away, and there was no sign of it for a while. The body that had stood up shook twice before falling down again. At this time, in a quaint temple in the west, there was a special room, which was enshrined with lights. Suddenly, the burning lights went out. The little novice who was watching the lights was dozing off, but the dim light suddenly awakened him. The little novice monk was shocked when he saw this. He picked up the wooden sign under the light and ran towards the main hall of the temple, usually running, usually shouting, "Host, the big thing is not good." Master Fahe's heart. The light suddenly went out. What, Fahe is fine, how could he suddenly pass away? Where are the four King Kong? Quickly investigate. In the main hall, the old monk who had been calm and kind-eyed reciting the scriptures heard the little novice's report, and his face changed involuntarily, and then he called out loudly, "Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Yes, brother host." At this moment, walking in from outside the main hall, four arhats holding Zen sticks, like an angry King Kong, listened to the abbot's words, and the four responded in unison. Qin Ming didn't know these changes. He saw that the monk was dead, so he grabbed the purple gold bowl that the monk was holding, inputted a little mana, and felt the space inside the purple gold bowl. I saw Jur in the bowl, speaking to her phantom, seeming a little sad. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming hurriedly manipulated the magic weapon and released Jur. After Jur came out, he was obviously still a little confused, but when he saw Qin Ming standing beside him, he yelled happily, "Brother Cicada, it turns out that you really have a way to escape. Just now, I thought you had gone. That's it?" Jur didn't understand why Qin Ming, who was with her, suddenly came out of the Zijin bowl, killed the monk and rescued her. "Jur, this is my destiny, I can escape from anywhere. What remains in the bowl is just my phantom." Seeing Jur's pure and flawless pretty face, Qin Ming smiled and explained to her with a puzzled expression. "Brother Cicada, I didn't expect your magical powers to be so powerful, then wouldn't you be caught by anyone in the future?" After hearing Qin Ming's words, Jur looked at Qin Ming with beautiful eyes, and said with some admiration, "Okay." Qin Ming was praised by Zhu'er for such a beautiful girl. His old face blushed and he was a little bit shy. After that, Qin Ming suddenly thought of something. Looking at Zhu'er's beautiful face, he said to her, "Zhu'er, cut the grass to get rid of the roots, otherwise it might cause some trouble. You wait for me here, and I will take the Taoist priest." This is the experience Qin Ming summed up after several setbacks. In this world, he must be cruel, otherwise he will cause troubles in his life. "Well, I'll wait for you, brother cicada." As a fox demon, Zhu'er naturally knew certain rules for the survival of monsters. She nodded and said to Qin Ming. Seeing this, Qin Ming turned into a cicada and flew out. Qin Ming flew high to see that the Taoist priest Dong Lei was hiding to the east in a panic, but he had already walked a few miles. Seeing this, Qin Ming flew straight towards the Taoist priest, and soon Qin Ming caught up with the Taoist priest. "Hey, where to run?" Qin Ming flew to the front of the Taoist priest, turned into a human form, looked at the Taoist priest, and said coldly. How could a Taoist think that Qin Ming would have caught up with him so quickly? He ran away in a panic, but he bumped into Qin Ming's body. Qin Ming did not move. The Taoist priest stepped back. The Taoist came to Qin Ming, his face changed, and he put his hand in his arms. However, at this time the two were so close, Qin Ming gave him a chance, raised his fist directly, and hit the Taoist temple with one punch. The Taoist priest was hit hard by Qin Ming, his eyes closed, and he fainted. Of course, Qin Ming would not pity the person who wanted to kill himself. He broke the Taoist's neck behind him, and then hurried back to the cave with the Taoist's corpse. This is a Taoist temple in the east, which is full of incense. Similarly, in a quiet room, there are wooden signs of different colors hung. At this time, a blue wooden sign suddenly shattered. This cyan life card was shattered, and it also shocked many people. The bell of the Taoist temple suddenly rang 9 times, and then after the master's assignment, the two protectors with white beards and hair hurriedly left from the temple. Qin Ming returned to the cave at this time. He threw the corpses of the monk and Taoist together, and then saw Zhu'er standing quietly waiting for him in the cave. "Zhu'er, I have always had a question, what kind of world is the world we are in now? Why are two people who come out at random, they are so powerful?" Qin Ming galloped along this road and suddenly thought of this question. He never knew what kind of world he was in, because Qin Ming only trusted Zhu'er, so he looked at Zhu'er and asked. After hearing Qin Ming's words, Zhu'er was a little confused. She thought about it, and then said to Qin Ming, "Brother Cicada, I don't understand what world you are talking about. But I know that there are 4 continents in this world. And the boundary where we are now is Nanfang Buzhu." Chapter 30, System Upgrade. 4 continents. Nanzan continents. Qin Ming couldn't help but move his heart after hearing what Zhu'er said. Isn't this a place name that often appears in Journey to the West? Did I cross into the world of Journey to the West? Doesn't this mean that I have a chance to see the monkey making a noise in the heavenly palace? The monkey should also be a monster, and the monkey's ability is not small. What somersaults, 72 changes, 99 profound arts, fiery eyes, it's so cool. Can I take advantage of the monkey's learning art, follow along to learn some? At that time, with my ability to swallow, the world will be as big as possible. I have to take the opportunity to make a plan, but, don't you know that the monkey was born at this moment? When Qin Ming heard Zhu'er's words, he began to think about it, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Cicada, what's the matter with you?" At this time, Qin Ming suddenly heard Zhu'er's cry. Qin Ming found that Zhu'er looked at him with some worry, shaking his arms with jade hands. Nothing. By the way, Zhu'er, have you heard of Monkey King?" Qin Ming quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, looked at Zhu'er, and asked expectantly. "Monkey King? I haven't heard of it. Is he a human or a demon? When Zhu'er heard Qin Ming's question, doubts appeared on Qialian's face, and then shook his head and said to Qin Ming. Forget it if you haven't heard, I just asked casually. Seeing that Zhu'er was not clear, Qin Ming wondered in his heart. It was estimated that the monkey was still in the rock before he was born, otherwise Zhu'er would not be unclear about the monkey's ability to cause trouble. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Brother Cicada, what should I do with these two corpses? Should they be burned? They are the most annoying for those who have a teacher. They always beat the young ones, and the old ones come. We'd better burn them and try not to let people grab the handle, otherwise it will leave endless trouble. Zhu'er seems to have something to do with Qin Ming. She pointed to the two dead bodies on the ground and said to Qin Ming. While talking, Zhu'er sacrificed her fox flame. Stop, stop. Zhu'er, don't burn them, give them to me. Qin Ming, seeing Zhu'er offering a fox flame, he didn't care about thinking about monkeys, so he quickly reached out to stop Zhu'er. This was the human monk that the two had finally killed. Qin Ming wondered in his heart that the two of them would surely provide him with a lot of energy points. Wouldn't it be a waste if burned? Of course, Qin Ming has another idea. Although he now has a mana cultivation base, Qin Ming feels that he has too few spells. Qin Ming wanted to see if there were any secrets on these two people, he could learn from them. Then, Qin Ming began to search the bodies of the two. After some searching, Qin Ming found half of the Buddhist scriptures in the monk's arms. It was a manuscript in traditional Huxia characters. Qin Ming recognized it and the title of the book was Diamond Sutra. But Qin Ming discovered that Taoist priests seem to have a lot of stuff, and there is also a book called the Lightning Thunder Technique, but it is the whole book, but I don't know why, the Taoist priests here didn't use the spell just now. In fact, Qin Ming didn't know that this thunder clearing method was the most difficult to practice among the Taoists, but once it was completed, its power was the most powerful of the 5 element spells. Gain, whether it was a monster in form or a monk's promotion. They all want to overcome thunder and robbery, so they themselves are most afraid of thunder method. This Donglei Taoist is also a man of arrogance, otherwise, with his ability, how could he be beaten so easily by Zhu'er and Qin Ming without the strength to fight back? The Donglei Taoist priest seemed to want to raise his own cultivation base first, and then cultivate it into a thunder fa, awe-inspiring everywhere, but it was a pity that good luck made people, he just died. In addition to the thunder method, there is a book on the Taoist priest, which mainly describes the making of Fuluo. Qin Ming saw it and took all 3 books into his arms. Then, Qin Ming stood in front of the headless corpse of the monk and swallowed silently. Qin Ming didn't intend to carry Zhu'er on his back, these Zhu'er would know sooner or later, and now that Qin Ming knows that it is journey to the west, he feels even more burden-free. It is normal for monsters to eat a few people in journey to the west. However, Qin Ming discovered that the system that used to respond to various calls on weekdays did not respond to him at all. Instead, the cute Lolita's voice rang, host Qin Ming wants to continue to use the swallow function, he must first complete the system upgrade, and the system upgrade requires the host to provide new energy. Chapter 31, 1000-Year Mana. Please provide the energy needed for system upgrade. This cute Lolita's tone is rare and serious. But Qin Ming didn't feel happy at all when he heard it. What energy is needed? Qin Ming asked helplessly in his heart. All the energy that Qin Ming accumulated was transformed into cultivation base by him. At this time, the system actually said that it needs energy upgrades. Isn't this a player? After testing, the host Qin Ming has items containing energy in his arms. There are items containing energy on the walls of the cave and on the ground. Cute Lolita Trail, continue to speak in a non-emotional voice, stereotyped. Qin Ming heard Lori's words and couldn't help looking at the ground and walls of the cave. Qin Ming saw that the Buddha beads that Shang had made were scattered on the ground, and the others were inlaid on the walls of the cave. After that, Qin Ming touched his own bosom. Apart from 3 books, there were the magic weapons he had just collected, the Zijin Bowl and the Demon Hunting Plate. Does the system need these to advance? Qin Ming thought in confusion. Then, Qin Ming bent down and took the lead in picking up his nearest Buddhist bead on the ground. The system discovers the energy that can be absorbed by the system, and whether the host allows the system to absorb it. At this time, Meng Lori's voice rang. There seemed to be a hint of excitement in this voice, but Qin Ming didn't hear it. Allow. Qin Ming responded decisively. Then, Qin Ming saw the Buddha beads slowly disappearing into his hands. The Buddha beads were gone, but Qin Ming had no other feelings. How much energy does the system need to start again? Seeing this, Qin Ming couldn't help asking Lori in his heart. Well, in short, you have swallowed all the energy I detected just now, then it must be enough. Lori's words sounded in Qin Ming's heart. Qin Ming wanted to keep the 2 magic weapons for future use. They worked together, one for hunting monsters and the other for collecting monsters. After tossing them to death, he swallowed them again. However, Qin Ming could only sigh secretly after hearing Lori's words at this time, and let the system swallow the magic weapon with all his pain. If you don't let the system absorb it, Qin Ming won't even be able to use his devouring ability, and keeping these 2 magic weapons is useless except for collecting monsters. However, Qin Ming couldn't see that in his body, those invisible energy flowed to 2 places, some were used to upgrade the system, and the others disappeared without a trace. After the system is upgraded, if something can be swallowed is found, is it swallowed? After Qin Ming swallowed all the treasures, Qin Ming finally heard the cold voice of the system again. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. However, Qin Ming felt that this voice was hundreds of times better than Lori's voice. Cut, short-sighted. In Qin Ming's body, in a void space, there is an illusory beautiful figure. She has no fixed form. She will become a skeleton palace song for a while, then she will become Chit and Eru, and after a while she will become old again. Na Jingzi, the magical girl Ilya, her appearance turned out to be freely changing between various 2-dimensional loli. At this moment, the figure sensed Qin Ming's thoughts, and secretly despised Qin Ming. Yes. Qin Ming stood in front of the fat monk's body and said, "The system function has been upgraded, and some new functions have been opened. Please host Qin Ming to explore on his own. The subsequent upgrade of the system requires more energy, and I hope the host will continue to work hard." When Qin Ming was about to devour it, Loli's voice rang. Qin Ming was shocked when he heard this. Qin Ming really didn't expect that the system sound and Lolita's voice could sound at the same time. "You, how can you still talk? I am a lovely spirit of the system. The entire system is under my control. Of course I can speak." Lori's lovely voice rang, explained to Qin Ming, and then gradually faded. "Host Qin Ming, please choose the direction of swallowing this time, swallowing mana. Swallowing life UN." Qin Ming didn't have time to think about other things, the electronic sound of the system rang, and Qin Ming made a choice. Is this the new feature after the system upgrade? It's no longer about devouring energy, but directly changed to the choice between mana and longevity? Qin Ming thought of it silently. Swallow mana. Qin Ming didn't have time to think about it, and said silently in his heart. Qin Ming felt that in this world of advanced law, what he needed to improve at the moment was his cultivation. Qin Ming's current lifespan is still many years away, so there is no need to rush to improve. Moreover, Qin Ming was still thinking about the monkey. Qin Ming remembered that after the monkey returned from learning art, he seemed to make a big fuss in the underworld and hooked his life and death book. Qin Ming calculated that when the time comes, he will follow the monkey quietly and erase his name from the book of life and death. In this way, in the future, he can devour mana intently and become a super little monster with boundless mana. Although the age of these 2 monks is not very old, it seems that they are not 100 years old, but their cultivation base is pure. After Qin Ming swallowed the two of them, he actually obtained more than 100 years of mana. At this time, Qin Ming's mana had reached for many years at once. Then, Qin Ming felt that the inner pill in his body, as his mana increased, became larger and more lustrous. Qin Ming felt that at this moment, his inner alchemy seemed to match the dead centipede. After Qin Ming had swallowed it, his whole body seemed to have improved. Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming's changes in just a few moments, and said with some surprise, "Brother Cicada, has your mana increased again?" "Yes, this is also one of my magical powers. In the future, my mana will increase faster, and my mana will be stable after I increase it. Don't worry about Zhu'er, and don't be eaten by you because of the centipede essence inner alchemy. I blame myself for falling." Seeing Zhu'er's surprised look, Qin Ming couldn't help but take the opportunity to say to Zhu'er. Zhu'er seemed relieved now. Then, Zhu'er suddenly thought of something. She looked at Qin Ming with beautiful eyes and said to Qin Ming, "Brother Cicada, things are done now. To prevent further accidents, let's go south and go to a warm place." Zhu'er is very concerned about Qin Ming, but she still remembers Qin Ming's fear of the cold. Qin Ming turned into a demon at this moment, but he was not so afraid of the cold. Dressed thickly, how can you escape this winter? However, Qin Ming still decided to move south. Qin Ming intends to learn more about the world and find clues related to monkeys. "Okay, let's go south." "But not now." Qin Ming nodded to Zhu'er after hearing what Zhu'er said. "Why?" Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming suspiciously, her face full of incomprehension. Seeing Zhu'er's puzzled look, Qin Ming explained to Zhu'er, "You wait for me here for a while, and I have to do something." Chapter 32, Get Rid of the Stewardship Prestige System Start. "Brother Cicada, where are you going? Don't leave Zhu'er." When Zhu'er heard Qin Ming's words, a pretty face was full of nervousness, and he stretched out his jade hand to catch Qin Ming's skirt. "Zhu'er, don't worry, you don't hesitate to sacrifice your life for me, how can I leave you behind?" Seeing Zhu'er so tightly on him, Qin Ming's heart warmed and explained to Zhu'er. Then, Qin Ming showed cold light in his eyes, looking at the direction he had flown from. "I just suddenly thought of the man who sought out this Taoist priest and monk to get rid of me. I was so soft-hearted, and let him go, he actually regarded me as Qin Ming to bully. I'm going to find him and let him do it. Responsible for your own actions. Brother Cicada, then you go and come back quickly. If you don't come back, Zhu'er will be here and wait for you until I see you." Zhu'er also knew that she could not fly, and did not want to go to Qin Ming to take her with her. She just blinked a pair of charming eyes and looked at Qin Ming infatuated. "Zhu'er, don't worry, I will come back in half an hour. Then, let's go on the road together." Seeing Zhu'er lightly open his mouth, Qin Ming's peaceful tone was better than thousands of love words, and he couldn't help but promise Zhu'er. Then, Qin Ming changed his body into a silver cicada, shaking his wings and flying towards the town. Only when Qin Ming flew into the air, Qin Ming noticed that there seemed to be a bone lying across his throat, jamming him and making him extremely uncomfortable. With a move in Qin Ming's heart, he naturally used his 1,000-year-old mana there. Under the erosion of Qin Ming's mana, the transverse bone was refined by Qin Ming without a trace in a moment. At this time, Qin Ming felt relieved for a while. Then, Qin Ming opened Cicada's mouth and shouted, "Ah, I'm back again." A loud voice resounded high in the sky. Qin Ming discovered that he could speak even when he was in the state of cicada. What Qin Ming didn't know was that the bones he had just refined were horizontal bones. After the bones were refined, the monsters who hadn't turned into human beings could only speak out. The other monsters have inherited the ability to refine the bones early and spit out people's words, but Qin Ming is an exception. His mana has reached 1,000 years of high, and he naturally touched the bottleneck of the refining. This is the refining. This bone. After Qin Ming shouted, he flew towards the town at full speed. Qin Ming realized that the speed of the two-winged silver cicada was faster than the hay-winged iron cicada. Soon Qin Ming flew to the top of the town. Then, Qin Ming saw that the small town he had destroyed has been restored at this moment, and the houses and city walls have been completely new. Humph! Since you have offended me, then I will let you build it again. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Qin Ming thought, as he rushed towards the buildings in the town again. This body is also much tougher than before. Compared with him, the building looks like tofu. Soon, those newly built houses and city walls fell in pieces again. Another monster is coming, come on. The monster is here to eat people. Run away, everyone. Don't panic everyone, shoot arrows at it and kill him. The people in the small town were suddenly attacked by Qin Ming, confused and messed up. Qin Ming still kept the body of the cicada, suspended high in the air, looking coldly at the busy people below. Qin Ming left an eye on him. He did not turn into a person, because Qin Ming decided to walk outside as a person in the future. He still wanted to eat food in the world, inquire about news, and did not want to reveal his identity. The people in the small town kept gathering with gongs and drums. Soon, Qin Ming saw that the steward in that small town had brought a large group of people over, all of them with weapons, heads up, and looking at Qin Ming fiercely. Qin Ming looked at a group of people coldly in the air. As long as Qin Ming wanted to, he could slaughter the people in this small town at any time. However, Qin Ming felt that although he had devoured humans, all he had devoured were those with monocultivation bases. These were ordinary people. Killing them was useless. It was a waste of time. You know Zhu'er is still waiting. What about him? Therefore, Qin Ming decided to only punish the person who asked him to get rid of his first evil. Don't panic. The crown attacked this monster and chased him away. I have already invited 2 masters with high mana. When they remove the black monster last time, they will be able to help us get rid of the white monster. Also received. The steward of that small town looked at the chaotic crowd and shouted. You guys, can't you stop talking about weird bugs? I have a name. Qin Ming couldn't help but speak as he watched the pesky steward yelling endlessly. God, monsters. In the crowd, some timid people heard Qin Ming spit out, and yelled in fright. Yes, I am a monster. The name of this monster is Qin Ming, you remember it? Once you expelled me, I once forgave you, but you didn't know how to be grateful, and sent someone to deal with me. So, I will give you another gift. I don't know if you are satisfied. Qin Ming looked at the buildings destroyed by him, and said coldly to the people in the town. This, Daxian, please forgive us ordinary people. It's all in charge, it's the manager who said you made him lose face and will get rid of you from life and death. A cowardly person was frightened by Qin Ming and immediately began to beg for mercy. Qin Ming didn't care about this. He looked at the steward and shouted in the air, remember, the one who killed you, little demon Qin Ming. After speaking, Qin Ming fluttered his wings and rushed to the steward. Qin Ming's body flashed past, and a good head was cut off by Qin Ming. Swallow. After Qin Ming killed Guan Gang, he thought to himself silently. This corpse can't provide mana without the host. It can provide the first year of life, can the host swallow it? After Qin Ming gave the order, the system reminded him. Yes. Although Qin Ming feels that there are not many years, this is an ordinary person. You know, the entire world has the most ordinary people. If this swallows more than 10,000 people in this small town, how can Qin Ming isn't it hundreds of thousands of years old? Thinking of this, Qin Ming couldn't help but look at the dark crowd below, a little excited. As soon as the steward died, the people in the town were a little flustered. They watched Qin Ming engulf the big living person steward, but they were so scared that they scattered and fled. Seeing this, Qin Ming just wanted to take the opportunity to continue killing a few people who had dealt with him, so as to increase his life. At this time, the sound of the system rang. Congratulations to the host, Qin Ming, for gaining prestige points, because the host killed a mortal who provided prestige. Deducting the prestige points, the prestige exchange system is officially opened. Chapter 33, Lottery cuts off cause and effect. Nanny. Reputation system? What the hell is this? Qin Ming was stunned when he heard the system prompt, and did not continue to kill the humans in the small town. Do I have two systems on my body? Qin Ming was puzzled. Didn't I tell you? Don't underestimate the system. You just learned about the functions of the system and will continue to upgrade in the future. The system is originally divided into two parts. In the past, your abilities were too weak, so you only unlocked it with the swallowing function. This time, because you provided the energy required by the system, the new functions were revealed. Therefore, host Qin Ming, you have to work hard in the future, try to provide as much energy as possible to the system, so that the system can be changed. Even more. In Qin Ming's body, in a mysterious space, Lori explained to Qin Ming with her cute voice. After that, he stopped talking. It turned out to be like this. After Qin Ming heard this, it became clear. The system starts. Qin Ming tried to call the system. Does the host want to activate the devouring system, or the prestige system? Asked the electronic voice of the system. Prestige system. Qin Ming said without hesitation. The prestige system is on. The host Qin Ming's current prestige points can be used for the mystery item draw, and various items are expected to be obtained. Each time the draw, the system deducts the prestige points. In addition, the host has drawn items that can be exchanged for prestige later. Warning. At the time of the lottery draw, the host may also draw useless items or buys. Whether to draw a lottery or not is up to the host to choose. Qin Ming listened to the system and looked at the system interface that appeared in front of him. This prestige exchange system is divided into two parts. One part is a golden disc with a small pointer on it. The other part is a row of exchange lists. This is the moment, the exchange list is gray, and the items above are not displayed. System, I want to draw a lottery, draw times. Seeing this, Qin Ming said to the system. Qin Ming felt that keeping prestige would be of no use, and that it could be obtained through this method in the future. Therefore, Qin Ming planned to spend prestige and draw a lottery to see if there were any surprises. Qin Ming saw that as his voice fell, the pointer of the golden disc turned automatically. Qin Ming had no intention of staying in the town at this moment. While observing the lottery draw, he flew towards the cave where Juer was. When Qin Ming was flying, the system's prompt sound kept beeping. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Qin Ming, for winning the Blind Secret Talisman X. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Qin Ming, for winning the Blind Secret Talisman X. Unfortunately, the result of the host's draw was empty. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Ming for winning the Locator X. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Ding! Congratulations to the host Qin Ming for winning the Cut Karma X. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a high-level reward, the Beast Advanced Dan X. Finally, as the prestige was consumed, the pointer stopped and no longer moved. Qin Ming discovered that he had spent a bit of prestige and got 5 items in total, and 2 of them were the same. The winning rate was less than half. However, Qin Ming is quite content. It is always good to have something. Especially, when Qin Ming found out that the items he had drawn were displayed in the system's exchange list. If the Blind Secret Talisman is exchanged with prestige, it needs prestige. Locator, you need reputation. To cut the Karma Talisman, you need some prestige. and the advanced pill of the beast needs prestige. In other words, if Qin draws these items, if he spends prestige to redeem it, he needs a lot of prestige, and he has saved a lot of prestige in this lottery. After that, Qin couldn't help being curious, and began to check the introduction of the items he picked in the system. Concealed Heavenly Secret Talisman. Power can be calculated based on the Heavenly Secret, and the Concealed Heavenly Secret Talisman can confuse the Heavenly Secrets related to the host, making it impossible for people to calculate the duration and the hour. Locator. The host can locate the current location of the name owner by entering any name or title. Cut-off Causal Talisman. All things are born in the world, and all have cause and effect. This talisman can cut off all the evil effects of the current host, making it impossible to calculate the host along the line of cause and effect. Divine Beast Advanced Pill. Advanced use of pets. Note, the host is invalid if used by humans. Qin looked at some of the treasures he had drawn, dizzy for a while. Qin felt that none of these items had any practical effects, and that these items were all one-time consumables, and they were gone after they were used. Qin wanted to use it to find monkeys, but the monkeys hadn't been born yet, and he knew that the monkeys should be proud to come to the country, Huaguashan. Qin didn't use this talisman for the time being, so he kept it. The deceiving heavenly secret symbol is useless for the time being, and it is also kept. Qin thought it was pretty good for the Divine Beast Advanced Pill, but the system clearly indicated that the host could not eat it, and Qin had no pets to affect him, so he put it away. In the end, all that was left was the Cut Karma Talisman, which Qin held in his hand, as if it seemed to be useful. Qin felt that there was probably a certain cause and effect between him and the cicada that he had possessed before. After all, Qin took possession of the cicada's body. Let's use this talisman. Qin thought of it silently. As Qin thought about it, he saw that the severing cause and effect talisman burned out of thin air and disappeared. After that, a burst of invisible white light shone on Qin. Qin originally had pink, white, black, and many other colors that could not be seen by the naked eye, connecting causal lines in all directions. At this moment, those black threads, under the shining of white light, were all broken, no matter how thick or thin they were. After that, Qin felt that he was inexplicably relaxed. Qin, who was flying, didn't know he was really hitting right now. The 4 great diamonds of Fahe monks Shimin, and the 2 great guardians of the Donglei Taoist priests Shimin, are pursuing him through various secret methods and relying on the cause and effect between the 2 dead and Qin. However, when Qin used the Cut Karma Talisman to cut the cause and effect, the 2 men and horses completely lost the clue to Qin, and they were all confused. After that, the 2 groups could only find Qin by the most ordinary means, but when they came to this cave, Qin and Zhu'er had already left, and because of this, they completely lost Qin clue. The cause and effect of Qin and the previous cicada was good cause and effect. Qin continued the life of the cicada and broke the curse of Xiaochang's silence. For that cicada, it was not a great honor. Qin also borrowed it. This is born as a cicada, lives in this world, and is not repelled by the heavens and the earth. I always know that Qin won a big deal without knowing it. Qin hummed a small tune, and flew back to the cave where he once lived. Qin flew to the cave, turned into a human form and landed on the ground. Qin saw that Zhu'er Chuchen's figure stood in place, as if he hadn't moved a bit at all. Brother Cicada, you are really back. When Zhu'er saw Qin, smiled at him. Qin only felt that 100 flowers were not as beautiful as Zhu'er's smile. Qin heart moved as he listened to Zhu'er's orchid-like voice. Then, Qin took out a luminous round pill from his arms, handed it to Zhu'er, and said to Zhu'er, "Hey, Zhu'er, brother, here is a jelly bean, for you to eat." Chapter 34, Zhu'er Evolution Three-Tailed Silver Fox. Jelly beans. Jewel stretched out his jade white hand and took the divine beast advanced pill from Qin Ming, holding it in his hand, a little curious. It's a very sweet and delicious food. Qin Ming looked at Jewel and said in a persuasive manner. Is it delicious? It doesn't look like it. However, Brother Cicada said yes, it must be. Jewel stared at the pill in his hand and nodded. Qin Ming suddenly regretted what he heard. He didn't know if the sacred beast advanced pill was used by the vice president. He just gave it to Jewel just after thinking about it. Jewel opened his mouth slightly, covered it with his snow-white sleeves, and gently sent the jade hand to put the sacred beast into his mouth. Jewel, wait. Seeing that Jewel was about to take it, Qin Ming quickly raised his arm and reached out to block it. When Jewel heard Qin Ming call her, Guru, he swallowed the pill into his abdomen. Then, Jewel looked at Qin Ming and asked suspiciously, What's the matter, Brother Cicada? It's okay. Seeing that Jewel had really taken the medicine, Qin Ming put down his raised arm and said weakly. After that, Qin Ming saw that the tree was done, he was a little guilty, and looked at Jewel nervously and asked, Jewel, do you feel something is wrong now? No. I just ate too fast, I didn't taste anything. I failed Brother Cicada's heart. Jewel heard Qin Ming's question and shook his head gently, his beautiful face full of regret. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jewel's voice fell, there was a light on her body. Jewel immediately changed from a beautiful girl with fluttering white clothes back to her body, a pure white fox. Jewel. What's wrong with you? Qin Ming was a little anxious seeing Jewel's change. Couldn't Jewel take this advanced pill either? Thinking of this, Qin Ming bent over to check Jewel's condition. Unexpectedly, as soon as Qin Ming bent down, he saw a flash of white light brushing on Jewel's body. The small white fox's body seemed to be a big circle, and the original white hair turned into a silvery white color. Qin Ming's body is similar, and behind the fox's body, 3 hairy tails of the same size are shaking with the wind. Then, Qin Ming felt a faint coercion coming from the bodies of the 2 silver foxes. You know, Qin Ming has already ruled the king among the beasts in this mountain, and he would have been oppressed by a high-ranking person, but at this time, Qin Ming actually felt the pressure on the 3-tailed silver fox, if it had other strengths. Weak animals will be even more unbearable. Qin Ming just felt a little sudden at first, and he quickly adapted to the pressure. This is a successful promotion. And why are there 2 more tails at once? Qin Ming looked at the 3 fox tails behind Jewel's silver fox body, and his expression was a bit stunned. It really deserves to be an advanced pill with a prestigious reputation. It really deserves its reputation. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Just a pill, and a few blinks of an eye, Jewel has risen from an ordinary white fox to a 3-tailed silver fox. Qin Ming looked at Jewel's body and thought to himself secretly. After Jewel has evolved, a pair of fox eyes are full of surprises. It seems a little can't believe that she broke the title of shame of King Kaiu so easily. With a brush, Jewel turned from a white fox into a charming girl. Brother Cicada. Thank you. Jewel looked at Qin Ming with an agitated expression. Jewel's biggest regret was that as an ordinary white fox, he couldn't return to King Kaiu, but at this time, Qin Ming gave her hope. 9 children, it's mainly because you are lucky, you don't need to care too much. Qin Ming stammered when he looked at Jewel, who had turned into an adult again. Qin Ming saw that Jewel at this time seemed a little more beautiful than just now. Qin Ming observed carefully, and found that Jewel's pure and beautiful face added a bit of flattery. But Jewel didn't seem to know it. After listening to Qin Ming's words, she shook her head lightly, watching Qin Ming's eyes full of gratitude, lightly speaking, and said to Qin Ming. Brother Cicada. You don't have to lie to Jewel, Jewel can feel the magic of this pill. After taking this pill, the inner pill of centipede essence has been absorbed by Jewel at this moment, and Jewel's mana has increased a lot. Moreover, Jur only feels that the power of his natal spells has also increased a lot during this advancement. Jur said, a little excited. Maimu looked at Qin Ming's somewhat stunned face, and continued to say to Qin Ming, but, Brother Cicada, you are reluctant to take it by yourself, leaving it to Ju. Er. Besides, you pretend to be indifferent and don't want Jur to think too much, but, with such kindness, how can you let Jur not care? Amount. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed after hearing what Jur said. Jur really thought about it too much. If it could be eaten, Qin Ming would have tried it by himself. But, at this moment, Qin Ming saw Jur's affectionate face and the eyes that looked at him affectionately, and he didn't know how to explain it. Qin Ming couldn't help standing there, and then, when Qin Ming saw Jur cheating on him, a beautiful face got closer and closer to him. Then, Jur looked at Qin Ming and said to him, Brother Cicada, Jur wants to test the power of my natal spells, and you should step back a little. Qin Ming nodded when he heard the words. He also wanted to see how strong Jur was now. The higher Jur's mana is, the safer she will be in the future. Qin Ming doesn't want Jur to be harmed. However, Qin Ming felt that Jur had made a big fuss, because Qin Ming had seen the fox flame sprayed by Jur. Although the fox flame was powerful, it didn't seem to be too long-lasting. Later, because of the support of the centipede inner alchemy, it could last. However, the power does not seem to have changed too much. After this evolution, where can it be greater? Fox Yan, come out. Seeing Qin Ming avoiding, Jur let out her fox flame with a whisper. Following Jur's delicacy, Qin Ming saw that a basketball-sized flame burst out. The flame swelled with the wind, changing various shapes with Jur's mind, and Qin Ming felt a scorching heat as he was far away. Qin Ming was stunned. He saw that many plants around were quickly withered and carbonized, and the mountains below began to sink downward slowly, showing deep black holes. The power of this fox flame really becomes different. I'm sorry, Brother Cicada, I haven't taken control of it yet. Jur also seemed to realize that the destruction of fox flame was astonishing, and quickly put it away. Brother Cicada, have you seen it? This pill is really amazing. Because I took it, it became so powerful at once. Jur received the spell and continued to look at Qin Ming affectionately. However, what Jur didn't know was that she was unique in her own right. Although she only had one tail, she was a fox with unlimited potential. It turned out that when the 9 tails of Kinkayu disappeared, Jur's elders had turned Jur's tail into her potential when Jur was still in the womb in order to be able to reproduce the 9 tails. As a result, Jur has the possibility of unlimited growth. Otherwise, a sacred beast advanced pill can only make Jur the 2nd tail, not the 3rd tail at all. It's a pity that all the ancestors who knew the inside story were gone, and Jur was unable to advance for a long time. Only then was he misunderstood by the posterity and was driven out. Jur, don't worry, my brother will definitely get you more jelly beans to eat in the future. Qin Ming saw Jur's strength increase so terribly, he couldn't help but have more expectations in his heart. I want to earn a lot of prestige and train 9 children into 9 tails. Qin Ming decided in his heart. Then, Qin Ming looked at Jur's pretty face and said to her, Jur, let's go to the south, where there is so much prestige waiting for us. Because Qin Ming knows that the warm place in the south must have a large population and is a good place for him to improve his reputation. After Qin Ming said, holding Jur's cat, he walked out of the cave. Prestige? What is that? Jur was a little confused when she heard Qin Ming's rhetoric, but she was very clever and didn't ask much, and followed Qin Ming all the way south. Just a few days after the two left, 2 Buddhists and Taoists came to this cave one after another. However, no matter how they searched, they couldn't figure out Qin Ming's clues. It's like the people who once killed monks and Taoist priests disappeared from the world. They had no choice but to stop the investigation and report back to their division. Qin Ming and Zhu'er are now walking hand in hand on the road to the south. Chapter 35, Yaozheng Road. The road of demon life, dreams are like a long road, and the road is windy and frosty, and the wind and frost are dry. Please read this sentence while singing. On a rugged mountain road, a teenager dressed as a scholar and a young girl in a white scarf were walking along the road. The boy dressed as a scholar was humming a weird song, while the girl tilted her head to look at the boy and listened carefully. These two are Qin Ming and Zhu'er, who went south together. Under Zhu'er's suggestion, Qin Ming's appearance remained unchanged, except that he dressed and turned into an image in this world. Qin Ming dressed up as a scholar, but when he was on the earth, Qin Ming was originally a student. At this moment, he didn't need to be too deliberate in disguise in his dress, and he naturally carried a strong bookish air. Zhu'er Maisu looked at Qin Ming, but she didn't expect that Qin Ming would become so attractive after a slight change in her image. Zhu'er's gaze was almost filled with the image of Qin Ming, and the heart of a young girl was almost tied to Qin Ming. It was quite a taste of thinking about a girl looking at her lover. Qin Ming didn't know it, he seemed to be in a good mood these past 2 days, humming a song adapted from the earth, taking small steps, feeling contented. In the past few days, the two have traveled all the way south, and the weather has gradually become warmer. For Qin Ming, a person who is afraid of the cold, the mood is naturally very comfortable. Along the way, Qin Ming and Zhu'er passed through several small towns, and Qin Ming was too lazy to swallow these mortals, because swallowing mortals seemed to deduct reputation. He also had to accumulate reputation for Zhu'er to exchange for the beast advanced pill. Naturally, he didn't want reputation. The remaining few hundred points became negative, and the consumption of mortals could only increase the lifespan, and Qin Ming had no shortage of lifespans at all. Qin Ming didn't reveal his identity as a monster. He and Zhu'er got into the town to inquire about the news. The two of them dressed up as a pair of talented men and beautiful women, but there is no doubt that it is a pity that the mortal world is a mortal world after all, and there is no information useful to Qin Ming at all. Those Taoist temples are also filled with mortals. After Qin Ming discussed with Zhu'er, it came to mind that most of the big sects were in the cave, and they rarely entered the world. For example, the Bodhi patriarch whose monkey went to apprentice was in Fanfiction Mountain. However, Qin Ming was not without gain at all. At the very least, Qin Ming and Zhu'er tasted the pure natural and pollution-free food in this world together. The original flavor was very good. Moreover, Qin Ming drank some white wine out of curiosity. While on the earth, Qin Ming's father was a bit stricter and didn't let him drink at all, so Qin Ming wanted to try something new too. The wine is brewed with grain, and the degree is very low. Qin Ming drank it and felt very satisfied. Then, the Qin Ming steward ordered a wine gourd and filled it with wine. When it felt cold at night, Qin Ming would drink 2 sips to keep out the cold. Another gain is that Qin Ming got a few books about literacy and hyphenation in the town. No way, Qin Ming is not very proficient in traditional ancient Huxia. He could not understand most of the 3 books he searched from Taoist priests and monks. Qin Ming compared the searched books, but understood the secret books of the 3 monks. Zhu'er didn't quite understand this, but when he saw Qin Ming reading, he was very diligent in helping Qin Ming take care of the trivial things in life, serving tea and pouring water in every possible way. The red sleeves add fragrance, and Qin Ming is also very active in learning. In just a few days, Qin Ming read half of the King Kong all over, but Qin Ming was not interested in the book, so he didn't continue to study it. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Qin Ming also read some of the books made by Fulu, but because of the lack of materials for making Fulu, Qin Ming did not study it in depth. Qin Ming put more thoughts on the Book of Thunder clearing methods. According to the introduction in this book, the upper clearing thunder method, after the spell is completed, can induce the sky thunder to attack the enemy, and its power increases with the increase in mana. Therefore, This rest spell must require advanced mana as a foundation before you can practice it. Moreover, cultivating this thunder clearing method requires the practitioner to have a certain understanding of thunder and lightning to succeed. Of course, there is also a shortcut, which can also be used for the thunder clearing method, which is to use foreign objects, such as talisman, law. Wait. Most of the monks who cultivated this spell had to resort to foreign objects, because for them, thunder and lightning were really difficult to comprehend. However, this article is nothing to Qin Ming. When Qin Ming was in elementary school, he knew the cause of thunder and lightning from television and books. Therefore, Qin Ming relied on his profound mana and understanding of the nature of thunder and lightning, and quickly learned the thunder clearing method. To Qin Ming, that book suddenly became worthless. Not only that, Qin Ming was very happy to master the spell for the first time. He controlled the thunder and lightning with his power, held the thunder ball in his palm, and then used the tip of his finger to drag the thunder and lightning in his hand to continuously change its shape. It was a joy to play. Seeing this, Zhu'er was far away from Qin Ming, and seemed a little afraid of the thunder and lightning. Qin Ming also wanted to teach Zhu'er this thunder method, but Zhu'er couldn't figure it out, and when he was studying, he always watched the thunder in Qin Ming's hand carefully, for fear that Qin Ming would lose control of the thunder and lightning. Because Zhu'er has never seen anyone playing thunder and lightning like this, Zhu'er pondered this in his heart. It is estimated that the thunder god in the sky has this ability. Seeing this, Qin Ming no longer forced Zhu'er. In Qin Ming's view, the power of Zhu'er's fox flame was enough for her to protect herself. Moreover, Zhu'er told Qin Ming that after she evolves, the fox flame will become more and more powerful. She once saw a tail fox, a mouthful of fox flames sprayed out, and a hill melted into ashes. And the legendary Kinkaiu nine-tailed fox, the fox flame can burn the sky. I don't know how powerful it is. Qin Ming heard this, only then knew how powerful the talents of the Zhu'er race were. The weather began to warm, and the two slowed down their schedule, playing and rushing on the road. They were so happy. As the sun sets, the mountains gradually dim. Brother Cicada, there is no village in front of here, no shop behind. It seems that we are going to sleep in the wild tonight. Looking at the darkening night, Zhu'er said to Qin Ming. You are wrong, Zhu'er, look, what is that? Qin Ming shook his head when he heard Zhu'er's words, and pointed to the distance to say to Zhu'er. Zhu'er looked in the direction indicated by Qin Ming and saw a deserted and ruined temple not far away. Brother Cicada, it seems we are really lucky. When Zhu'er saw the temple Qin Ming was referring to, a faint smile appeared on his beautiful face. The two slowly came to the temple, opened the door, and walked in. But I found that the temple was full of cobwebs and dust, and it seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Zhu'er picked up the cobweb with a wooden stick, and Qin Ming took the opportunity to start a fire, illuminating the temple and driving away the darkness. Although this temple is a bit broken, it can also shelter the wind and rain. It's better than living outside. The two of them sat around the fire. Qin Ming said to Zhu'er with a smile. But as long as you are with Brother Cicada, wherever you are. Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming's handsome face and said affectionately. The two surrounded the fire, warming up the fire, and chatting. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and the moon climbed into the sky. The cold moon shone on the ground. A few hundred meters away from the temple, there was a stone inscription on the grass-covered place. A gloomy wind blew through, blowing up the weeds covering the inscription, revealing the words on the stele, which are three big blood-red characters, Lanruo Temple. Chapter 36, White Clothes. Inside the ruined temple, in front of the fire, Zhu'er removed the veil, revealing a beautiful face, sitting cross-legged, practicing seriously. Zhu'er really worked very hard. She was already the third-tailed, but she was unambiguous in her practice. Qin Ming felt a little ashamed when he saw it, but he also wanted to practice with Jur. However, Qin Ming knew that his mana was swallowed, and there was no way to cultivate mana at all. Therefore, when Qin Ming had nothing to do, he opened the book related to Fulu and studied it slowly. It's always good to learn a little more, Qin Ming thought silently. Gradually, Qin Ming realized that this Fulu book seemed quite easy to understand. The general meaning of the book is to use a special pen and ink to put a certain picture on the paper, and then cooperate with the mana or formula to stimulate the talisman, so as to exert the corresponding spell. Qin Ming felt that by using the painting knowledge he learned in middle school and finding the rules, he could draw those Fulu. So, Qin Ming found a branch, and constantly wiped and painted on the ground based on the pattern in the book. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Qin Ming silently thought of the complete pattern he drew soon. Moreover, I don't know if it is an illusion. Qin Ming feels that the patterns he draws are much more beautiful and smooth than those in the book. However, Qin Ming didn't make Fulu's pen and paper, so he couldn't experiment. In this case, Qin Ming was not in a hurry, so he continued to study other Fulus. Just when Qin Ming and Jur were both immersed in their own world. Outside this temple, there was a gust of wind. After the yin wind passed, two young women appeared. A white-clothed, 17-year-old, white-skinned Saixu, seemed to be extremely beautiful, but looked cold, with a coldness all over his body. The other woman, who looks a little worse, is not too old, is dressed in pink, has a thin chin, and has a mean look. The two abrupt appearances did nothing. They secretly looked inward from the temple window, peeping at Qin Ming and Jur. Xiao Qian, I'll lead the woman away, and you'll settle the man. The mean woman in pink said to the stunning girl in white. Xiao Qing, I have no experience. I'm worried that I can't handle it well, or you should go. The woman in white stammered when she heard what the woman in pink said. Humph, this can't be for you, you are a new ghost, if you can't even do this, what's the use of keeping you? I'll tell Grandma when I go back, and let her give you to the master of Montenegro. Seeing that the white-clothed woman was so timid, the pink-clothed woman couldn't help but said coldly. Then, that's all right? I'll try. Upon hearing this, the woman in white nodded helplessly. Huh. Be clever, just wait to go back and get the whip. The powder-clothed woman snorted coldly, and her figure gradually faded. Seeing this, the woman in white also suddenly disappeared. After that, the woman named Xiaoqing suddenly appeared in front of the door of the ruined temple. She picked up a small stone from the ground, with a fierce expression on her face, raised her hand and bounced it to Jur. Hey, before he touched Jur's body, he was burned by Jur's body protecting fox flame. Who disturbs my practice? Jur was disturbed, opened a pair of beautiful eyes, and yelled at the direction the stone came from. However, Jur didn't see anyone, so she closed her eyes again. I didn't expect to be a practicing family. At this moment, the pink-clothed woman once again showed her figure and stared at Jur fiercely. Then, she picked up another stone and bounced it towards Jur. The practice was interrupted again. Rao Jur had a good temper, and there was a trace of sullenness on Jimei's face. Jur had been thinking about cultivating to 9 tails as soon as possible, and going back to surprise King Kai's people. That's why she worked so hard, but didn't want to be interrupted twice. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Jur stood up and saw that Qin Mingzhen was holding the Fulu secretary, making constant gestures in his hands, very attentive, almost insane, so Jur didn't say hello to Qin Ming, and went after him. When Qin Ming heard Jur's door opening, he was awakened. Jur, where are you going? Seeing Jur's back, Qin Ming put down the books in his hand and wanted to chase after him. At this moment, the woman in white suddenly appeared in front of the door. Then, the woman in white ran to the temple in a panic. The woman in white looked at Qin Ming, who was about to go out, and threw Qin Ming into the temple, but she sat on the ground. She looked up at Qin Ming with a panic expression. "This son, there is a gangster chasing me outside, can you allow me to spend the night here? How could such a beautiful girl suddenly appear in the middle of the night?" Qin Ming looked at the face of the woman in white, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "I'll talk about it when I come back. I still have something to do." Qin Ming was worried about Zhu'er, and he didn't want to talk more with this woman. "My son, don't leave. To tell you the truth, your female companion is going to accompany my friend. If she doesn't leave, how can we spend the past months and months?" The white-clothed woman looked at Qin Ming, but stood up and stopped Qin Ming's path. She rolled her eyes and said softly, "Say it. What is your purpose in drawing her away?" Qin Ming heard the woman's words, but didn't believe it. He pushed the woman away and sternly yelled at her. When the white-clothed woman saw this, her face changed, and then returned to normal. She looked at Qin Ming and said softly, "It's not that I am afraid of the long night. The sun is too boring to study alone, so I came to be with me before." The white-clothed woman said, pretending to be delicate, and expected to move forward. Qin Ming suddenly felt something was wrong. The woman's hands were cold, and there was no even the slightest temperature. Qin Ming's heart moved, knowing that this woman must have a problem, so he activated his perception. Qin Ming wanted to know where this woman came from. If this woman showed her feet, he would be ruined. "My son, what's the matter with you? People are here, why do you still have the heart to think about other things?" Seeing that Qin Ming unexpectedly seemed to be in a daze, the white-clothed woman said, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, but she pretended to be displeased. I'm thinking." Qin Ming answered blankly after hearing what the white-clothed woman said. "Thinking about?" The woman in white looked at Qin Ming and asked curiously. Xiao Sheng thought for a long time, and didn't know how the lady said to accompany me, exactly how to accompany me. Xiao Sheng was puzzled in his heart, so he was in a daze. Qin Ming stared at the woman in white stunnedly, but he played the role of a nerd completely. He, fool." Seeing Qin Ming's stunned expression, the woman in white gave a chuckle. Then, the woman in white closed her eyes, as if expecting something. "Let me see when you are going to install it." Qin Ming looked at the behavior of the woman in white, and said in his heart. Qin Ming pretended to greet him. Stopped only half a step away from the woman in white. Qin Ming felt that there was also a cold breath near the woman in white. Qin Ming was attracted in a daze on the surface, but he did not relax in his heart. He felt the woman's every move. Qin Ming found that as his gaze watched, the face of the white-clothed woman changed slightly, and she seemed a little embarrassed. But soon, her emotions calmed down, and her face returned to calm. Then, the woman in white opened her eyes and looked at Qin Ming, who was close at hand, with a trace of apology flashing in her eyes. At this time, Qin Ming felt that the woman's originally white jade-like hands and nails had become very long, attacking his heart. It's finally revealed. Seeing this, Qin Ming snorted in his heart and was about to start. However, Qin Ming found that the woman's face seemed to be struggling. She hesitated several times before stopping again. Seeing this, Qin Ming didn't have an immediate attack. Difficult expressions appeared on the face of the woman in white. After several times, she became firm, as if she had made up her mind and had to do it. Seeing this, Qin Ming knew that this woman seemed to be suffering, and planned to spare her once. However, Qin Ming didn't want this woman to discover his strength. "Girl, please respect yourself." Qin Ming pretended to inadvertently grasp the woman's arms tightly. "Damn it! How powerful is this weak scholar?" Seeing this, the woman in white wanted to break away from Qin Ming's arm, but found that no matter how hard she tried, Qin Ming's arm didn't move. After all, Lao Tzu has 100,000 caddies of strength, how can you break free at will? Seeing the woman's behavior, Qin Ming secretly chuckled. After trying several times, the woman in white found that she could not break free, and then seemed to admit her fate, but gave up resistance. Seeing this, Qin Ming let go of the white-clothed woman instead, stopped playing tricks on her, and planned to talk to her. The woman in white didn't expect Qin Ming to be like this, her eyes were a little surprised. Seeing Qin Ming's handsome face, the white-clothed woman's heart began to pound for some reason. A feeling that I had never had before made the woman in white panicky. Brother Cicada, Brother Cicada. Just when Qin Ming was about to have a showdown with the white-clothed woman, Zhuer's anxious shout came from outside. Chapter 37, You made, I took it? Qin Ming looked up, but Zhuer hurried back, her pretty face was full of worry. My son, you, hurry up and leave with your female companion, this is not a good place. Upon seeing this, the white-clothed woman hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Ming firmly and said. After finishing speaking, the figure of the woman seemed to be weightless, she floated directly towards the window of the temple, erratically penetrated the window, and disappeared without a trace. If Qin Ming made a move, he would have had a chance to keep the woman in white. However, Qin Ming just took advantage of the white clothes, and at the moment he heard the woman's advice, he couldn't bear to act, and he let her free. Where is the lonely ghost? Don't leave if you have the courage to come. At this moment, Zhuer ran into the temple in a hurry. Looking at the faded figure of the white-clothed woman, Zhuer whispered softly. As Zhuer said, offering a foxfire, it seemed that he was about to attack the woman in white who had fled away. Zhuer, wait a minute. Seeing this, Qin Ming drank Zhuer quickly. Brother Cicada, why don't you let Zhuer burn her to death, these ghosts are the worst. After hearing Qin Ming's words, Zhuer retracted the foxfire, looked at Qin Ming, and asked in confusion. That woman is kind-hearted. Just now, she persuaded us to leave here. Let's forgive her once. Qin Ming said to Zhuer with pity in his heart. Immediately, Qin Ming seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Zhuer suspiciously. Zhuer, did you say that the woman in white clothes just now was a female ghost? After hearing the question, Zhuer nodded to Qin Ming and explained, Yes, Brother Cicada, there was a female ghost in pink just now interrupted my practice several times and led me to the woods outside. She still wants to shoot at me. She doesn't want to, my foxfire is the nemesis of ghosts, I only gently sacrificed the foxfire and burned her, she was scattered by my burning soul. These Qin Ming knew that his Upper Qing Thunder method and Zhuer's fire method were both the nemesis of ghosts. She deserves to be unlucky for that female ghost. She doesn't know that Zhuer is from the Qingkai Fox clan, otherwise she would not dare to provoke Zhuer with her courage. White clothes, female ghost, temple. These words flashed in Qin Ming's heart, always feeling very familiar. Then, Qin Ming walked out of the temple and hurriedly searched among the grass. Finally, Qin Ming saw the stone stele standing outside the temple. Lanruo Temple. When Qin Ming saw these words, he immediately connected all his previous thoughts in his heart. A Huxia ghost story? Is that woman Nai Xiaoqian? Qin Ming looked at the tombstone, a little confused. But isn't this journey to the west? Qin Ming returned to the temple, still full of doubts in his heart. Brother Cicada, what's the matter with you? Didn't you read the book? Seeing Qin Ming's appearance, Zhuer couldn't help asking curiously. Qin Ming was awakened after hearing what Zhuer said, yes, no matter what kind of world he is, strength is the kingly way. Thank you, Zhuer. Qin Ming suddenly figured it out, he smiled at Zhuer, and then continued to delve into the book on how to make fulu. Zhuer felt a little strange after hearing Qin Ming's words, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Zhuer didn't know why Qin Ming suddenly thanked her. Zhuer always thought that she was the same to thank her. After all, Qin Ming was so kind to her. However, Zhuer also noticed that Qin Ming's complexion was indifferent, and she seemed to be relieved of her concerns, so she was relieved to practice. The temple is calm again. You rubbish. Not only didn't I suck the man's yang energy for me, but it also made me lose a good hand. It's really annoying to me. At this moment, in an antique mansion, an old woman wearing dark green gold-rimmed clothes, purple lips, and her voices were screaming at the woman in white who was kneeling in front of her. Grandma calms down her anger. Xiaoqian knows she was wrong. Xiaoqian will definitely breathe in yang for her next time. The woman in white looked at the angry old woman, and kept apologizing and apologizing. Humph, you mean maid, you just don't know how to behave. Come on. Take my whip. The old woman stretched out her dry claws and shouted at the middle-aged maid beside her. Yes, master. After hearing the old woman's words, the middle-aged maid quickly took a black whip. Seeing the whip in the hands of the old woman, Xiaoqin's beautiful complexion changed suddenly, and she kept begging, Grandma, please give Xiaoqian another chance. Xiaoqian will surely inhale the yang energy from the book. It's late, I'll give you 3 whips first. If you can inhale that scholarly yang energy, then I will spare you. Otherwise, I will not only make up the 7 whips, but also give you to the master of Montenegro to be a concubine. The old woman suddenly said to Xiaoqian in her voice. Grandma, wait a minute, Xiaoqian is not afraid of this soul eater, but if you pull off these whips, Xiaoqian will inevitably leave marks on her body. Then, when the scholar sees you, she may not be fooled. It is better to remember these 3 whips for the time being. Come down, if Xiaoqian can't complete the task, Grandma will punish him. Xiaoqian, the white woman, listened to her grandmother's words, looked at the old woman with a little fear, and begged her. Never mind, I can't do anything with you, ABCH maid. Get up, don't do it soon. Grandma, I'm so anxious to wait. After hearing the words, the old woman thought about it, and put down the whip that was originally raised high, and yelled at the woman in white. Thank you, Grandma. After hearing the words of the old woman, the woman in white quickly thanked her as if she heard the amnesty. As a ghost, this woman in white is most afraid of the soul eater. She knows that this whip was given to her grandma by the master of Montenegro. When the whip is hit, the pain reaches the soul, and the mark of the whip will not dissipate for a long time. It won't go away. The pain will disappear when the traces are gone. It's very vicious, and it's specially used to discipline disobedient female ghosts. The woman in white took the task, and once again she came to the door of Lanruo Temple. But she lingered outside the door for a long time, not daring to go in, so she knew there was a woman inside who could easily kill ghosts. Boom. After that, Bai Yi seemed to have made up some determination. She gritted her teeth and directly reached out and knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing the knock on the door, Qinming and Zhu each stopped their cultivation. Qinming looked at the door of the temple and shouted. Then the door opened with a cheep, and the woman in white walked into the temple. Why are you here again? Qinming looked at the beautiful white-clothed woman in front of him, and asked with some doubts. After hearing Qinming's words, the white-clothed woman lowered her head, seemingly engaged in an ideological struggle. Qinming looked at the beautiful and unparalleled face of the woman, with a black-green silk. At this moment, he just wanted to know if this woman was Nai Xiaoqian. It should be her. Qinming believed in his heart that 9 out of 10 this woman was Nai Xiaoqian. Because only Nai Xiaoqian is a ghost, but as beautiful as a fairy. After thinking about it, Qinming couldn't help chanting to the woman, Shili Pinghu is full of frost, and every inch of green silk is melancholy. Looking at the moon shape, I only envy mandarin ducks and not immortals. My son, how did you hear about this poem? Did you know Xiaoqian before? At this moment, the white-clothed woman heard Qinming singing. She raised her head and looked at Qinming, her expression agitated. No, I just saw this poem on a painting. Qin Ming shook his head and said. At this moment, Qin Ming finally confirmed that the woman in front of him is a ghost who is on the earth, so many men and women are dreaming. Since this is the case, Xiao Qian can be considered to have a relationship with the sun. It is true that the woman in the painting is Xiao Qian when she was alive, and Xiao Qian is actually a female ghost. The woman in white said slowly to Qin Ming and Zhu'er. Then, Nai Xiao Qian found that Qin Ming and Zhu'er looked at her as usual, and they didn't seem surprised at all. Qin Ming had guessed her identity a long time ago, and Zhu'er is naturally not afraid of her. Nai Xiao Qian met, and continued to say to the two of them, however, many ghosts and I were controlled by a tree demon with 1,000 years of deeds. The tree demon asked me to absorb a man's yang energy for it to cultivate, otherwise it will punish us. We have no choice but to do evil. This is the first time I have come out. But I think the sun is good and can't bear to do it. After returning, the tree demon will punish me. I came this time just because I wanted to seek help from this young lady. I know you killed Qing-er. Then your mana must be strong. I wonder if the young lady can save Xiao Qian from the sea of bitterness of the Millennium Tree monster. Xiao Qian treats herself as a slave and serves as a slave to repay her great favor. When Qin Ming heard Nai Xiao Qian say that he was good, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that the scholar he dressed up is really successful, and even the female ghost who came to Nai Xiao Qian has deceived it. Nai Xiao Qian looked at Zhu'er, begging. Hearing this, Zhu'er seemed to be a little moved, but Zhu'er wasn't sure whether the woman said it was true or not, and she also wanted to know Qin Ming's opinion, so she didn't say anything, just looked at Qin Ming. Nai Xiao Qian saw Zhu'er's appearance and thought she would not agree, but Qin Ming seemed to her, but a scholar who was willing to help her in time might not help her, so Nai Xiao Qian smiled sadly and said to the two of them, yes. Xiao Qian is bothering, I will leave now. Hold on. Qin Ming saw that Nai Xiao Qian was about to leave, looked at her back and said. Nai Xiao Qian turned her head suspiciously when she heard the words, but saw Qin Ming looking at him with energetic eyes, and said domineeringly to her, you maid, I will accept it. If the tree demon dares to attack, he will definitely let him go. Back. Chapter 38, Dryad is coming to the bowl. Nai Xiao Qian heard this and looked at Qin Ming in surprise. She didn't understand how a weak scholar in this district of Kinming dared to praise Haikao. Since Brother Cicada has agreed, you can stay here. We will definitely protect your safety. Seeing that Qin Ming agreed to Nai Xiaoqian's stay, Zhu'er smiled and said to Nai Xiao Qian. Nai Xiao Qian heard that Zhu'er agreed, and then she felt confident in her heart. She stopped and made a blessing to Qin Ming and Zhu'er. Mei Ya's faces were full of gratitude. Thank you, miss, the sun is perfect. Nai Xiao Qian thought that when the 1,000-year tree demon came to catch her, Zhu'er would take action, so she thanked the two of them. Next, Nai Xiao Qian looked at Zhu'er, and said to Zhu'er hesitantly, Miss, Xiao Qian has another request. Xiaoqian's ashes are hidden by her grandma. Without ashes, Xiao Qian can't leave this mountain at all, so, I would like to ask the young lady for help. At dawn, I will go to the mass grave to dig out my ashes. Xiao Qian is grateful. Stop. Xiao Qian, since I have accepted you as a maid, you don't have to be so polite. Your business is mine. Qin Ming listened to Nai Xiaoqian's request and raised his hand to interrupt her. Then, Qin Ming looked at Nai Xiaoqian's beautiful faces with a trace of melancholy, and she couldn't help but continue to say, Take ashes, why wait until dawn? You lead the way, I'll go and kill the monster. This, son, you have to ask the young lady's opinion. Nai Xiaoqian couldn't help but said to him when Qin Ming started to blow the conch again. Brother Cicada meant what I meant. Before Qin Ming spoke, Nai Xiaoqian saw that Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming affectionately with a pair of beautiful eyes, and agreed. Nai Xiaoqian saw it, but she didn't know why, So Zhu'er also liked Qin Ming's gentle and handsome face, so she was obedient to Qin Ming. Nai Xiaoqian felt a trace of loss in her heart, but she didn't show it. She knew that as a maid, she had no right to interfere with the feelings between the masters, so she nodded and said, "In this case, Xiaoqian will lead the two to find the 1,000-year tree. Demon, if you can clean it up, you can save it from continuing to harm people. If it's not its opponent, you can just run away." Xiaoqian should hold it back, with the kindness of the two. After Nai Xiaoqian said, there was a trace of determination on her face. What a lowly maid, she really had two hearts, and she was collaborating with outsiders to murder me. But do you think that both cats and puppies can threaten Grandma? Since they are all better, let Grandma add one more under my tree roots? Nourishment. As soon as Nai Xiaoqian's voice fell, there was a sudden voice of male and female from outside the temple, which was very permeating. No, it's coming. Nai Xiaoqian's expression changed after hearing this voice, and she looked at Zhu'er nervously. Immediately afterwards, a disgusting, long tongue smashed through the door of the temple, attacking several people, and there was still mucus flowing on it. Little Dryad, dare to be rampant. King Kaiyinhu Zhu'er, seeing this long tongue, frowned Luye's eyebrows, his beautiful face was a little disdainful. Zhu'er, let me come. Qin Ming saw that Zhu'er was going to sacrifice the fox flame, and rushed out quickly. Qin Ming knew the power of Zhu'er this fox flame, he was afraid that Zhu'er would directly burn the tree demon to ashes. If even the corpse was gone, then Qin Ming would not be able to swallow the tree monster's mana. So, Qin Ming planned to do it himself, and Qin Ming rushed up against his disgusting long tongue. Then, he used the supernatural power of his great power to grab the long and thin tongue of the Dryad bucket. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Seeing this, the tree monster struggled vigorously with a long tongue, trying to break away from Qin Ming's embrace. Qin Ming was willing to give the tree demon this opportunity, his arms worked hard together, and with a hey, he broke the big tongue abruptly from the middle. "Ah! Your grandma is waiting. I won't let you go." When the Dryad's tongue broke, it wailed, dragged its tongue halfway, and withdrew. And the half-length tongue in Qin Ming's arms turned into a branch. "Found the remains of the tree demon, do you swallow it?" At this time, the sound of the system rang. "Swallow. Want mana?" Qin Ming answered immediately after hearing this. The branches disappeared into Qin Ming's arms immediately, and the system's voice sounded again. "Congratulations to the host, Qin Ming, for gaining 10 years of mana. It's still through this system that the mana can come happily." Qin Ming felt the increase in mana and felt very comfortable in his heart. He, brother cicada, how about it? Enough fun." Seeing Qin Ming's performance, Zhu'er only thought he was playful, but didn't expect Qin Ming to devour the tree monster's mana, so he looked at Qin Ming and said with a smile. Nai Xiaoqian looked at Qin Ming, but her eyes widened in surprise. Nai Xiaoqian never expected that Qin Ming, a seemingly weak scholar, would have so much strength to cut off the tongue of the 1,000-year Dryad on weekdays. "It shouldn't be too late, let's go look for it. Don't let it run away." Qin Ming absorbed the tree monster's branches and tasted the sweetness, and couldn't help but say to Nai Xiaoqian, "Okay, too, please come with me." The tree monster's body is rooted in a mass grave a few miles west of the temple. The body is a 1,000-year-old willow tree. The trees in the mass grave are intricately intertwined, in fact they are all the Dryad's main body. In the woods over there, the other trees were killed by it because they competed with it for nutrients. The current ones are all rooted from the ground. Nai Xiaoqian introduced them to the two, while leading them to the mass grave. At this moment, discovering Qin Ming's ability, Nai Xiaoqian's heart suddenly gained a little more confidence, and her pace became much happier, even her tone of voice became a little brisk. The three soon arrived at the mass grave. Qin Ming saw that, as Xiaoqian said, a tall old willow tree with mottled bark was standing in the middle of the mass grave. "Ahole, you dare to come here? Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. I have already sent a message to the Black Mountain Master. He is coming from the city of Vane. When he comes, I will take this jeep made with the beautiful woman presented it to him together. The Black Mountain Master will be very happy and help me kill you, kid. I will suck all your flesh and blood to avenge the revenge of the broken branch." In the trunk of the willow tree, a hermaphrodite face suddenly appeared, and the voice was threatening Qin Mingdao. "Yeah, it's quite arrogant. Grandpa has pulled out your roots, so you can't see your Black Mountain Master." Qin Ming laughed after hearing what the tree demon said, and walked towards the tree demon. Qin Ming had watched the movie of the ghost story, so he knew that the tree demon also had the same tricks, which did not pose a threat to him at all. Seeing Qin Ming coming, the tree demon mobilized hundreds of vines and waved towards Qin Ming. Then, the body of the old willow tree moved quickly in the mass graveyard soil, far away from Qin Ming. It seemed that he was really afraid that Qin Ming would uproot it. Qin Ming directly grabbed all the vines that had struck him, grabbed dozens of them, and pulled them hard. All of them were broken by him. The dryad was so scared that he hurriedly collected the other vines, and did not dare to attack Qin Ming again, staying far away from Qin Ming and the others. "This is all mana." Qin Ming looked at the vines in his arms and sighed secretly. Then, Qin Ming absorbed all of them, and he obtained 50 or 60 years of mana. So, Qin Ming looked at the tree monster's body, his eyes beaming. "Mana, come to the bowl." Qin Ming looked at the main body of the thousand-year tree demon as if he saw a large group of mana beckoning to him, a little chewy salivating. However, Qin Ming discovered that the tree demon seemed to be afraid of him, and he actually acted as a tortoise with his head shrunk. As soon as Qin Ming got closer, his body would quickly escape. It was just that 2 or 3 vines came out to stop him, as if he wanted to. Procrastination. At this moment, Qin Ming felt a little upset. This large group of mana, which was about to reach the bowl, was always going to hide and seek with him so that he could see it, but couldn't eat it. "Idiot host, have you forgotten what your body is?" At this moment, the cute voice of the system Loli Trail suddenly rang in Qin Ming's heart. Chapter 39, Nemesis of the Silver Cicada Dryad. My ontology. Qin Ming was puzzled after hearing Meng Loli's words, then he patted his head and suddenly realized. Qin Ming's body is a cicada, and he was born with the sap of various trees as food. Because he didn't want to reveal his identity, Qin Ming had always maintained his human form, but at this time, it was clear that using his body to bully the tree demon was the kingly way. Qin Ming didn't want to delay for a moment. After brushing it, it turned into a 2-winged silver cicada and flew towards the thousand-year tree monster. No matter how the tree monster moved, it was locked by Qin Ming. Qin Ming landed on the trunk of the tree demon in a blink of an eye. Then, the silver straw on Qin Ming's body pierced the old bark of the thousand-year tree demon with a slight effort. Sting. Qin Ming inhaled, and the sap of the thousand-year tree demon was immediately sucked out by him. Immediately, the sound of the system rang. Congratulations to the host Qin Ming for obtaining the tree monster juice. May I ask whether it is converted into mana or lifespan? Mana, all transformed into mana. Qin Ming said secretly in his heart. Congratulations to host Qin Ming, mana has increased for 2 years. I wiped it for 2 years, it's so cool. Qin Ming was overjoyed when he heard this, and continued to increase his strength to devour it. Congratulations to host Qin Ming. Mana increased by 2 years. Mana increased by 3 years. Mana increased for 3 years. As Qin Ming swallowed the tree demon, the system prompt sounded continuously in Qin Ming's heart. You turned out to be a cicada demon. The thousand-year tree fairy was constantly sucking the tree sap by Qin Ming, and he clearly felt the loss of his life and mana, and it suddenly wailed. Qin Ming didn't have time to pay attention to this tree monster, and increased his habit of sucking. The sap flowed to Qin Ming's mouth faster. The cheerful voice of the system prompted. Congratulations to host Qin Ming. Increase mana for 10 years. Increase mana for 9 years. Increased mana by 10 years. Comfortable. Qin Ming took a sip of tree sap, which was worthy of other people's cultivation for many years, and his heart was naturally too beautiful. Feeling the fast-moving life, the tree demon was immediately stunned. It wielded the vines like crazy, and constantly slapped Qin Ming on his body, trying to take Qin Ming away. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming unhurriedly used the thunder-clearing technique to wrap his body in a purple thunder ball. Then, continue to absorb the sap of the dryad. Those vines attacked and hit the thunder ball, which immediately caused a counter-attack from Lafa. The vines were scorched by the thunder and lightning and broke one after another. The tree monster couldn't help but wailed again, but there was no way to use Qin Ming. It seemed that he could only wait to die. Nai Xiaoqian and Zhu'er were standing in the distance. When she saw Qin Ming's body, her face changed drastically. She never expected that the seemingly weak scholar Qin Ming turned out to be a monster even stronger than the tree demon grandma. However, Nai Xiaoqian thought of Qin Ming, her, and Qin Ming's powerful arms in Lanruo Temple again. Her face blushed. She felt that Qin Ming was a monster in time and could be trusted, so she raised her heart. Put it down again. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. The thousand-year tree demon was constantly absorbing mana by Qin Ming, becoming weaker and weaker. It was not reconciled, moved its body, separated out a few vines and attacked Nai Xiaoqian and Zhu'er. The vines rushed towards the two of them, as if exhausted all my efforts. Moreover, on one of the vines, there is also a black whip, which is a soul eater that specializes in striking spirits. Miss, save me. This soul eater hurts the ghost the most. It hurts for a long time, and it will split the soul to pieces, and it will never be overborn. As a ghost, Nai Xiaoqian didn't have much mana. She was most afraid of this whip. When she saw her face changed, she hurriedly asked Zhu'er for help. Xiaoqian, stand behind me. After listening to Nai Xiaoqian's words, Zhu'er released the fox flame and wrapped the two inside. When Xiaoqian saw the fox flame, her face turned pale with fright, and she instinctively felt the fear. Don't worry. As long as you don't move, it won't hurt you. Seeing Nai Xiaoqian's trembling, Zhu'er comforted him. The vine seemed to be extremely angry, and drew it up without any defense at all. As soon as it encountered the fox flame, it immediately burned and quickly became a pile of ashes. The dryad wailed, all the vines withered, concentrated all the mana on the main trunk, and turned into an old woman. The old man will choke you to death. The old woman was wearing a green gold-rimmed robe and her purple lips seemed to be poisonous. She stretched out 10 fingers with long black nails towards Qin Ming's body angrily. Her face was very angry. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming flapped his wings and cut off the old woman's neck in one fell swoop. The old woman deserves to be a tree demon, with stubborn vitality. Her head is severed, but she didn't die at all. She quickly picked it up again, and moved towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming also transformed into a human form and used his great power to hit the old woman to the ground with a single fist. Then, Qin Ming didn't use any exercises, relying on his great power, like a gangster fighting, with all his fists and feet. It hit the old woman's head and shattered her head. The old woman seemed to be seriously injured, and in anxious anger, she sprayed out a dark green fist-sized inner alchemy, actually wanting to compete with Qin Ming's inner alchemy. When Qin Ming saw this, he also matched his inner alchemy. It was the first time that he took the inner alchemy against the enemy. Qin Ming felt that he would not lose, because Qin Ming's inner alchemy was shining and looked very strong. The important thing is that Qin Ming's inner alchemy seems to be larger than the two tree monsters. The two inner alchemy collided together, and the dark green inner alchemy flew back at a faster speed than when it came. The tree monster grandma squirted a spit of dark green blood, which could no longer support it, and turned into a body again. Qin-Ming also withdrew the inner alchemy. He turned into the main body and continued to swallow the mana of the tree demon unceremoniously. After about a quarter of an hour, Qin-Ming felt that there was nothing to swallow. Qin-Ming saw that the tree demon was completely dead at this moment, and there was no more vitality. Qin-Ming checked it silently and found that his mana had increased by more than 1,300 years, reaching more than 2,400 years. Moreover, Qin-Ming saw that within the tree monster's remnant body, a dark green inner alchemy was radiating light. Qin-Ming really didn't expect that this 1,000-year tree demon would not be considered an inner pill, but it would provide so much mana. From this it can be seen that this tree demon does not harm people on weekdays, otherwise it would be impossible to accumulate so much mana in the vines. As soon as the dryad died, all the trees in the mass grave disappeared, and the whole mass grave seemed to become empty at once. Qin-Ming turned back into a variant, and then found the soul eater that was regarded as a treasure by the tree demon and took it with the inner alchemy. Discover the energy required for system upgrade. Does the host allow the system to absorb it? When Qin-Ming was about to put these two items together, the system prompts. Absorb. Qin-Ming felt that these two things were useless. The inner alchemy looked green and toxic, so he didn't dare to swallow it by himself or give it to Jur. Instead, he chose to be swallowed by the system. The system got permission from Qin-Ming, and immediately swallowed the two items completely. The energy was divided into two strands. One strand was absorbed by the system, and the other strand entered the space where the cute lowly path was located, and penetrated into the constantly changing space. Among the cute lowly. After Qin-Ming finished the fight, although he was somewhat pleased with the increase in mana, he also realized a shortcoming. The mana of this 1,000-year tree demon was not low, but its attack methods were too few, otherwise he would never be killed by Qin-Ming. Drop. This is the consequence of no orthodox inheritance. As soon as Qin-Ming thought about himself, his heart became tense, and he realized that he did not have too strong inheritance. Then he had never seen the 9 profound arts, the immortal golden body, and all kinds of powerful magical abilities, in case he encountered him in the future. When it arrives, it will be troublesome, although Qin-Ming can use the shelling magical power to escape, but if he brings Jur with him, it is dangerous. It seems that you have to keep a low profile on weekdays, and then plan some powerful cultivation techniques and spells as early as possible. Qin-Ming thought of it silently. After that, Jur and Nai Xiaoqian both ran over. The dryad is dead, I will find you ashes. Qin-Ming looked at Nai Xiaoqian's excited expression and said to him. Thank you, son. Nai Xiaoqian looked at Qin-Ming with some admiration, and replied excitedly, she finally knew Qin-Ming's strength this time, and did not doubt Qin-Ming anymore. Qin-Ming led the two of them and dug a few graves, but none of Xiaoqian's ashes were found. Strange, why not? Grandma clearly said that the ashes are with her. Nai Xiaoqian couldn't find her ashes and couldn't help but said in confusion. Go and dig under that tree. Qin-Ming heard the words and activated his perception skills, only to discover that the ashes of the altar of seeing were buried under the dry roots of the tree demon. Found it, this is it. Xiaoqian listened to Qin-Ming's instructions, and after digging a few times, she found her ashes and she couldn't help but exclaimed very excitedly. When Qin-Ming and Jur saw Xiaoqian finally got rid of the sea of suffering, they looked at each other and smiled. Then, a few people who were originally happy suddenly realized something was wrong. In the night, there was no light in the sky, and the high-hanging stars and moon were also gone, as if they were hidden by a black cloth. Master of Montenegro is here. You can catch it before you wait. At this moment, a gruesome harshness echoed continuously in the air. Chapter 40, Montenegro flees. Black clouds cover the sun. It's the old Black Mountain demon. Nai Xiaoqian looked up at the sky, her face changed involuntarily. As soon as Nai Xiaoqian's voice fell, in the middle of the originally empty mass grave, the space suddenly cracked, like a door opened. Sense and Ghost Spirit kept coming out of the door. After that, 4 ghosts with double horns and blue fangs carried a red sedan chair and flew out of the space. After the sedan chair came out, more than a dozen monsters of different shapes also came out with a harp. Black Mountain King. Unlimited mana. The king goes out, the idlers retreat. These monsters were carrying a trace of black air, and they kept shouting slogans in their mouths, looking at the red sedan chair in awe. GG. You little devil, the Taoist priest has a bit of knowledge, and he even knows the magic of this king. Only 4 green-faced fangs ghosts dropped the sedan chair, and then a burst of evil and cold laughter rang. Damn it, it's terrible. When Qin Ming heard this voice, he frowned and cursed. According to the sedan chair, it was a thunder-clearing method. The purple arc brush hit the sedan chair, only to hear an unprepared scream from inside, and then a man wearing a black cloak with a yellow exploding head and a pale face came out of the sedan chair. Despicable villain, you actually attacked your Montenegrin master. The man's slender face was full of wrinkles, holding a long sword in both hands and looking at Qin Ming angrily. Master, my time is precious. I don't have time to watch you pretend to be forced. If you want to fight, you can fight. If you don't fight, get out. Qin Ming looked at the old Black Mountain demon and said to him disdainfully. Miss, I've heard my grandma say that this old Black Mountain demon is a ghost king in the Dead City, with powerful mana, and he is not only the ghost king, but also raises a lot of little monsters in the Dead City, and he is also a demon king. But let the sun be careful. Nai Xiaoqian couldn't help but said to Zhu'er with some worry when he saw that Qin Ming dared to attack the old Black Mountain demon directly. No defense, let's watch. Brother Cicada didn't let us take action, let's wait quietly. Zhu'er knows Qin Ming very well and knows that Qin Ming has the means to save his life, so he doesn't worry at all. Presumptuous, the Black Mountain Master is here, you scholar is so unreasonable, you must be living impatiently. A demon who carried a sedan chair for the Black Mountain old demon saw that Qin Ming despised his director so much, and forgot the power of Qin Ming's thunder just now. It yelled, twisting an iron chain that was originally draped on its shoulders. Charged towards Qin Ming. Noisy. Qin Ming, the evil spirit, came back to him without knowing it, and a high clear thunder method shot it out towards the evil spirit. You know, how can Qin Ming be afraid of him with the super clear thunder method, which is dedicated to defeating ghosts and monsters? Master Montenegro, help. Seeing the thunder light, the evil spirit showed a look of horror on his face, and hurriedly asked for help from the old Black Mountain demon. However, before he waited for the old demon Black Mountain to speak, he was hit by Qin Ming's lightning. This thunder light hit the evil ghost, and his ugly face was purified in one fell swoop, his body became transparent, and then, torn apart. The evil spirit was frightened and scattered by Qin Ming's thunder-clearing method. Rao was the other evil ghosts with blue-faced fangs under the Black Mountain old demon. They looked terrible, but at this moment, they all stepped back, with a fearful expression on their faces, as if they were afraid that Qin Ming would attack them. Scholar, you are so courageous, I even dare to kill my ghost carrying a sedan chair. See if the master does not kill you today, and will detain you to the dead. Let you always feel like a soul eater. Torture you for 7 or 49 days, let you wait to mention the ghost that died just now, and lift the sedan chair for the Lord. Seeing the tragic death of his subordinates, old monster Black Mountain seemed to be angry. A stern wind blew by, and a cold voice came from his mouth. Qin Ming shivered, feeling that the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees out of thin air. What the hell do you make? Grandpa doesn't eat yours. Qin Ming heard Haishan's evil intentions and threw it at the old Haishan monster again. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Seeing Qin Ming's thunder method, the old demon Black Mountain saw a large cloud of black energy out of thin air in his hand, and greeted Qin Ming's thunder. Then, there was a fierce collision, the black chi dissipated, and Qin Ming's thunder was actually offset by the black chi. Scholar. Do you think that your thunder method is the nemesis of ghosts, Master? I can't help you. Master tell you, Master, I am both a ghost king and a demon king. Not only is my power boundless, but there are also 3,000 little monsters under my hand. For advice, as long as my mana is stronger than yours, your thunder will never hurt me. Seeing that the old demon of Haishan blocked Qin Ming's thunder method, he couldn't help but proudly said to Qin Ming. Now it's my turn, you also take the master's sword. The old demon from Black Mountain said to Qin Ming, with both swords in his hands moving towards Qin Ming. Shangqing Thunder Law. Seeing this, Qin Ming struck out with another thunder method. The Black Mountain old demon didn't dare to hold it big, and hurriedly retracted his sword, offering a cloud of black energy to resist the thunder method. Invincible Chain, go. Qin Ming picked up the iron chain that the evil spirit had fallen to the ground just now, mobilized a huge force, and drew it towards the old Black Mountain demon. Good job. Ah! Seeing Qin Ming's attack, the old demon in Black Mountain instinctively used his double swords to resist, but he did not expect Qin Ming to have such great power, and he was shot hundreds of meters away by Qin Ming. He vomited blood on the ground. But Qin Ming hit a sword in his hand to the ground, and Qin Ming took the opportunity to pick it up. What kind of technique are you practicing? It's so powerful. The old demon Black Mountain wiped off the black blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Ming in surprise. When Nai Xiaoqian saw a demon king whose heart was always strong, he was also stunned by Qin Ming's great strength, and was shocked again. Zhu'er was full of confidence in Qin Ming, with beautiful eyes full of wisdom, carefully observing the battlefield. Naturally it is a technique that will kill you. When Qin Ming gained power, he would naturally not let go of the old Black Mountain demon. He turned the iron chain and continued to smash towards Black Mountain. Qin Ming wanted to smash this demon king to death so as to consume his mana. Seeing Qin Ming's appearance, the old demon Black Mountain changed his face. Could this servant be sent by heaven to kill me? Haishan looked at Qin Ming's weak body, and he was really scared that he could explode with such a strong force. Ghost Fog. Seeing Qin Ming's attack, the old demon Black Mountain quickly shot out a few black chi and attacked Qin Ming. Qin Ming saw it, stopped the attack, and issued a thunder-clearing method to counteract the black energy that hit him. Humph, my Black Mountain master, I have 3,000 years of mana. This ghost fog is my real name's supernatural powers. When a stranger smells cold and ecstasy, I will use this ghost fog to consume you. See how you can use your supernatural powers. Seeing Qin Ming listening, the old demon Black Mountain said triumphantly. Shangqing Thunder Law. How could Qin Ming be afraid of this monster? He heard Haishan's words and planned to use up Haishan's mana and then kill him, so he played dozens of thunder magics in a row. The old demon of Haishan was caught off guard by Qin Ming, and he repeatedly parried. Qin Ming drew a chain on Haishan's body and tied him firmly. Where is the old demon of Black Mountain willing to give in obediently, and keep struggling? Upon seeing this, Qin Ming vigorously stabbed the old Black Mountain monster's sword towards the old Black Mountain monster. Wow! Seeing the sword fell, the old Black Mountain demon let out a miserable howl. The people present couldn't help covering their ears. Qin Ming saw that the sword was stuck on the chrysanthemum in Black Mountain, no wonder he was so painful. Boy, I won't let you go. The old demon Haishan finished howling miserably, his whole body turned into a huge black gas, and then he was about to get in through a gap in the space he had broken through. Master, what shall we do if you leave? All the little monsters saw Haishan escape, They all wailed and asked, they were frightened by Qin Ming's violence. Where did Montenegro have time to pay attention to them, and they disappeared in a slip of smoke. A hole, don't run if there is a kind. Qin Ming actually flew when he saw the mana he had come to him. Qin Ming suddenly became angry, and released the super clear thunder method at the few blue-faced fangs who carried the sedan chair, and then rushed into the group of dozens of little monsters with the iron chain. There was a burst of flesh and blood flying across, and all a dozen little monsters were killed by Qin Ming He. Then, Qin Ming listened and swallowed these little monsters and transformed them into mana. These little monsters are relatively weak. Each has provided Qin Ming with 10 to 100 years of mana, but the number is very large. As a result, Qin Ming has gained more than 1,200 mana, and the mana has reached 3,600. For many years. My son, you don't have to blame yourself. Black Mountain is said to have turned into grievances, and naturally it can turn into ghosts and escape. Nai Xiaoqian didn't understand why Qin Ming obviously won, why he was still so unhappy, so she persuaded her. Brother Cicada, what do you think this is? At this time, Zhu'er picked up something from the place where the few blue-faced and fangs ghosts who had just been killed by Qin Ming died, so he handed it to Qin Ming. Qin Ming took the item from Zhu'er and took a closer look. This is a black iron plate with 3 big characters written on it, a city in vain. Chapter 41, Go Alone in the Dead City. Is this the key to the dead city? Qin Ming looked at the sign in his hand and couldn't help but guess. The son is right. Grandma once said that the old Black Mountain monster once came out of the dead city and asked her to ask for a beautiful female ghost to enjoy. At that time, my grandma was curious about the many levels in the Hades, how he, a ghost king, could enter at will. The old Black Mountain monster was triumphant. He told her grandma about his freeway, but didn't elaborate. Once, the female ghost that grandma paid tribute was really beautiful, and the old Black Mountain demon was very satisfied. Not only did she give her a soul eater, but she also told her that he had something on him. The key to get in and out of the dead city. This is probably it. Nai Xiaoqian looked at the dark iron plate and explained to Qin Ming and Zhu'er. This Black Mountain is amazing, it can actually bypass the underworld. After hearing Nai Xiaoqian's words, Zhu'er couldn't help but look suspicious. Miss, you don't know anything. The dead city is mostly the ghosts that the dead people turn into after death. The grievances are heavy, and the old Black Mountain demon itself is a demon formed by all kinds of grievances, greed, and unfeeling. There seems to be a special place in that vain city. No matter how good the guy is, it's not that you were beaten up by your brother and fled in embarrassment. Qin Ming listened to Nai Xiaoqian's words and said to Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian. Afterwards, Qin Ming held the token in his hand and looked at Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian decisively and said, since I have this token, I will go to the dead city and meet him for a while. See what his background is. The son is not allowed, the dead city is the site of the old demon in Black Mountain, and the son has suffered too much. Upon hearing this, Nai Xiaoqian quickly persuaded Qin Ming. Brother Cicada, I'll go too. Zhu'er didn't persuade, but stared at Qin Ming expectantly. No. Only I can go. You stay here and wait for me, Zhu'er, have you forgotten my magical powers? If things go wrong, I can come back at any time, but if I take you with me, then I must have something. Scrupulous, unable to trouble that old demon wantonly. When Qin Ming heard Zhu'er's words, he shook his head and refused. Okay. Brother Cicada, you must come back. Otherwise, even if I go back to Kinkayu to ask the current female monarch, I will go to the underworld and get you out. Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming with a pair of beautiful eyes and said decisively. The son, what the lady said is that you must be careful in everything. Although Xiaoqian has low powers, but if the son does not return, Xiaoqian will accompany the young lady to rescue the son. After listening to Zhu'er, Xiaoqian bit her teeth, then looked up at Qin Ming and said firmly. Don't worry. Two silly girls, I will naturally not make fun of my life. I am here not only to vent my anger, but also to do other things. Specifically, you will know about it in the future. Qin Ming looked at the two stunning beauties and cared about him so much, he couldn't help feeling very pleased, and said to the two girls with a smile, read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Of course, Qin Ming's going here was not in his head. Qin Ming is familiar with the general plot of Journey to the West. He deliberately fished in troubled waters when the monkeys were in the underworld, tampered with the Book of Life and Death, and erased the names of several people. This time I went to the Dead City. Qin Ming planned to get acquainted with the environment of the underworld, which might be helpful in the future. Then, Qin Ming input a mana into the token, and a space was opened immediately, and the ghostly spirit came out of it. In the expectant eyes of the second woman, Qin Ming turned into a body and flew in. After Qin Ming passed the passage, he turned into a human form and fell to the ground. Qin Ming only felt that in this world, braving the ghostly atmosphere, he looked down and saw that the soil on the ground was hard and reddish-brown, and there was not a little green on the ground, only some purple low plants, which was very desolate. Qin Ming looked up and saw a majestic city standing far in the distance. The city wall was tall and majestic. The three characters of the city gate were in the middle of the city. It made people feel that there was endless grievances emanating from it. Qin Ming also saw that there was actually a tall viewing platform in the city, and many ghosts were standing on the viewing platform, looking down. This Qin Ming has heard that the ghosts on the viewing platform can see the status quo of the people who killed them in the sun. If the people who caused them die, their grievances will drop a lot, so they can go to the Yama temple to receive them. Judge's trial. Qin Ming glanced at it and then stopped watching. He turned his gaze to the surrounding area. Qin Ming saw that there were many hideous ghosts walking around, living a life like the mortal life. However, the difference here is that there are many physical insufficiencies, and ghosts with arms and legs dragged down, feet and heads are also walking around. The ghosts on the road are not dissimilar to this situation, and they are used to it. These people are all those who have not reached the end of their lives and died in vain, but the way to die is more miserable. At the beginning of Qin Ming's arrival, he did not dare to act rashly. He saw the opportunity and directly dragged a headless ghost aside. What the hell are you? I walked well, what did you do with me? The headless ghost was caught by Qin Ming, a face appeared on his stomach, he opened his mouth and said to Qin Ming. I ask you, I know where the old Black Mountain demon is. This saved Qin Ming's strength, and Qin Ming lifted the headless ghost up and asked directly. Do you mean Master Black Mountain? In this vain city, no one knows that Master Black Mountain was named one of the 4 ghost kings by the real steward of this vain city, Bian Cheng. He lives in the east of the city and is in charge of a huge area. When the headless ghost heard Qin Ming's question, the face on his belly couldn't help showing a sneer and preached to Qin Ming. This old Black Mountain demon is a ghost, how can he control an area of this vain city? Qin Ming couldn't help asking curiously after hearing what the headless ghost said. Don't you know? This dead city is a city created by Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva in hell for the ghosts who died in the unwarranted disaster. We are the ghosts who have suffered the unwarranted disaster and died in vain, and the grievances are very heavy. The Bodhisattva has pity on us, and only then built the city of Vain. And it is the 6th hall of Yama King Bian Cheng who is in charge of the city of Vain. The city of Vain is full of resentful ghosts and it is difficult to manage. So, Bian the king of the city entrusted the 4 ghost kings and assisted him in the management. You kid, you don't know anything, you are a newcomer at first glance, and you dare to arrest your grandfather for questioning, don't let me go, otherwise grandpa eat you. The headless ghost saw that Qin Ming didn't even know the basic common sense, the boss with a long mouth on his belly, drooling with a big mouth, his round eyes stared at Qin Ming and said grimly. Roll. Qin Ming didn't bother to pay attention to the headless ghost when he saw it, and he slapped the headless ghost's mouth with a slap. Suddenly, the headless ghost couldn't make a sound. He was slapped flying by Qin Ming, rolled out several hundred meters, and climbed on the ground. "Hi, I smelled a stranger's breath, you are from the outside world." The headless ghost was smashed by Qin Ming's shot, but after he stood up, he looked at Qin Ming with bright eyes. It seems to be salivating at Qin Ming's flesh and blood. Chapter 42, The Little Ones to Kill Him. When Qin Ming was inquiring about the headless ghost, in the east of the dead city, inside a huge building covered with skeletons of all sizes. The old demon Black Mountain has changed into a new black cloak, he is sitting on the throne at the moment, furious. "I'm so angry with my king. If this hatred is not reported, my lord, how will my face be?" The Black Mountain demon roared, and the wine glasses made of skulls were crushed by the Black Mountain demon, and the white bone meal was scattered on the ground by him. "Damn it! My sedan chair hasn't come back yet. It's probably more ill-fated." The old demon Black Mountain thought of the men he had taken to the world, his hands were tightly grasped on the seat, and the armrests of the seat made of white bones were crushed by his power. Report. The King of Black Mountain. His subordinates were ordered to inspect and detected traces of the use of the East City token under the command of the king. Moreover, a kid just came to report and found the breath of strangers outside the dead city. A dark one-armed ghost rushed into the cave, knelt on one knee, and reported to the angry old Black Mountain demon. "GG. Boy, if there is a way in the world, you don't want to go, but you have to break in a dead city without a door. I really don't know the sky and the earth." Hearing the report from his subordinates, old demon Black Mountain showed a grim smile on his pale face. Then, the old demon Black Mountain stood up from the throne, waved his dry claws, and rushed to shout loudly, "According to this king's order, the demon guardian points 3,000 demon soldiers, and the ghost guardian 5,000 ghost soldiers. Follow me together. Catch the culprit. This time, I will call that brave monster to come back and forth." The old demon Black Mountain led 3,000 little monsters and 5,000 evil spirits to attack, but Qin Ming didn't know it. Qin Ming saw that the headless ghost actually saw through his identity, and a palm thunder in his hand simply slapped the headless ghost on the body. The headless ghost emitted a blue smoke and soon disappeared without a trace. Qin Ming knew that these ghosts were all in vain, and they were probably good people before they were alive. However, when they died, they were evil ghosts and opposed themselves. Naturally, Qin Ming would not show mercy to them. Then, Qin Ming transformed into a body and flew cautiously, observing the terrain of the underworld. Qin Ming discovered that there seemed to be a large hall on the left side of this vain city. Qin Ming flew over quietly and took a closer look. The 5 characters of the book were written, "The Palace of the Emperor Fendu." Seeing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but leave quickly. When Qin Ming was on the earth, he knew a little bit. He had heard that there were really some awesome characters in the underworld. There is the Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva, a representative of Buddhism, who once vowed that he would never become a Buddha. There is Emperor Dongyu, a god who is in charge of the underworld, and is the official in charge of the underworld, and the Emperor Fendu, who lives in the ghost city of Fendu, is the representative of Taoism in the underworld and the actual power of the underworld. This underworld is mainly in charge of reincarnation, it is an important place, and all the major forces want to get in, so this situation is caused. Under these 3 people, it seems to be the Yama King of 10 temples. It is 4, 1 palace of Qin Guangwang, 2 palaces of Shijian King, 3 palaces of Song Emperor, 4 palaces of 5 officials, 5 palaces of Yama, 6 palaces of Biancheng, 7 palaces of Taishan, Palace of Kings, 9 palaces of Equality, 10 hall runners. The 10 halls of Yama live separately in the 10 halls of the underworld, and each perform its own responsibilities. Under the 10 temples of the Hades, there are judges large and small, who are responsible for rewarding good and punishing evil, and supervising the underworld instead of the Hades. There are also ghost officials who are responsible for the ecstasy and killing their lives, and the ghost officials are responsible for managing the order of ghosts and monsters. However, Po Meng on the bridge is responsible for drinking a bowl of Meng Po soup for the ghosts who are about to reincarnate, ensuring that all ghosts going to reincarnation will not remember their past lives and everything in hell. Qin Ming flew around quietly, took a look at the situation in the underworld, and stopped rushing around. After all, this is the underworld, and there are many people with great magical powers. Qin Ming doesn't want to take too much risk. Then, Qin Ming flew back to the outside of the dead city. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Qin Ming planned to make some trouble with the old Black Mountain demon, and then go back. Unexpectedly, as soon as Qin Ming fell to the ground, he heard an arrogant laugh. Then, Qin Ming saw that the Haitian old demon, with a group of his men, rushed out of the city of Vane. Ha ha ha! Boy, you think you are unaware of it? Unexpectedly, as soon as you entered this underworld, you had already entered our sight, used my futility card, and wanted to hide it from me? It's ridiculous. Little ones, surround him for me. The old demon Black Mountain stared at Qin Ming with his eyes widened as copper bells, for fear that he would run away. When Qin Ming saw this, he couldn't help being stunned. He didn't expect that this Black Mountain would actually notice him coming in. However, Qin Ming knew in his heart, but he was not afraid at all. Qin Ming looked at Haishan and scolded, "Xiao He, Grandpa is here to trouble you, how can he avoid you? Boy, when you get to my place, Master, you can't help but be mad. Tell me, where are all my men?" After hearing Qin Ming's words, the old demon Black Mountain stretched out his sharp nails and pointed at Qin Ming and shouted gloomily, "That bunch of waste, naturally I ate it." When Qin Ming saw that the Haitian old demon didn't rush to make a move, but instead asked for news from his subordinates, he couldn't help but said immediately, "How courageous! Then you can bury them. You broke into the underworld by a stranger. That is a big taboo. Lord, I didn't report to the official, just to give you a fair chance. You only need to return the token to the master. Lord, let you go." After hearing Qin Ming's words, the old demon Black Mountain couldn't help but pretend to be kind to Qin Ming. "You are an idiot, don't be me too. If you lose the token to enter and leave the city of Vane, once you report it, you will be punished. If I really give the token to you, you will not recognize anyone." Qin Ming couldn't help feeling nauseous when he saw the disgustingly pretentious expression of the old Black Mountain demon. He didn't expect that a demon king would have such no lower limit. "Little ones, rush to the master and kill him. Whether you live or die, you will be rewarded alive." The old demon from Black Mountain was exposed by Qin Ming, his face blushed, and his angry opponent issued orders. After all, the old demon Haishan also shot a swarm of black anger and attacked Qin Ming. Shangqing Thunder Law. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming cast his spells continuously, hitting dozens of thunder spells in a row, and threw them towards the old Black Mountain demon and his demon. "No good, brothers, step back." The ghost guardian who led the ghost pawn under the old demon of Black Mountain, his face changed when he saw the thunder, and shouted, "Those ghosts are not stupid either." Before the ghost protector could speak, they all pulled down. The ghost pawns are afraid of getting on the side of this thunderbolt. As ghosts, the little ghosts know that thunderbolt is their nemesis. "What AFG coward, brothers, let's rush. Master's reward will be ours." The guardian who led the monsters, seeing this, led thousands of little monsters, all sprinting towards Qin Ming. The little demons didn't know how powerful this thunder method was, so they rushed forward. But, soon, the screams continued to sound. It turned out that Qin Ming's lightning attack was too powerful, and the little demon was killed by this lightning attack. These are all little monsters, they are only about 100 years of mana, compared with Qin Ming's mana of more than 3,000 years, a gap of dozens of times, too much difference. It's like a strong man with strong martial arts facing a baby who is not born, they are naturally not Qin Ming's opponents. Seeing this, the monsters all began to retreat, leaving the bodies of 7 monsters on the ground. At this time, all the subordinates brought by the old demon of Black Mountain were actually frightened by Qin Ming's thunder method. Seeing this, Qin Ming moved in his heart and took the opportunity to step forward. Then, Qin Ming looked at the old Black Mountain demon coldly, and used the devouring skill unhurriedly to swallow the mana of the few dead little demon. Soon, the mana for 100 years will be available. Qin Ming's mana reached 4 years. Seeing the fear of his subordinates, the old demon of Black Mountain angrily reprimanded his hands, except for the ghost soldiers, all the demon soldiers will be attacked by me. Master, I don't believe that his mana is infinite, 3,000 demon soldiers. Even if he is filled with life, it will also consume him to death for me. Yes. Master Montenegro. Seeing Haishan's anger, all the little demons bit their heads and rushed towards Qin Ming. Chapter 43, Xiao will be back. Die to me. Seeing that all the little demons in Haishan rushed up, the old demon roared, and his hands each offered spells, and tried hard to attack Qin Ming. When Qin Ming saw this, he also tried his best. With full mana, he took the lead in playing the thunder magic and took the attack from the old Black Mountain demon. Then Qin Ming didn't need money, and threw the thunder ball toward the little demon rushing over, regardless of the mana how much is left. Qin Ming made a plan. Anyway, he had already explored the terrain of the underworld. At this moment, seeing the old Black Mountain demon besieging him, he naturally counted as much as he could kill. The big deal is that the mana is exhausted, use supernatural powers to escape, and then return to the sun. With a fight, the old Black Mountain demon's mana was weak and stopped first, and Qin Ming didn't have much mana left. However, Qin Ming saw that the little demons had been killed a lot by him, and he hesitated for the rest of his steps, and he didn't dare to rush too fast. Qin Ming's thoughts moved, watching the little demon laugh a few times, and frightened the little demon to a halt, and then Qin Ming shouted at them fearlessly, "Whoever you come up first, Grandpa, I will kill him first. I believe that with my thousands of years of mana, killing hundreds of little monsters will not be a problem at all." After Qin Ming finished speaking, he took the opportunity to throw several thunder and lightning balls at the group of little demon who stood in the front stage, and the little demon who exploded wailed and screamed. How could those little demons withstand such a fierce attack, and a dozen of them were killed at once. Seeing Qin Ming's ferocity, a group of little monsters stopped moving. After all, no one had a long life. They only dared to attack Qin Ming from a distance, and they didn't want to be too far ahead to die first. However, they were originally miscellaneous, and their strength was too weak, but they did not hurt Qin Ming at all. At this moment, when these little monsters saw Qin Ming's terrifying thunderball, they only had one idea in their minds, that is, they hoped that the words of the old Black Mountain monster will come true soon, and Qin Ming's mana will be used up soon. Then, they all rushed forward to fight for the corpse of this crazy murderer. Qin Ming saw the little demon retreating, but he strode forward while playing thunder from time to time. Rewind, this guy is crazy. Seeing this, the little monsters only when Qin Ming's mana is approaching, they will do their last madness, and they will back away one after the other. Qin Ming took the opportunity to take the corpse of the little demon who died on the ground into his hands, and continued to use the system to devour it. Congratulations to host Qin Ming, the mana has increased for the next year. Congratulations to host Qin Ming, the mana has increased for the next year. Congratulations to host Qin Ming, the mana has increased for the next year. The voice of the system kept ringing in Qin Ming's heart. After being swallowed, Qin Ming's mana has recovered a lot in a short period of time, and the upper limit of his mana has also been greatly improved. Keep it up for me. Push up. This king is almost recovering with all his strength, this time he should not be able to stand it. The old demon Black Mountain had recovered at this moment. Seeing the dead men on the ground, he didn't feel distressed at all, but gave orders to the little demon hesitating. After all, the old demon Black Mountain furiously cast spells at Qin Ming. He just wanted to kill Qin Ming and take the token back. The little monsters rushed up again under the pressure of the old Black Mountain monster. Seeing this, Qin Ming raised his hand and quickly shot the thunder. While dealing with the old Black Mountain demon, from time to time he threw the thunder ball on the little demon in front of him. Soon, Qin Ming killed more than a dozen little monsters. Qin Ming grabbed the dead little demon in his hand, and while activating the system to swallow it, he attacked Black Mountain and the group of little demon at the same time. Is this kid a monster? How come he still has mana? The Black Mountain old demon's mana quickly ran out again, and he had to stop and recover. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. But Qin Ming's pressure was light, and he took the opportunity to kill dozens of little monsters, and swallowed them frantically. Half an hour passed, and Qin Ming saw that his mana had increased for many years, reaching many years. In other words, Qin Ming had killed at least 70 monsters at this moment. The little demon under the old demon of Black Mountain were shocked by Qin Ming's crazy killing and relentless swallowing. In their eyes, Qin Ming is simply more terrifying than monsters and ghosts. He is a ruthless devil who specializes in eating monsters. Those 5,000 little ghosts didn't even dare to step forward, staring blankly at Qin Ming's feet. Congratulations to host Qin Ming for gaining prestige points. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Qin Ming's heart. I wipe it, this is fine too. Qin Ming was taken aback when he heard the system prompt. Qin Ming never expected that this prestige could be obtained here again. This was really an unexpected receipt. No. I'm fooled. This kid can replenish mana by swallowing corpses, otherwise he can't survive until now. If he has tens of thousands of years of mana, he would have swept us long ago. Why bother with us? Rush together, otherwise you will all die in his hands. At this time, the old demon Black Mountain had recovered and saw that Qin Ming was still in a stalemate with his men, and he became more and more courageous. He finally discovered something was wrong and rushed to issue orders. When the little monsters heard the words, they also noticed something was wrong, and immediately rushed to Qin Ming together. Heroes can't stand a pack of wolves. Although Qin Ming still has a lot of mana at this moment, he doesn't want to fight it hard. As a result, Qin Ming changed back to his main body and wanted to fly. Fly to stop him. Haishan old demon was afraid that Qin Ming would come, and when he saw this, he quickly ordered. I saw that among the group of little monsters, there were many bat monsters and bird monsters. They got the order and immediately flew up. Several hundred monsters flew up, trying to contain Qin Ming. But, where is Qin Ming's fast speed in them? Qin Ming first used the thunder method and hit a few thunderballs at them. A dozen monsters fell in response, and then he swished away and flew away from the group of monsters. Then, Qin Ming slowly flew towards the distance, and when he saw the flying monster approaching, he shot a few thunder and killed a few, and then continued to fly. The flying little demon was afraid of being beaten by Qin Ming. The Haishan old monster looked anxious, he was afraid that Qin Ming would run away and turn into a black cloud, so he chased him. Seeing this, Qin Ming speeded up a bit, and the old Black Mountain demon also speeded up a lot. Through his 5 eyes, Qin Ming saw that the little monsters were thrown far away, and then they landed and turned into a human form. Why don't you run away? Huh, you're out of power. The old Black Mountain demon, seeing Qin Ming land, he also fell down, looking at Qin Ming in a gloomy way and asked. Idiot, Grandpa's main body is a cicada, so he can't use it to fly. Qin Ming couldn't help but sneered after hearing the words of old demon Black Mountain, and then waved his hand and struck it with the thunder method. Qin Ming's 11,500 years of mana at this time greatly increased his attack power when using spells, but his mana was a little insufficient. When this thunderbolt went down, the electric Black Mountain old demon yelled "Oh!" repeatedly parrying. Seeing this, Qin Ming exhausted almost all of his mana, and slashed out two more powerful thunder methods. The old Black Mountain demon was lost, screamed. When Qin Ming saw this, he rushed forward, his body turned his fists, and hit the old Black Mountain demon fatly, quickly beating him into a beating pig head. In the process of getting fat, Qin Ming found that the old Black Mountain demon seemed to be holding something in his arms. Qin Ming took it out and saw that it seemed to be a book, and he caught it in his arms. The old Black Mountain demon was really unbearable, turned into a cloud of black mist and fled into the air, and then went to join the little demon behind. Qin Ming lacks mana, and can only watch him run away. Then, Qin Ming moved his mind, turned into his body, and flew towards the place where he was fighting just now at the fastest speed. Go, let's catch up with him, this time let's not separate, concentrate our efforts, don't give him every chance to break. Seeing Qin Ming flying above them, the old demon Black Mountain couldn't help but ordered from his opponent. Qin Ming ignored them. He fell to the ground and turned into a human form. He quickly swallowed the corpses of the dozen or so monsters that had just been killed. He added 1,000 to hundreds of years of mana, reaching more than 13,000 mana. Year. This is, Qin Ming feels that this trip to the city of Vane, he has enough money, staying, there is no much benefit, on the contrary, the danger has increased a lot. So, Qin Ming activated the token, opened a door, and flew towards Yangjian. There is a kind of don't run. At this moment, Haishan just brought his subordinates back to see Qin Ming just leaving, he couldn't help but roar. Qin Ming heard the roar of the old Black Mountain demon, and his voice came from the space door that was about to disappear, Xiao He, I will come back, Xiao Ye. The day Xiao Ye comes again, it will be your death. The old demon Black Mountain looked at the space that was about to be closed, but he didn't dare to catch up. The old demon Black Mountain looked at the group of his men, and scolded them with a dark face, today's matter must not be spread, otherwise, be careful, I will let him not survive or die. After all, the old demon of Black Mountain turned into a black cloud and flew back to the cave alone. As one of the 4 great demon kings in the city of Vane, the old demon of Haishan was originally very particular about pomp, but at this moment, the old demon of Haishan had no regard for his demeanor and honor. The figure who left was very desolate and lonely, and it was obviously tossed by Qin Ming. Not light. Chapter 44, Zhu'er is jealous. After the death in the city, the old demon from Black Mountain went back briefly, and his reputation was not as good as before. Qin Ming didn't know everything he had caused. After leaving a harsh word, he flew through the space and returned to the mass grave in Yangjian. As soon as Qin Ming came out, he saw 2 big beauties staring nervously at the space he came out of. One is all over the country and the city is enchanting all beings, and the other is unparalleled, with fiery eyes in the cold eyes, the 2 seem to be on the same side, each has its own merits. At this moment, the 2 unparalleled beauties seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when Qin Ming came out. It was Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian. Brother Cicada. Master. 2 unparalleled girls, when they saw Qin Ming, they shouted in surprise. Then, the 2 women walked towards Qin Ming lightly, with their beautiful faces a little excited. The 2 women came to Qin Ming's side, and the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes looked up and down Qin Ming with concern, as if they wanted to see if he was hurt. Don't worry. I'm so good, I didn't even lose a single hair. Qin Ming saw the nervous expressions of the 2 women and explained to them. Qin Ming felt very warm in his heart, he came to this world alone, but at this moment, there are two more people who care about him in this world. To be precise, it was a fox demon who charmed all living beings and a female ghost who dumped the world. No matter what they are, Qin Ming doesn't mind, as long as he treats him well, he is content. Because Qin Ming is also a monster, no longer a human. Let's go back to Lanruo Temple. Let's talk more about it there. Qin Ming looked at the two beautiful girls next to him, stretched out his hand, grabbed the two of them all the time, and then took one in one hand, and the three walked side by side to Lanruo Temple. With the 1,000-year tree monster being removed by Qin Ming, the gloomy color in this forest has been reduced a lot. The moonlight cast down and shone on the statues of several people. The males are elegant and the females are beautiful. They are really like gods and goddesses. When the three returned to Lanruo Temple, the bonfire had already been extinguished, and Qin Ming found dry firewood again, and a fire was raised again. Zhu'er tidied up the G-shop where she sleeps indoors. After all, there is an extra nice Xiaoqian, so we need to rearrange it. Nice Xiaoqian took this opportunity to hunt a few wolves outside, brought the fur back, and spread it on the ground beside the fire. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Master, Miss, please sit down. When Nice Xiaoqian came back, Zhu'er and Qin Ming had finished cleaning up. She said to them, "Let them sit on the fur." "Xiaoqian, you are welcome, sit down too." Qin Ming saw that after Nice Xiaoqian spread her fur on the ground, she stood aside with her hands down and looked respectful, and couldn't help but say to Nice Xiaoqian, "No. As a maid, how can Xiaoqian sit with her master?" Nice Xiaoqian shook her head after hearing Qin Ming's words. "Sister Xiaoqian, Brother Cicada just wanted you to stay at ease, not really making you a maid. Sit down." Seeing Nai Xiaoqian's behavior, Zhu'er seemed to think that Nai Xiaoqian shouldn't stand, so she persuaded. Even though Xiaoqian is a ghost, she speaks a letter. Since Xiaoqian once said that if the young lady saves Xiaoqian, Xiaoqian will be a slave and serve as a slave and repay you. Now Xiaoqian has the help of the sun and is free from suffering. How dare you betray your faith? Nai Xiaoqian resolutely said to Zhu'er and Qin Ming. After Nai Xiaoqian said, she stood behind Qin Ming. Then, she stretched out her white and slender fingers and slowly massaged Qin Ming's back. From time to time, he clenched his fist and beat it gently. "Well, Xiaoqian, you don't need to do this." Qin Ming enjoyed Nai Xiaoqian's service, snorted softly, and then said involuntarily, "My son, when Xiaoqian was controlled by her grandma, she often did this to please her, but if she didn't follow her grandma's wishes, she would be beaten. It's nothing, it's just a matter of being a maid, you just have to do as usual, just let Xiaoqian see how you, otherwise, Xiaoqian really feels sorry." Nai Xiaoqian said to Qin Ming while beating his back for Qin Ming. Then Qin Ming told Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian about the experience of this dead city. When Qin Ming told him that he was alone, 5,000 ghost soldiers and 3,000 ghost soldiers, Zhu'er's beautiful eyes widened, and Nai Xiaoqian also. After stopping the massage, he listened to Qin Ming nervously. It wasn't until Qin Ming said that he had killed a lot of monsters, beat Haishan violently, and returned smoothly, that the hearts of the two of them calmed down. Then, the two looked at Qin Ming, their eyes seemed to have a little more admiration. "Zhu'er, Xiaoqian, I decided that this matter is over, I think we will continue to go south tomorrow. Get out of here. What do you think?" Qin Ming felt very comfortable seeing the adoration of the two women, and could not help discussing with them. "Xiaoqian listens to the sun." Nai Xiaoqian lowered her eyebrows and followed her eyes, and continued to massage Qin Ming, incredibly well behaved. Brother Cicada makes the decision. Zhu'er's heart is also tied to Qin Ming, only his head is looking forward. Good. Qin Ming was massaged by Nai Xiaoqian and he hummed comfortably. Is this what the husband sings and the wife sui? Moreover, he was still a husband and two women. Qin Ming was enjoying Nai Xiaoqian's gentle finger strength, watching the peerless posture of the two women, and thought with pride. Sister, Zhu'er suddenly feels tired and panicked. You also press a button for me, okay? Just when Qin Ming was proud, Zhu'er suddenly smiled and looked at Nai Xiaoqian and said. Chapter 45, Congenital Spirit Ghost. Qin Ming and Nai Xiaoqian were taken aback when they heard what Zhu'er said. Qi looked at Zhu'er. I just heard my sister say that I am good at doing this, so I want my sister to help. Zhu'er didn't seem to see the strange gazes between Qin Ming and Nai Xiaoqian. Her beautiful eyes still looked at Nai Xiaoqian, and she said crisply, her beautiful face full of sincere expressions. But Qin Ming seemed to see it, and there was a faint blush on Zhu'er's face. Now, Miss Xiaoqian was originally a maid, and the young lady is in need, so Xiaoqian takes care of her troubles. Nai Xiaoqian looked at Zhu'er with a pair of clever black eyes, then smiled slightly and responded to Zhu'er. My son, Xiaoqian will go to massage for Miss Zhu'er first, and I will wait for you later. After Nai Xiaoqian said to Qin Ming, she lifted her body off the ground, fluttered gently, and came behind Zhu'er, stretched out her hand, and seriously massaged Zhu'er. Zhu'er saw Nai Xiaoqian and Qin Ming's intimate manners. She was a little bit savory at first, but at this moment, she heard Nai Xiaoqian's words and felt Nai Xiaoqian's sincerity, and felt that she shouldn't be guilty of retribution. Therefore, she was a charming girl. His face turned red. Seeing this, Qin Ming smiled secretly in his heart, as he understood what was going on. However, Qin Ming didn't care. Qin Ming knew that Zhu'er and Xiaoqian were reasonable people. Although they seemed to be a little careful, they were harmless. Seeing that no one was waiting for him, Qin Ming began to summarize the gains and losses of this trip to the City of Death. First of all, the mana has increased, it has increased a lot. Secondly, I was familiar with the topography of the Hades and gained a seemingly high reputation. In the end, it seems that he still ordered a book in Black Mountain. That's all, but it's already pretty good. Qin Ming thought about it, and then took the book out of his arms. Qin Ming saw that the paper of this book was simple, with 6 characters written on the cover, Promise Ghost Cultivation Method. With a move in Qin Ming's heart, he opened the book. This book is actually a secret book for ghost cultivation. This secret book indicates that this technique was created by a certain great supernatural power, and it requires ghosts to practice, and it provides a path for ghosts who are eager to seek the truth. But I don't know, where did the old Black Mountain demon get it from, or what the precious ones are, they actually carry them next to them. Qin Ming didn't know that this technique was obtained by King Bian Cheng, the Lord of the Dead City, in order to win over the old Black Mountain demon to work for him, and it took a lot of effort to get it from the hands of an outside power. This old Black Mountain demon didn't mention too much, but Qin Ming gave it to him. The Black Mountain old demon offended Qin Ming this time, but it was really bad for a few lifetimes. Not only did he lose the token to enter and leave the city of Vane, but he also lost the secret book that allowed him to improve his own strength. Probably it will be difficult to have much development in the future. Qin Ming saw that this secret book said that ghosts can cultivate like humans and demons, but there are 2 ways to cultivate ghosts, one to absorb ghost energy and the other to absorb spiritual energy. If you cultivate by absorbing ghost energy, the appearance of ghost cultivation will generally become a little more hideous. Although most ghosts do not practice, they live in the underworld all year round. They naturally absorb some ghost energy. The ghosts wandering in the sun will also live by absorbing the ghost energy in the mass graves. The ghost energy will disturb the minds of the ghosts. The appearance is born from the heart. These ghosts are more or less affected by ghosts, so most of them look ugly. The other method mentioned in this book is to allow ghosts to absorb spiritual energy to practice, maintain the self, and not be attacked by ghosts. In addition, This book also introduces in detail the levels of ghost repair. From the little ghost practice, the order is the little ghost, the big ghost, the ghost soldier, the ghost leader, the ghost general, the ghost king, the ghost sage, the ghost emperor, and the ghost fairy. As a ghost cultivator, every level of mana has requirements. The little ghost basically has no mana, and the big ghost has mana at first, but not too much, so it is difficult to use it freely. For example, Nai Xiaoqian, now at the level of a big ghost, she can only use some simple spells. The ghost soldier is the level of the soldier under the old demon of Black Mountain. It has about 100 years of mana, but the strength is also ordinary. The ghost leader must be more powerful, some spells, and some unnecessary restraints, such as going out and wandering, without fear of being restrained by his own ashes. Higher level ghost generals, with about 1,000 years of mana, can withstand the sun's rays for a short time, and command a team of people. The Ghost King, similar to the old monster of Black Mountain, has strong and weak mana, at least thousands of years to tens of thousands of years of mana, can command a region with a number of spells, and dominate a region above all ghosts. In fact, if it were not for Qin Ming's Leifa to be too domineering, he would not have let the Black Mountain old demon suffer so easily. Ghost saints are much more powerful. As saints among ghosts, they generally have more than 100,000 years of mana. However, most of them have always focused on cultivation, and the Ghost King is not an opponent at all compared to them. As for the Ghost Emperor, the strength is equivalent to that of the Ghost Sage, with more than 100,000 years of mana. They are the best among the Ghost Sages, dominating the Ghost Kings, Ghosts, Majestic, and Emperor. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. In the end, it is the Ghost Fairy. Gaixian has transcended the identity of a ghost. They cultivate immortals with ghosts, and they can be enshrined as priests in the sky, and they can reshape their bodies. There are many dead monsters and human monks in the ancient enshrined god list who have been named gods. In addition, this secret book also mentions that the reason why ghosts fear the sun is because ghosts are feminine and are not tolerated by the sun. If ghosts cultivate spiritual energy and achieve small achievements, they will no longer be afraid of this problem. Xiaoqian, take a look at this secret book. I wonder if you are interested in practicing. Qin Ming flipped through the secret book and saw that it was so full of understanding for the first time that he had such a comprehensive understanding of the ghost's cultivation system. After reading most of the cheats, Qin Ming's heart moved, holding the book, and beckoning to Nai Xiaoqian. Upon hearing this, Nai Xiaoqian floated over and took the book from Qin Ming's hand. She looked through it carefully, and her beautiful eyes showed joy. It seems to be very satisfied with this exercise. Thank you, son. Xiaoqian is willing to practice. Xiaoqian doesn't want to lose the memory of this life, otherwise Xiaoqian will not be Xiaoqian. After reading it, Nai Xiaoqian nodded to Qin Ming and said, I just don't know, Xiaoqian, do you plan to cultivate ghost qi or spiritual qi? After listening to Nai Xiaoqian's words, Qin Ming couldn't help but look at Nai Xiaoqian's beautiful face and asked hesitantly. Naturally it is aura. Xiaoqian wants to live in the sun like a normal person, and Xiaoqian doesn't want to become blue-faced and fangs, ugly. It's better not to repair it. Nai Xiaoqian replied to Qin Ming, and when she mentioned the ghost spirit of cultivation, she looked disgusted. Okay, I support you. Qin Ming heard Nai Xiaoqian's words and nodded to her. Qin Ming didn't want Nai Xiaoqian to turn from a stunning beauty to an ugly. Xiaoqian thanked the sun. It's just that Xiaoqian is relatively dull, and I don't know if I can repair it. Seeing Qin Ming's support, Nai Xiaoqian gave him a blessing, and then Xiaolian said hesitantly. It's okay, if you don't understand, you can ask Zhu'er. If Zhu'er knows, I will tell you. After listening to Nai Xiaoqian's words, Zhu'er knew that Nai Xiaoqian had practiced exercises, and he was sincerely happy for her, and no longer embarrassed Nai Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian thanked Miss. Let's study it. If you don't understand, please ask Miss. Nai Xiaoqian said to Juer with a smile on her pretty face. Then, the few people calmed down. Nai Xiaoqian read the secret book of ghost repair. Qinming began to study his Fula books, and Juer began to practice silently. Nai Xiaoqian looked at it for a while, and then asked Juer a few common-sense questions. She couldn't wait to start trying to cultivate. At this time, Qinming and Juer, who were studying Fulu, saw it. The spiritual energy around this piece of heaven and earth surged into Nai Xiaoqian's body. Even Juer's normal cultivation was interrupted. Then, Qinming and Juer saw that Nai Xiaoqian's body was constantly surging with white light. Qinming could feel that Nai Xiaoqian's breath was slowly rising. Innate spirits. When Juer saw Nai Xiaoqian's situation, his beautiful face showed a look of surprise. Juer, what is that? Qinming asked with some doubts after hearing what Juer said. Brother Cicada, this innate spirit ghost is a kind of spirit body. When a person is alive, he has the potential to cultivate immortality. After death, the soul inherits this characteristic, and the practice is more effective. I have seen it in King Kai's books. I did not expect that this time I encountered it. It is said that this innate spirit body had the best effect during the first practice. You see, this is neither a fortune in the world nor a famous mountain, but Sister Xiaoqian cultivates with speed. It's amazing fast. Qinming listened to Juer and saw that it was so. Qinming couldn't help being overjoyed. He didn't expect that he just saved Nai Xiaoqian casually and gave her a secret book, but it seemed to save an extraordinary existence. Seeing Nai Xiaoqian's seriousness in cultivation, Qinming and Juer didn't bother her, but helped her protect the law, fearing she might have any accidents. Unexpectedly, Nai Xiaoqian practiced for 3 days this time. The itinerary set by a few people had to be delayed. During this period, Qinming and Juer saw Nai Xiaoqian's body constantly lit up with white light, and they did not leave, and they stayed with her at Lanruo Temple. 3 days later, Nai Xiaoqian finally opened her eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of light behind her eyes. Qinming found that after this practice, Nai Xiaoqian seemed to have a sense of being out of the dust, adding a bit of color to her body. My son, my strength is growing up. Nai Xiaoqian came back to her senses. With a look of surprise on her beautiful face, she opened her eyes wide, and looked at Qinming and said excitedly. What? Qinming listened to Nai Xiaoqian's words and couldn't help but smack his tongue secretly. You know, Nai Xiaoqian didn't take any medicine, just relying on her own practice. In 3 days, she even went up to 2 levels and became a ghost leader. This shows that the potential of this innate spirit ghost is really great. Look, son. Seeing that Qinming seemed a little unbelievable, Nai Xiaoqian opened the secret book and found a spell. Then, Nai Xiaoqian pointed to an open space, muttered the formula silently in her heart, and lightly opened her lips and said, 5 ghosts carry. I saw that as soon as Nai Xiaoqian's voice fell, 5 little ghosts emerged from the ground. Soon, these 5 little ghosts moved away all the messy and useless things in Lanruo Temple, and disappeared. This is amazing. You don't need to do it yourself in the future. When Qinming saw Nai Xiaoqian's magic tricks, he couldn't help but look at Nai Xiaoqian's beautiful shadow, and was a little surprised. At this moment, Qinming suddenly felt something in his heart. Qinming turned his head and looked beyond the temple. In the east of the blue sky, I don't know how far away from this place, a golden light suddenly lit up, shooting straight from the ground toward the sky. Chapter 46, Qinmingmu's reputation. However, they said that these 2 golden lights shot at Dufu and went straight to the heavenly palace, alarming the Jade Emperor who was watching the singing and dancing in the Lingxiao Hall. The Jade Emperor was sitting on top of the high peak palace, and was startled by the golden light flashing. He didn't know who was so presumptuous, and hurriedly gathered Xianqing. Clear eyes and ears, Let's go to Nantianmen to check. After the immortals gathered, the Jade Emperor ordered his clairvoyants and the wind to open the Nantian gate to see what happened. Xiao Xian Zunzi. Hearing the words, the clairvoyant and windy ears came outside the Nantian gate on an order. The two work together, one sees and the other listens, but they see clearly and hear clearly, and both face different colors. After watching, the two rushed back to the Lingxiao Hall and reported to the Emperor Yu, the place where the ministers and others were ordered to watch and listen to the golden light is the boundary of the small kingdom of Dongsheng Shenzhou Heidong Ala, and there is a mountain of flowers and fruits. There is a fairy stone on the mountain, and the stone lays an egg. When you see the weathered stone monkey, the stone monkey worships everywhere, catches the golden light, and shoots the dufu. Now you take bait and water, the golden light will breathe. After hearing the report from the second general, the Jade Emperor moved in his heart and said to all the immortals, the things below are born of the essence of heaven and earth. It is not different. Let him go. All the immortals will follow me to watch the song and dance. Yes. I must follow the decree of the Jade Emperor. After hearing the words of the Jade Emperor, the immortals below were a little puzzled. They did not understand why the Jade Emperor, who had an attitude toward monsters who were not in the immortal realm, had a different attitude to monsters, would have such a reaction. But since the Jade Emperor had made a decision, they had to agree, and focused their attention on the female fairy who was singing and dancing. The fairy music of the past is restored in the Golden Luang Temple, singing and dancing are rising. An old man with white beard and hair and a kind face stroked his beard lightly, nodded lightly, and gently stepped back. Is it finally born? It seems that I have to go to the fairy mountain earlier, staring at the monkey's every move, and seeking my good fortune. Qin Ming looked at this golden light with a strange brilliance in his eyes. My son. You see, Xiao Qian is really a ghost. At this time, Nai Xiaoqian tried several ghost cultivation spells recorded in the secret book in front of Qin Ming, and then she looked at Qin Ming and said with interest. Nai Xiaoqian's heart seemed to be filled with endless excitement when she first practiced. She looked at Qin Ming with ecstatic eyes, which was much bolder than before. Xiaoqian, your qualifications are really good. Now that you have finished your cultivation, let's set off. Go in that direction. Qin Ming said to Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian, pointing his finger at the golden light flashing in relief. The second daughter had no objection, and the three of them simply cleaned up and left Lanruo Temple. At this moment, Nai Xiaoqian was promoted to a ghost leader because of her spiritual power. She was no longer afraid of the sun, and did not need to keep her ashes from time to time, so she scattered the ashes into the river. Then, Nai Xiaoqian and Zhu Erai separated Qin Ming on both sides, and the three walked side by side. And many more. After the three talents took a few steps, Qin Ming suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a lot of prestige. Qin Ming was considering whether to draw a lottery with prestige first, to see if some useful items could be drawn to improve everyone's strength. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After all, the journey to ALA country is far away, so I don't know what dangers will be encountered. If you just go so straight and stunned, once you encounter a person with great magic power or great magical powers that is malicious to a few people, it will be bad. These people are all demons and ghosts, which are exactly the objects that many immortals want to remove. Qin Ming is okay, he can escape with his own magical powers, and Qin Ming also has to consider the safety of Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian. Just looking at the 7,000 prestige points, Qin Ming felt that this prestige was still too small, and he might not be able to draw useful items. If only there could be a way to increase prestige quickly. Qin Ming thought a little embarrassed. Hey, yes, you can try this method. Qin Ming suddenly moved in his heart and thought of an idea. Qin Ming felt that after all, the base of mortals was larger, and it should be much easier to earn prestige from mortals. Anyway, the monkey has been eating, drinking, and having fun in the mountains all these years, and there is no problem going there for a while. However, Qin Ming's idea still needs some verification, so Qin Ming raised his head and said to the second daughter, "Go, let's go to Kuabe County first." Qin Ming remembered that the scholar named Ning Keichin had gone to Kuabe County to collect his account before he made a good story. Therefore, Kuabe County was not far from Lanruo Temple. The two girls both care about Qin Ming. They will naturally follow Qin Ming wherever he goes, so the three of them head towards Kuabe County. The three of them arrived at the county seat of Kuabe County in just 2 hours. Qin Ming is still dressed as a scholar, while Nai Xiaoqian is dressed in red and Zhu'er is dressed in white. In order to cause some unnecessary trouble, both of them are covered with white face towels. "Xiaoqian, first use the 5 ghost transport technique to help me get some money." The three of them entered Kuabe County and came to a secluded corner. Qin Ming looked at Nai Xiaoqian and said, "Okay, son." Nai Xiaoqian didn't know what Qin Ming wanted to do, but she didn't ask too much and cast the spell directly. After a while, the 5 little ghosts carried several large boxes and got out of the ground. "Okay, son." Nai Xiaoqian waved back the little ghost, and said to Qin Ming with some curiosity. Qin Ming opened the big box and took a look, shocked. "I saw that there were big gold and silver ingots all over there, and I don't know where the little ghosts got them." Qin Ming took out a silver ingot, then crushed the ingot with both hands, and broke off a few small pieces of silver from the top. After doing this, Qin Ming took Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian out. "This scholar Qin Ming, I'm giving you a courtesy." Qin Ming took the 2 daughters to stop an old lady with a vicissitudes of face, and said to her. After Qin Ming said, he looked at the woman in front of him, as if he was expecting something. "Scholar, I wonder why you are looking for the old man." Seeing Qin Ming stopped her suddenly, the old woman couldn't help but looked at Qin Ming and asked in confusion. "Can't just know the name?" Seeing this, Qin Ming said silently. Then, Qin Ming took out a piece of broken silver, handed it to the old woman, and said to her, "Auntie, this is a little bit of silver. It seems that your life does not seem to be rich, please accept it and improve it." This thank you, scholar. The old woman seems to be living in a really hard life, with patches on her clothes. After thinking about it, she still failed to refuse the temptation and accepted Qin Ming's silver. Then, the old woman looked at Qin Ming and asked, "Scholar, what is your name?" "Auntie, my name is Qin Ming." Qin Ming replied with a smile. "Qin Ming, you are such a good person." The old woman looked at Qin Ming gratefully, and said thankfully, "Congratulations to host Qin Ming, the reputation has increased a bit, and the current reputation has reached a point." As soon as the old woman finished speaking to Qin Ming, the voice of the system rang in Qin Ming's heart. Chapter 47, Xiaoqian's Mind. Sure enough. After Qin Ming watched the thankful old woman leave, he felt a little excited. Qin Ming intends to test whether in addition to deterrence, such as gratitude, or other ways to increase his reputation. Unexpectedly, after this trial, it really works. It seems that as long as one is impressed with Qin Ming's name, it can increase his reputation. This relationship is good, there should be many ways to make them impress me. People in this era believe in ghosts and gods. In this way, spreading faith will make it easier to remember me. Qin Ming's heart moved, and an idea came into Qin Ming's mind. Then, Qin Ming pulled Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian aside. "I need to increase my reputation among mortals, so I want you to help me." Qin Ming didn't say too much to the two of them. After all, there are many great supernatural powers in this world, and Qin Ming was afraid that he would reveal the secret in his heart. "Master, please order." "Brother Cicada, but it's okay to say." The second daughter was really well behaved, and she responded without asking. "Xiaoqian, you drive ghosts to make trouble in the town, making everyone in the town unstable." Qin Ming told Nai Xiaoqian. And Zhu'er, you accompany me to make some wooden plaques with my name engraved on them. If someone's house is messed up, give them the wooden plaques and tell them to enshrine the memorial tablet with my name, so you can drive away ghosts. Order the ghosts and monsters to leave as soon as they see the wooden sign with my name. I want them to thank me for this and remember my name in their hearts. Qin Ming looked at the two girls and told them his plans. Nai Xiaoqian and Zhu'er heard Qin Ming's plan and immediately agreed. So the three people came to Kobo County. At this time, it was getting late. My son, this is a good time. Nai Xiaoqian said to Qin Ming. Then, Nai Xiaoqian drove the little ghost to use it for her. According to Nai Xiaoqian's instructions, the kid moved a lot of people's belongings from the house to the street, and a little kid showed up in an upright manner. This night, the whole Kobo County was stunned, and it really scared a lot of people. Zhu'er and Qin Ming were not idle at this time, they got some wood and made many small signs with Qin Ming's name inscribed. The three are busy all night? Early the next morning, Qin Ming discovered that the town was really panicking, and the pedestrians on the street were talking about the haunting of the town last night. As a result, the three of them acted separately and each went to sell the wooden plaques made by several of them. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Zhu'er came to a tea house and saw a few wealthy businessman-like men talking about the ghost of last night, for fear of losing his family's money. Therefore, Zhu'er changed her body and gave herself a little golden light with the magic technique. She stepped forward, like a fairy descending to the earth, and said to several people, I have 3 tablets of the immortal Qin Ming, so I can keep my house safe. Now bestowed on the destined one people. After Zhu'er finished speaking, he threw 3 wooden plaques on the table, and Shiren left. Dressed up, scholar Qin Ming came to a tavern and secretly gifted the tablet to an old man, saying that it was a treasure handed down from his family, so he could avoid bad luck. Those who have the memorial tablet, and those who devote themselves to worship, will be safe tonight. Nai Xiaoqian, on the other hand, came to the street and saw a group of people talking about ghosts, so she threw a handful of wooden signs and disappeared. Passers-by saw this and thought she was a god, and they robbed the wooden sign one after another. On the first day, a few people did not issue more wooden plagues, but only issued more than 20 yuan. After all, things are so rare that they are too easy to get, and some people will not cherish it. After the 3 of them finished their work, they changed back to their original attire, and then settled down in an inn, waiting for the result. That night, those people who enshrined Qin Ming's memorial tablets were free from harassment, but those who got the memorial tablets and abandoned them like a shoe were severely harassed. The next day, the people who got the tablet and the house was safe were very surprised. They didn't expect this to be true. However, everyone has relatives and friends, and there is no impermeable wall in the world. Many people are crazy and want the wooden plaque and want to keep their home safe, but no one knows where the wooden plaque comes from, so some wealthy businessmen even came up with the idea of having wooden plaques and spent money to buy wood. Brand. People with wooden signs are not fools and refuse to sell. The value of this small wooden sign suddenly soared. Actually reached several taels of silver. Seeing this, Qin Ming secretly spilled a few wooden plaques on the street and spread rumors. You must read the name on the wooden plaque more and remember this fairy, so that you can always be effective. These wooden plaques immediately caused a rush by the crowd, and then Qin Ming realized that his reputation had been growing steadily, and unexpectedly increased by more than 10,000 points. Qin Ming couldn't help but wonder, how could he be remembered by so many people if he hadn't made so many wooden cards? So, Qin Ming told Nai Xiaoqian to ask the little ghost to inquire and see what happened. Report to the Empress. The young ones found out that almost every household in this county now has a tablet of Master Qin Ming to worship. After the kid came back, he told Nai Xiaoqian. Qin Ming was stunned when he heard it, and then it became clear that the villagers must have carved this tablet themselves, because the villagers have long had the custom of worshipping gods, and they were afraid of being persecuted by ghosts. It is not surprising that they spontaneously made the tablet for worship. Tonight is the last night, here's the matter, let's head south, change to another county to continue. Seeing this, Qin Ming thought for a while and said to Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian. So, this night, many people in Kobo County appeared in such a scene. Many little ghosts came to a house, they did not move anything, but deliberately showed a face in front of the owner, and then uttered a stern cry, "This county even has Qin Ming Daxian's tablet, I will know." Wrong, let's go to other county towns. The residents of Kobo County met, and they put incense on Qin Ming's tablet and prayed for blessings. Many villagers had other thoughts in their hearts when they heard what the little ghost said when he was leaving. On the next day, Tianming, through his own means, passed Qin Ming's name to his relatives and friends who were far away. Qin Ming didn't expect these unexpected gains. The three of them had been busy with this for several days. Qin Ming planned to take a good rest and then set off. In an inn in Kobo County, Qin Ming called 2 rooms. Qin Ming is in the same room, while Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian are in the same room. Through these few days of getting along, the 2 women seem to have gradually become familiar with each other. They talk more with each other. Sometimes they even bite their ears with Qin Ming behind their back. What? Qin Ming knew that Zhu'er had a deep affection for him, and Nai Xiaoqian seemed interested in him, but the 2 stunning beauties were by his side, and Qin Ming, the first love brother, didn't know what to do. Qin Ming felt that only this arrangement could prevent the 2 beautiful ladies from eating in their hearts. It's a pity that there are 2 big beauties, but they can't eat their mouths, and Qin Ming is a little ticklish lying on the G of the inn. Then, Qin Ming listened to the laughter of the 2 women next door, and slowly closed his eyes. The 2 beautiful ladies also seemed to know that they are going to start a new run tomorrow, and they gradually lost their voice. "My son, Xiaoqian is here to warm you up." In the middle of the night, Qin Ming was sleeping in a daze, and suddenly felt that an exquisite delicate chew burrowed into his bed, and a slightly shy voice sounded in his ears. "P. Recommend a friend to add the new book Soul Fairy, Across the World. This book is about to be on the shelves. Although I am a handicapped, thank you very much for walking with me all the way, begging for flowers, begging for rewards, begging for collection and begging for monthly pass. Please give me motivation. Thank you everyone. Moi." Chapter 48, Draw Again. Nai Xiaoqian's soft words heard in his ears, and Qin Ming couldn't help but startled. Qin Ming knew that Nai Xiaoqian was a woman who dared to love and hate, but she did not expect that she would be so bold and proactive. The beauty is deeply affectionate, and of course Qin Ming will not refuse. At this time, the 2 heard a knock on the door suddenly. "Brother Cicada, are you asleep?" A soft and sweet voice came in from outside the door. Qin Ming and Nai Xiaoqian were all taken aback when they heard the voice. It was the voice of Zhu'er. "My son, I came here obviously when I saw the young lady go to sleep," Nai Xiaoqian whispered in Qin Ming's ear. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded to Nai Xiaoqian, stretched out his hand and made a hush gesture. Then, Qin Ming rushed to the door and replied, "Zhu'er, I am already resting. Is there anything wrong?" Qin Ming was holding Nai Xiaoqian, but he was a little nervous. He felt a little self-blaming for lying to Zhu'er, but after all he couldn't say it clearly, otherwise if Zhu'er came in, wouldn't he have discovered it? But who would have expected that Qin Ming just finished speaking, only hearing the door squeak, Zhu'er opened the door and came in. "Zhu'er, me?" Qin Ming looked at Nai Xiaoqian who was leaning against him, and then at Zhu'er who was looking directly at the 2 of them, a little dumbfounded. Nai Xiaoqian was a woman after all. When she saw Zhu'er, her pretty face blushed, and her head was buried in Qin Ming's arms with a blue silk, which made Qin Ming feel itchy. "Huh, brother Cicada, you are partial to stay with sister Xiaoqian, but you don't accompany Zhu'er. Juer also wants to sleep together. Have you forgotten? When in the mountains, Juer always sleeps with brother Chan. Juer looked at Qin-ming, a sly light flashed in her beautiful eyes, but her tone was a bit resentful. Qin-ming heard what Juer said, and also remembered the time when the two were in the cave. It was the day when a little white fox and a black cicada were dependent on each other. Qin-ming couldn't help showing a look of remembrance on his face. Juer, Xiaoqian. You. Qin-ming stammered while looking at the two beautiful ladies on the left and the right. Hey, it's so handsome, it's also a kind of helplessness. Qin-ming held Xuangmei in his arms, sulky in his heart, and a bit of narcissism in his heart. Although the thing that Qin-ming longed for did not happen because of Juer's interruption, Qin-ming felt that it seemed to be good and good. With a smile on his face, Qin-ming slowly fell asleep. Huh, badass brother, Xiaodao also hug. After the trail goes out, the trail must occupy the best position in the arms of the badass brother. After Qin-ming went to sleep, in the unknown space inside his body, the spirit of the system was in the ever-changing Loli's cute trail. He found that Qin-ming hugged left and right, and muttered angrily. The next day, they continued on their way, and the three of them went all the way south. On this road, every time he passed a county seat, Qin-ming and his colleagues used Kuabe County's method to increase Qin-ming's prestige. At the same time, Qin-ming also thought of another method. Qin-ming asked Nai Xiaoqian to instruct the little ghosts to bring some papers about various legends and events in Kuabe County to move forward to the county town in the other three directions. Let the little ghosts go to each house to make trouble while distributing the paper to the county town. If someone made Qin-ming's tablet according to the method in the paper, then they would not go to someone's home to make trouble, and let those people gradually believe that the magical effect of Qin-ming's tablet. These counties are not closed, they always have to communicate with each other. Therefore, as soon as the incident in Kuabe County came out, they also heard about it. With the mentality of giving it a try, they found that doing so could indeed avoid the harassment of the kid, so they all began to worship Qin-ming's tablet. If a county has basically achieved most of its coverage, Qin-ming will tell the little ghost to go to other counties to act according to the method. In this way, with a multi-pronged approach, Qin-ming's prestige is constantly growing along the way, sometimes it is 10 or 20,000. 10 days later, Qin-ming's reputation has reached more than 200,000 points. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Qin-ming looked at the ever-increasing prestige, but did not rush to use it. Qin-ming intends to save more and save some lucky draws, and the rest will be used to exchange Juer for the advanced pill of the beast. Moreover, Qin-ming felt that Nai Xiaoqian should also be able to eat this divine beast advanced pill. According to Qin-ming's idea, it is necessary to treat the two women to be able to stand alone. In this way, Qin-ming can rest assured when he goes out to work alone. Qin-ming knew that these little ghosts were weak. Therefore, Qin-ming warned them not to go to big cities, because if there are many people, there may be people with the right way, and it is easy for others to find flaws. Qin-ming's wish is simple. How can a town have a population of several thousand to several tens of thousands, and his prestige will surely increase if he accumulates less and more. Time passed by, and the three of them traveled all the way in Nanzan Buzhu. Soon, 3 years passed. For 3 years, the three of them have slept on the same bed every day. Although it is not convenient to do some things and the relationship has not broken through the last step, they are better than their relatives. Especially Nai Xiaoqian and Juer, the two daughters seem to have begun to become sisters. In the past 3 years, Nai Xiaoqian and Juer have also practiced earnestly every day. Nai Xiaoqian's strength is faintly approaching the ghost general, and Juer's mana has also been greatly improved. I always feel that the fourth tail is a little bit ready to move. I can cultivate. Because Qin-ming didn't swallow, his mana didn't increase much, but he gained a lot of experience in the study of talisman. He bought some punish and yellow paper, but drew a lot of small talisman, storm, thunder, and lightning, attack and defense, etc. Both are very interesting to use. Another point is that Qin Ming's mind has matured a lot after the tempering of time. Qin Ming traveled in Nanfang Buzhu and saw that many monsters were killed by the so-called right way. Therefore, Qin Ming clearly realized that being a monster is not tolerated by immortals and Buddhas. If you want to protect yourself and protect the women you like, you must improve yourself and their strength. On this day, Qin Ming, Zhu'er, and Nai Xiaoqian finally came to the edge of Nanfang Buzhu. Qin Ming stopped here with his second daughter. In front of them is a blue sea of Wanyang. If Qin Ming wants to go to the Ala country of Dongsheng Shenzhou, he must go there by boat and spend the sea between the two states. But the sea looked endless, and Qin Ming was a little bit troubled. Qin Ming remembered that Monkey King's path of apprenticeship and art studies was recorded in Journey to the West. The book said that the monkey got on the raft made for him by the little monkey alone, tried his best to prop it up, wandering in the waves of the sea, and taking advantage of the sky to cross the border of the southern part of the continent. Afterwards, the Monkey King visited Xiandao, and had no chance to meet him. He traveled along the Great Wall and Xiaoxian County in Nanfang Buzhu for more than 8 or 9 years. Suddenly when he reached the Western Sea, he thought that there must be gods overseas, and he used to make a raft alone, and then floated across the West Sea to the boundary of Hezhu in Xinyu. This monkey floated through the sea twice in order to learn art from a teacher, but Qin Ming didn't think that he and others could have the luck of a monkey, and there would be a tailwind to help them. In this sea, Qin Ming felt that if he was transformed into a body, he could fly over, and Nai Xiaoqian could also cling to him, but Zhu'er hadn't mastered the advanced flying spell, and Qin Ming was reluctant to throw Zhu'er down. He clearly remembered Zhu'er's distressing cry when he left Zhu'er last time, so the three of them had only one last way to go by boat. Qin Ming planned to take a rest at the seaside for the time being, and then make plans the next day. Qin Ming and the three people found a family to stay in a fishing village by the sea. When the family saw a scholar and 2 beautiful women in the same room, their faces showed strange eyes. Qin Ming took some silver coins to them, and revealed a hand thunder without a trace, and smashed a large rock to pieces, which shocked the person. This family shouted "Fairy Master" and then retreated. It also added a few prestige to Qin Ming. Then, Qin Ming and Zhu'er, Nai Xiaoqian lived in this small fishing village. After closing the door, Qin Ming began to look at the prestige that he had grown in recent years. After opening the prestige system, Qin Ming discovered that after several years of accumulation, his prestige has reached 983,500 points, which is almost 1 million. System, if I use these prestige draws, can I draw the Divine Beast Advanced Pill again? Qin Ming called the system in his heart and asked. Only by asking clearly, can Qin Ming decide how to spend this prestige. Host Qin Ming, in each draw, you can only draw items that have not been drawn before. This is a special reward for the host by the system. Once you have drawn, you will not be able to draw again next time, you need to redeem with reputation. All items have been drawn, and the lottery system will be temporarily disabled until the system is upgraded. If the host has enough reputation, it is entirely possible that dozens or hundreds of the same medicine will be drawn for the first time. It can't be achieved once. Of course, the system does not encourage the host to do this, because the host may currently draw low-level items. After the system is upgraded, the host has a higher chance of drawing high-level items. The host will win the last time. Divine Beast Advanced Pill is a special reward for the system. Qin Ming listened to the system's prompt, and he knew it. Then, Qin Ming calculated it quietly in his heart. Although there are many prestige, he can only exchange for 4 Divine Beast Advanced Pills, and the rest can only be exchanged for those he has drawn. Fulu of the past. In the end, Qin Ming decided to exchange 4 Divine Beast Advanced Pills, leaving 100,000 prestige as an emergency, and other prestige to be used for lottery draws. 80,000 prestige can be drawn 80 times. Even if they are all low-level items, there may be unexpected surprises. System, redeem me 4 Sacred Beast Advanced Pills, and then open the lottery system. I want to draw 83 times. Qin Ming made a decision, and then ordered the system. After Qin Ming finished speaking, 4 shining golden pills appeared in Qin Ming's hands. The sound of the system also kept ringing. The Divine Beast Advanced Pill has been redeemed. The lucky draw is open. Congratulations to the host Qin Ming for drawing the supernatural power burning symbol X30. Congratulations to the host Qin Ming for drawing the Dust Avoidance Talisman X10. Congratulations to the host Qin Ming for drawing the Cold Shield X10. Congratulations to the host Qin Ming for drawing the Fire Avoidance Talisman X10. Congratulations to the host Qin Ming for drawing the Water Avoidance Talisman X10. Congratulations to the host, Qin Ming, for drawing a Talisman X10. Congratulations to host Qin Ming for drawing Space Ring X1. Unfortunately, the host Qin Ming took the time twice. Space Ring. When Qin Ming heard the prompt from the system, he couldn't help but smile. This spatial ring is the best weapon for arson at home and abductees in the novels of comprehension. I didn't expect it to be one in the system. Journey to the West, the Strongest Demon Emperor. Chapter 49, Zhu'er Advanced 6 Tales. Qin Ming took the ring in his hand. Check the introduction of this space ring in the system. Space ring, it can store 10 cubic meters of objects, regardless of the weight, but cannot store living objects. The host only needs to input mana to use it. The introduction was simple and clear, and Qin Ming grasped the usage of the ring at a glance. Qin Ming will put the ring on his finger casually. Excuse me, if the host wants to bind the ring, if it is bound, the ring can only be used by the host in the future, and other people cannot take out all the items in the ring. Unless the host is willing to unbind it in the future, it can be given to others. Qin Ming just put on the ring, the system prompts. Yes, bind. Qin Ming said in his heart. Qin Ming felt that since the ring provided this function, he had better be careful. If the thing is taken away by others, others cannot use it, so he will only think it is ordinary jewelry. Then, Qin Ming looked at the price of the space ring again. Qin Ming thought that if the ring was not expensive, he would exchange one for Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian. After all, the children are his own. However, Qin Ming was stunned when he saw it. The exchange price of this ring required 500,000 prestige points. At this moment, Qin Ming had to press this idea. Then, in the surprised eyes of Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian, Qin Ming received all the things in his arms into the ring. Qin Ming began to check the other drawn items. This time, he got a lot of talisman. There are 6 kinds in total. First of all, it was magical powers to burn the talisman. Qin Ming saw that this talisman did not use other talisman, and there was no pattern on it. The talisman was golden in shape, rectangular, and made of unknown materials that Qin Ming didn't recognize. Qin Ming checked Fu Lu's introduction. Supernatural Power Burning Talisman. A certain supernatural power can be burned onto the talisman, a one-time item. It will become invalid after use. It looks like a tasteless rib. After reading the introduction, Qin Ming muttered to himself with the talisman. Then, Qin Ming thought of something. Holding a magical burning talisman, I meditated on burning in my heart. As a white light flashed, a white cicada-shaped pattern appeared on this talisman, which looked like Qin Ming's body. It turned out that Qin Ming wanted to try to see if he could get rid of his own destiny and engrave the shell onto the talisman, but he didn't expect that after a try, he actually succeeded. At the same time, Qin Ming discovered that the number of times he used the shelling magic power had changed from 3 times to 2 times. When he didn't use magical powers before, Qin Ming's natural magical powers were wasted. From then on, you can store it through Fu Lu. This is great, it's a life-saving thing. Qin Ming secretly said, took out 2 magical inscription talisman, and burned the remaining magical powers on the talisman. Qin Ming's supernatural powers will be restored tomorrow, and Qin Ming didn't plan to keep all of them for his own use. He gave this talisman to Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian each, and told them how to use it. Qin Ming saved the other one, and Qin Ming planned to save more. This thing, it can't be said that it will come in handy in the future. Qin Ming took a rough look at the remaining talismans. Their functions are similar to their names. After use, they can avoid water, fire, earth, cold, and dust, and each talisman lasts for a long time. 12 hours, Fula can stack. After Qin Ming finished checking, he looked at the prestige needed to exchange these talismans, the uniform price, and the 10,000 prestige points for one. Qin Ming realized that he had won a lot this time, and he didn't know when he could use it, so he didn't exchange it. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. In the end, Qin Ming left for Huan Kankan Advanced Pill of the Beast. Qin Ming held it in his hand and looked at Zhu'er and Nai Xiaoqian, but didn't know how to allocate it. When Zhu'er saw the 4 pills, his eyes were full of incredible. Zhu'er didn't know where Qin Ming got several of these magical pills. Zhu'er had eaten the advanced elixir of the beast, and naturally knew how amazing the efficacy of this pill was. Nai Xiaoqian looked at Qin Ming, but didn't know the preciousness of the pill. She was just curious about Qin Ming's ability to constantly take out various things from inexplicable places. Qin Ming looked at the 2 daughters, and then said to them, "The place where we are going is far away, and there may be dangers along the way. After all, Zhu'er is stronger. Therefore, these few pills can improve the strength. The medicine, let's give it to Zhu'er first. I'll have it next time and distribute it to Xiaoqian, okay?" The reason why Qin Ming asked this was because Nai Xiaoqian put a lot of effort into the process of gaining prestige, and he would be very sorry if he acted arbitrarily. After hearing Qin Ming's words, Zhu'er was grateful in his eyes. However, Zhu'er didn't pick up the pill from Qin Ming's hand. She lowered her head and thought for a while, then, looking at Qin Ming with beautiful eyes like autumn water, said, "Brother Cicada, Zhu'er thinks you should take this pill by yourself. You don't have to think about us all the time, as your strength improves and you will protect our safety." "Right. Zhu'er, I will protect you naturally, but this pill, I have taken it, but it has no effect." Qin Ming shook his head when he heard this, and explained to Zhu'er. Seeing that Qin Ming looked at her sincerely, Zhu'er didn't seem to be lying, and she didn't ask too much. "Then, Sister Xiaoqian and I will have 2 each." Zhu'er is eager to become stronger, and King Kaiu is still in her heart. However, Zhu'er is smart and kind, and even though he desires medicine in his heart, he also knows the modesty. "No, Zhu'er, you should take this pill. I believe that the young man's decision must have his reason. Nai Xiaoqian is also Bingxiu smart, how could she oppose Qin Ming's proposal? Then, that's all right." With a pair of charming eyes, Zhu'er looked at Qin Ming and Nai Xiaoqian and nodded gently. "In that case, Zhu'er, you can take the medicine pill. Xiaoqian and I will protect you." Seeing that Zhu'er had agreed, Qin Ming said to Zhu'er. Qin Ming is looking forward to seeing Zhu'er's strength improve. "Zhu'er got it, Brother Cicada." Zhu'er answered Qin Ming's words. Then, Zhu'er took 4 pills from Qin Ming and put them in his mouth one by one. However, when Zhu'er put 3 pills in, she suddenly felt in her heart, leaving 1 pill and handing it to Qin Ming. "One can be left." Zhu'er put the pill into Qin Ming's hand and said softly. Then, Zhu'er waited to talk to Qin Ming Duo, and she turned into a 3-tailed white fox again. Zhu'er turned into a white fox lying on a futon, his eyes closed slightly, his body began to flash with white light. Qin Ming thought that Zhu'er would continue to evolve like last time. However, Qin Ming waited for a long time and didn't see any changes in Zhu'er. It seems that Zhu'er is slowly absorbing the medicinal power of the advanced pill, rather than doing it overnight. Qin handed another pill to Nai Xiaoqian, looked at her and said, Xiaoqian, take the remaining one too. I will protect you. Who knows, Nai Xiaoqian stretched out her hand to take the pill, but put it in her pocket casually. Then, she blinked her black eyes, looked at Qin face with an expression, and said quietly, my son, it's rare that Jur won't bother at this moment, so don't you have anything you want to do? After Nai Xiaoqian said, she stretched out Qinyu's hand to hold Qin arm, and walked to the bed. Xiaoqian, it's not good for us. We still need to protect Jur. Qin stammered when he saw Nai Xiaoqian's behavior. It's okay, Xiaoqian has her own way. Nai Xiaoqian didn't mean to stop after hearing Qin words. She softly swayed the catkin, and a few little ghosts appeared on the ground. You go outside and guard, no one is allowed to come near. If you find any situation, notify me in time. Nai Xiaoqian ordered the little ghosts without looking back. Yes. Mother. The little ones promised to complete the task. Hearing Nai Xiaoqian's instructions, the kid ran out of the house in a hurry and went to stand guard. This is fine too. When Qin saw Nai Xiaoqian's actions, his mouth grew in surprise. Qin really didn't expect that since Nai Xiaoqian became a ghost repairer, the little ghost was used by her in all aspects. Clean up the house, spread the reputation for him, run errands, and at this time also serve as the guard of the sentry, really do everything. Nai Xiaoqian didn't care about other things, she took Qin and got to the bed. My son, please pity Xiaoqian. Journey to the West, the strongest demon emperor. Chapter 50, Ghost King Nai Xiaoqian. Jur, have you successfully advanced? Qin put on his clothes, looked at Jur, and asked with some embarrassment. Brother Cicada, look. Jur didn't seem to be angry. When she heard Qin question, she smiled faintly. Then, with a brush, Jur's body didn't change back to its original shape, and 6 more fluffy tails suddenly appeared behind him. Jur. You are 6. Qin couldn't help but said in surprise when he saw Jur's changes. Qin knew that the tail of the Qingqiu Fox clan represented their strength. The Fox clan evolved once and added a tail, but Jur added 3 fox tails twice in a row. If it develops under this situation, wouldn't it be said that as long as there is one more time, Jur may become the 9-tailed man in the ancient legend of Qingqiu, the boundless mana? Qin was a little excited when he thought about it, but he didn't expect Jur to have such great potential. Nai Xiaoqian looked at Jur with a surprised look on her pretty face. She did not expect that after Jur took the pill that she didn't care too much about, she would have such a big improvement. Before the expression of surprise on their faces was confiscated, they saw that the tail behind Jur was wagging, and then Jur flew out of thin air. Jur, you have mastered the flying method. Doesn't that mean that tomorrow, we will be able to fly over the ocean? Qin said with some excitement when he saw Jur flying into the sky. Seeing Qin excited expression, Jur shook his head and said apologetically, Brother Cicada, I'm not proficient in fox dance sky art this day. Moreover, this spell is too slow to be suitable. Long distance flight. Then, Jur fell from the sky and said excitedly, however, I can feel that my fox flame power has increased a lot. Why don't you go out and give it a try? Qin heard Jur's words and just wanted to nod his head to agree, but Qin suddenly remembered that the last time Jur tried fox flame in the forest, the power was amazing. It almost caused serious consequences, so Qin shook his head to Jur quickly and said, Jur, let's forget it, let's talk if I have a chance. Congratulations, Sister Jur. Nai Xiaoqian also heard of Jur's life experience on weekdays. At this moment, she looked at Jur and said with sincere blessings. Jur would also like to thank Sister Xiaoqian for her fulfillment and agree to give me your share of the medicine. Jur naturally felt Nai Xiaoqian's sincerity, she said softly. It's the sun you want to thank, and I didn't have much strength. Moreover, my sister's strength has greatly increased, and the cultivation of our demon and ghosts is intolerable by the world. If we encounter danger in the future, Xiaoqian will have to rely on her for help. Nai Xiaoqian shook her head, and then said to Zhu'er, Sister, don't worry, I won't forget the kindness of my son. Zhu'er Jiao glanced at Qin Ming, and then said to Nai Xiaoqian, Sister, I just put the pill in my mouth, and I feel a little bit. If I can break through the bottleneck by myself, I can save a pill. I will be able to go further in the future. My sister might as well take that pill quickly and adjust my breath, perhaps, there will be unexpected gains too. Okay. I listen to my sister. Nai Xiaoqian was also simply and neat, and after listening to the song Zhu'er, she put the pill into Tankao. Then, she sat cross-legged on the futon, ran the exercises, and began to close her eyes and adjust her breath. With the adjustment of the housewarming, a faint white light lit up on her body. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it. This divine beast advanced pill could really work on Nai Xiaoqian's body. Qin Ming looked at Nai Xiaoqian's solemn breathing adjustment, and looked forward to her midterm, hoping that she could also be promoted smoothly. Brother Cicada, what were you doing with Sister Xiaoqian just now? Just when Qin Ming focused on Nai Xiaoqian, Zhu'er was looking at Qin Ming, then softly opened her lips, and asked curiously, read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Zhu'er, Xiaoqian, she said she wants to do something pleasant with me. When Qin Ming heard Zhu'er's words, he was taken aback for a moment, and said somewhat stutteringly. Really? Then Zhu'er should do happy things too. Zhu'er's beautiful eyes watched Qin Ming blink and blink, with an expression of expectation on the beautiful face. This, Zhu'er, Xiaoqian is upgrading, should we help her protect the law first? Qin Ming stammered when he saw Zhu'er's expression, leaving a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. It's easy. Brother Cicada, you wait. Zhu'er smiled at Qin Ming when he heard the words. Then, Qin Ming saw Zhu'er walking towards the door of the house. Zhu'er opened the door and said crisply at the door, You little devil, guard the door well and don't let anyone in and disturb you. If someone rushes in, you must report it to me, you know. Yes, miss, the little ones get it? The little ghosts replied faithfully after hearing the words. Qin Ming's eyes widened when he heard the conversation between Zhu'er and Xiao Gui. This conversation seems familiar, isn't it the same as what Nai Xiaoqian told me just now? Okay, Brother Cicada, everything is solved. Do happy things with me. After Zhu'er came back, Qiao Xiaoyan said to Qin Ming. Zhu'er knew that Qin Ming and Nai Xiaoqian had done that. She was originally inclined to have a conservative personality, but she became anxious and took the initiative to hold Qin Ming's hand. Then, pull Qin Ming into her arms. Then he moved his hands to remove Qin Ming's clothes. Zhu'er, let's go to the bed, good. Seeing Zhu'er hugging him on the ground, Qin Ming tore his clothes and couldn't help but say. Brother Cicada, no need. Upon hearing this, Zhu'er shook his head to Qin Ming. This is not good on the ground. Qin Ming said anxiously after hearing what Zhu'er said. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming discovered that Zhu'er's 6 big fluffy tails were erected. Then, the 6 tails slowly gathered, wrapping Qin Ming and Zhu'er inside, forming a snow-white ball. The sphere slowly floated into the air, and then it began to turn around in the air, up and down, up and down. Qin Ming never expected that Zhu'er would actually use the Sky Fox dance technique he just learned in this place. However, the inside is soft and comfortable, and the air permeability is very good. Qin Ming and Zhu'er really stayed inside. Zhu'er is charming and moving, and Qin Ming is reluctant to think about Shu, and the snow-white ball is constantly flying in the air. I don't know how many times the snow-white fur ball has turned, and the white light on Nai Xiaoqian, who is meditating cross-legged, is dimmed. Nai Xiaoqian's appearance hasn't changed much, but there seems to be a faint coercion coming from her body, and the legs of the few goalkeepers outside the door are a little trembling. Then, Nai Xiaoqian opened his eyes. Nai Xiaoqian felt the hair ball flying in the air, and then she smiled. Under Nai Xiaoqian's gaze, the white fur ball turned faster and faster, and then slowly stopped. At half the rate, Zhu'er and Qinming walked out of the hair ball after they were dressed. Sister, son, congratulations to you for being a married couple. Nai Xiaoqian smiled happily, looking at Qinming and Zhu'er. Sister Hu has to make fun of me, I should congratulate my sister first. If it weren't for my sister, I don't know when I will be together with the son. I don't take the initiative, and the son doesn't mention it. Zhu'er leaned against Qinming with a happy face, with a little bit of resentment and some sweet reply. Don't worry, I will never be like this in the future. Qinming is grateful for you to treat each other sincerely. Qinming felt the affection of the two beautiful ladies and couldn't help but promise. Qinming naturally had that heart long ago, but he had never been in love at all, but he didn't know how to take that step, for fear that he would be abrupt, and his heart would be gone at this moment, so naturally he is no longer bound by those constraints. My son, Xiaoqian should be grateful to you. You not only saved Xiaoqian's life, but you also found Xiaoqian a practice technique. At this moment, Xiaoqian ate the medicine you gave, and she is already the king of ghosts. That's it? Nai Xiaoqian looked at Qinming and said sincerely. Zhu'er and sister Xiaoqian have the same thoughts. Brother Chen, you are so kind to us. Not only did you save Zhu'er's life twice, you also made Zhu'er advance twice to become a powerful six-tailed, completed Zhu'er's wish for many years. Qinming heard the words of the two beautiful ladies and suddenly felt that he seemed to be really good. No wonder his children have deep-rooted affection for them. Okay. Let's not talk about it, it's getting too early, let's rest early and cross the sea together tomorrow. Qinming thought for a while, and grabbed the little hands of the two beautiful ladies. This night, the three of them slept on the same couch, sleeping very peacefully. These two coquettish little bastards, obviously I first met the bad guy brother. If it weren't for me, how could Qinming come here? How would they know Qinming? Big brother, you are waiting for me, I will definitely find you, you have to work hard to become stronger. The cute and varied lowly trail said silently in that mysterious space. Journey to the west, the strongest demon emperor.